The Fan also reports this morning saying the Browns will be adding Dom Capers to serve as a senior defensive assistant. NFL announcing this morning that the Detroit Lions will play in the league's game being held in Munich, Germany this coming season. Now, who the Lions will take on in that contest going to be announced shortly before the NFL schedule release later on this spring. Cavaliers lost on Sunday at Oklahoma City as they fell for the first time in 5 games with James Harden in the lineup. The Beard knows that he and his new teammates still got some stuff they got to work on.
I think it's on us every single night, no matter who we're playing. And once we can get to that and figure out, it's a lot of things we're still figuring out, rotations, lineups, all that stuff, So once we get to that and figure out how we're playing and the lineups and all that, then we'll be much better. We still got some work to do.
Cavs back to work tonight, going to entertain the New York Knicks. Cavs trailing the Knicks by 1 game for the number 3 spot in the Eastern Conference. Cavs also going to try to avoid being swept in the season series. New York winning the first 2 get-togethers. Gavin Williams going to make his spring debut this afternoon. Guardians in Glendale to take on the Dodgers. Williams telling Sirius XM about his goals for the 2026 season.
I just want to build off what I did in the second half. Try to hit 200 innings, stay healthy. That's the biggest 2 things. I feel like I'm still in the position. I'm still fighting for a spot. Still got to do what I did a couple years ago.
Guardians off to a 4-0 start this spring after beating the Diamondbacks on Monday 9-5. Jose Ramirez had a 3-run homer as he would drive in 4. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns from 7 to 9 tonight right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Well, look at this. The snow is back, and I am back today. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps.
Coincidence?
Good morning, my friend.
We think not.
It's good to see you.
And you.
Under the weather yesterday, man.
Wow.
Thank you, guys. No, I just know you don't want me coming in here coughing or having a sore throat or just sounding bad, so I'm still a little bit getting back on it, but I know it's
the sounding bad we don't care about. It's the other stuff,
It's
I'll give you that.
The coughing, that does it for you?
Don't want to catch your stuff.
That's okay. I'm trying not to transmit anything other than radio frequency today.
That was funny.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to talk about the Browns today. Mary Kay Cabot. We're going to talk to her coming up at 1 o'clock. Obviously, the combine going on in Indianapolis.
There it is. Say it again.
The combine, Jeff.
Yes.
The combine.
Here we go, baby. I counted. There are 46 wide receivers there.
I don't understand why the kid from Carroll's not there.
Okay, well,
I didn't understand
he's not.
that.
He'll get drafted. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I hope so.
There are 46
he gets drafted
wide
high
receivers there. Can the Browns find 2 they can play?
Prereq over 6'2". Can we just put that prereq in there?
I don't care.
Over 6'2". That's all I'm asking for.
Tyreek Hill's like 5'10".
Am I asking too much for an over 6'2"? You can have 1 or 2 guys under 6. I can live with that.
What are you going to do with your buddy Luke Floria?
Luke's on the team. He's good.
Okay.
Luke's Sandman.
Yeah, I'd prefer a couple of big wide receivers. I think that'd be great.
All right, so we're going to hear from Andrew Berry at the Combine. Cavaliers have a gigantic game tonight against the Knicks. Another big test. And so we'll talk about that. We didn't get a chance to talk about Oklahoma City because I wasn't here yesterday, but we'll talk about that.
No, we had a chance to talk about Oklahoma City.
I didn't get a chance. But, Jeff, before we get into anything, I'm just so happy for you. I'm just so – they signed Reese Hoskins.
Damn right they did.
And, Jeff, you've been asking for that. Yeah, it was Christmas. Sunday was Christmas. The USA Hockey men's Olympic team wins gold for the first time since 1980. And the Guardians picked up the man that Jeff has been talking about for, 6 months, Reese Hoskins.
All I know is I'm on a roll. I wanted the Cavs to get rid of the 2 small guys in the backcourt.
Oh, you are good.
I wanted Stephen Kwan in center field. I wanted Reese Hoskins.
What do you want him to draft? Why don't you give me that now?
Tell you what I want is the winning lottery ticket, and JJ never comes through for me.
Yeah, well, that's okay. You had to send him some more good vibes. That's the guy downstairs, in case you're wondering.
Our buddy.
They have a fantastic little convenience store down there. But, Jeff, I'm so proud of you for sticking to your guns on Reese Hoskins. And it's almost like you had another kid.
Dano was right there with me, and it was this. We have no right-handed hitting on this team. We lack power. Right-handed power hitter available, cheap. Ding, ding, ding.
Guy who can hit 240?
Seriously, how How difficult was that to figure out? And I'm glad the Guardians did.
What did he end up with? 25 homers last year, and he missed
12.
half the season? 12?
12. He didn't play
that's
very
right.
much.
I did the double number. As I was listening to it, I was like...
In the 5 years where he has played 107 or more games in his career, he's averaged 29 home runs and 82 runs batted in.
Are you putting him in the starting lineup?
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm getting him 500
I mean,
at bats.
he does have a minor league contract.
I'm
though.
getting
It's
him
not there
500 at bats.
So how long does this turn?
He's either at first base or DH every day.
Jeff Phelps for Rhys Hoskins. Thank you.
Well, and his splits are pretty comparable, Andy, left or right. So it doesn't really matter. Just put him in the lineup. What if Chase DeLauder hits? Okay? Think about it. Jose, Rhys Hoskins just doing what he typically does. Chase DeLauder, Kyle Manzardo. You got 4 guys that can hit a little bit.
Travis Bazzana?
Well, in 2028, Travis Bazzana.
Maybe this year.
Maybe.
It's time. It's
Scouting
time for him.
combine, baby.
All right, so
Here we go.
I want to start with this because Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11.
Okay, good.
Her headline today, there are 2 things. One, she said, look for the Browns. They may trade out of 6 and go back.
Fine.
That was earlier this morning she said that. So
Fine.
that was probably about an hour ago.
Fine.
The other is the Browns have Malik Willis and Ty Simpson on their radar as they explore external quarterback options.
Fine.
Where do you see? I mean, if Ty Simpson's on the radar, okay, and you truly want him, you are not taking him at 6. I don't see him projected. Everywhere I see him projected is late first round, early second. Teams that need him.
I don't like the idea of Ty Simpson.
Okay, why?
A lot of it has to do with being a one-year starter. I think that can be a little rough. He doesn't seem to be exactly what Todd Monken's looking for in a quarterback, but that's still up for debate because we don't exactly know, but we know what he said a little bit. And the idea that you bring in another rookie quarterback, Andy, it doesn't sit real well. You know, I think it would be a really, really big gamble. If they're sold on him and they think he's the guy, fine, okay? Because you need a quarterback. Now, if it's Shador, it's Shador. Okay? If it is, that's fine. But you need a guy. You need to, I think, get somebody who you think is going to be the guy. If they think it's Simpson, okay, but they better be right. And because it's a major asset you'd be investing in him. Even if you get him in the second round, it's a major asset.
I look at this and I'm just every time we hear about a different quarterback, and we'll talk about a number of quarterbacks this morning, including free agent quarterbacks, guys that might be on the market. I ask myself, why did they draft 2 quarterbacks last year? What were they thinking? Why did they draft 2 quarterbacks last year? Now I know you've changed head coaches. I get it. You've changed the whole top of the staff, and I see it and I understand it. But I don't. Why did you draft 2 quarterbacks last year? What a wasted pick one of them was.
Well,
sure.
and drafting them in positions where you don't think you're getting a franchise quarterback. You could do one of those. You didn't need to do 2. Thor Nystrom was on our show yesterday from Score North, and Thor big into the draft and everything else. We asked him about Ty Simpson. Do you want to hear what he had to say?
Absolutely.
Here it is.
If it's me and I'm Cleveland, not only do I not take Ty Simpson at 24, I guess it would be, I wouldn't take Ty Simpson at 39. If I'm Cleveland, why would I want to reach up and be aggressive for a quarterback in Ty Simpson that has started, 15, 16 games in college, doesn't have great physical tools, and in his only season starting, he was good at the beginning of the season, right? The first half of it, down the stretch, really, really fell off there. And a guy in Ty Simpson where if you just put him into the 2027 quarterback class, with Arch Manning, Lenore Sellers, Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, Sam Levitt, you go Brendan Sorsby, just go down the line. He might be quarterback 8 or 9 in that class.
That's why I would hesitate to take Ty Simpson, Andy. Next year, the Browns could be in a position to draft a quarterback high, especially if they do a little finagling in the draft and maybe trade down and pick up something for next year or future assets.
Maybe that's the best reason to trade 6 this year.
Well, yeah. And if you draft Simpson, then you're on the hook and you're going to probably not take a guy next year. And And though I like what I saw watching, some tape of him, and when I saw him in games, he didn't play as well later in the year. He was dinged up a little bit. That was part of it. He does look like a guy who has some skills, but I don't know if a guy who has some skills is enough to lock me in on the guy that I think is going to be the quarterback for a long time. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's still, until I get a better option, it's sit here with what you have, see if you get lucky this year, and find a guy who can be your franchise quarterback. And the guy you would think would be Shedeur Sanders.
Correct. But you still have Deshaun around.
And if you don't, then go get a guy next year in a draft that's supposed to be really good for quarterbacks. That's kind of where I stand on the whole thing.
So if I'm getting this straight, you would be okay with going into the season, having Gabriel, having Watson, having Sanders in your quarterback room.
If you rolled back all three guys, yeah.
And then everything else is trying to
the plan would then
figure
be,
out where you go for the future.
Yeah. The plan then would be, okay, try to develop Shedeur and see if he can become that guy. And if not, then you get another quarterback next year in a quarterback-heavy draft. And the guy that I really like is Lenora Sellers, South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I also like Arch Manning. You like Julian Sayin?
No, I like Arch Manning too, but I was kind of
the Browns would have to stink.
The expectations for him going into last year were ridiculous, and we all should have listened to the family.
Yep, they were silly.
I really want to see what he looks like this year. I'm glad he stayed.
And Lenora
but
Sellers.
But that said, with Drew Aller, I felt the same way.
Dante Moore, same thing. All three of those guys probably needed to go back to school. They're going to get paid. And they go back to school, they develop, and they enhance their draft value, their pro stock, while limiting the risk of a team that's going to draft them who might have drafted them this year. And they probably would have gone, much lower in the draft this year than they will go next year. I mean, that next year's draft could see 3-4 guys go in the top 10.
Again, I want to see Arch Manning and what he can do this year. Because I think this is, he had the hoopla, he had all the hype. Now he's got to go out and prove it. And
he was knee-deep in that hoopla.
They gave him a year to kind of, let's get through this. And then he gave himself another year because the people around him, he was knee-deep in the hoopla. Did you want me to?
It was a rim shot.
That's okay.
Yeah.
He could have said, mott the hoopla, but he didn't do that either. He must not be listening right now.
No, he's not paying any attention to us.
There we go. Right. So, again, Mary Kay's story this morning, Malik Willis, Ty Simpson are among the external quarterbacks on the Browns' radar with the NFL Combine kicking off today.
Now, Andy.
And then free agency's in 2 weeks.
Malik Willis is a different story.
I think you'd be at the airport to pick him up.
No.
Really?
But he'd be a different story.
Would you send a lift out to get him?
I must tell you, I still like the idea of drafting a quarterback next year. I see three.
If you bring Malik Wilson, you're not worried about next year.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I just think there are a couple of guys in next year's draft who could be really good pros for a really long time. And that said, Malik Willis is a young guy who probably wasn't NFL ready. Went in the third round of the Tennessee Titans. Didn't work out there. They moved on. They brought in, not only did they bring in Will Levis, then Will didn't work out, and then they brought in Cam Ward. So they've been in search of. They got rid of Willis maybe a little too soon. He goes to a place that develops quarterbacks really pretty well. He was pretty good this year in a real small sample size. But he was really pretty good in a small sample size in a year when there aren't very many quarterbacks available. And you have a lot of teams looking for quarterbacks. He's going to get paid. And I wonder if the Browns are able to pay him. That's where I wonder. They always seem to be able to come up with money. All NFL teams do. But with all the money they owe Deshaun, I don't know if that's possible. Or prudent.
I don't know why, and I shouldn't do this.
Oh, do it.
But Matt Flynn always comes to mind when you think about Packers, hot, and now let's go get him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dan, does that ring a bell for you as a Packer fan?
Mark Brunell and Matt Hasselbeck.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, there's other guys
but those
there,
are
too.
two guys that did really well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those are the counter.
I mean,
Remember, we
wouldn't
wanted wanted Matt Flynn at the time too.
Well, wouldn't you take a Matt Hasselbeck here now?
Now I would.
Wouldn't you take a Mark Brunell? I
Yes.
would.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's Malik Willis.
I'd like to find somebody. I mean, if Malik Willis is here, he's here for at least the next 3 years.
Yeah, he'd be the guy.
Yeah, and so
He's exactly what Todd Monken described.
So now if you go Willis, and then you're keeping Sanders on staff, right? And Watson.
If you signed Willis, I don't think you'd be keeping all those guys.
My question here for you is for Shedeur Sanders fans that are, talk about being knee deep in it. I mean, is it bothering you that we're sitting here talking about other quarterbacks? And it wasn't our game plan, I can tell you that. The Browns looking for external quarterbacks.
External veteran options.
They changed the whole dynamic, especially with the combine rolling today and then free agency in 2 weeks. Talk about it, 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Winton Manor Senior Housing.
Last season, Sale was 7-5, 2.58 ERA, and just 21 starts as he dealt with a fractured rib cage. Sale went 18-3 for Atlanta in 2024. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns from 7 to 9 tonight right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Talking Combine. We'll be talking Cavs a little bit later. All kinds of good stuff. And you're going to hear Andrew Berry live from the Combine today. I should have said that earlier. 12:30, we'll have that press conference live for you. 216-474-0092. The Browns are interested in Ty Simpson and Malik Willis, according to what Mary Kay Cabot had earlier this morning. She said they're also kicking around whether they're going to trade that number 6 pick. So they wouldn't be afraid to do that. We're going to talk to her coming up at 11 o'clock. One other piece of Browns news today. Jeff, who says you can't come home? Dom Capers, welcome home. Welcome home, my friend. He is now a senior defensive assistant for the Browns. He is 75 years old. Pride of Cambridge. Kent State graduate assistant from 72 to 74.
Mount Union grad, isn't
Mount Union guy.
Yeah.
Was at Ohio State as defensive backs coach. I didn't even think about that. In 82 and 83. And then obviously got his head coaching opportunities in both Houston and then Carolina, when Carolina was just getting the ball rolling down there. So kind of cool. He is back, and I'm sure he will add some wisdom and some knowledge to this Browns defense. Thoughts?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome home, right?
Well, I don't know if this is still home for him, but he was born and raised here in the area. Went to school, worked here a little bit, good. And if he comes in and isn't good, then nobody cares if he's from here.
True. Does Dom Capers have any? If Dom Capers' family is listening, welcome home.
Yeah, glad to have you back, Dom.
It's good.
There you go.
Good to see that. So Dom Capers hired as a senior defensive assistant.
There you go.
216-474-0092. All right. So Jeff, we got into this. Let's talk about some of the other quarterbacks that are out there. That if the Browns are obviously looking for someone who may have more experience.
There are some guys out there.
Mary Kay's story now is Ty Simpson, Malik Willis. Let's talk.
Does Ty Simpson do anything for you?
No, he doesn't. I'm going to be honest.
If they win in
not
on
with our defense, I don't. I want them to win next year. I don't think Ty Simpson makes them a winner next year.
He looks like a guy who can play the position to me. And if they take him, Andy, to me it's like, okay, this is the guy, and we're all in on him. And you'd probably be getting rid of Shedeur and or Dylan Gabriel, and you'd be all in on Simpson and keeping your fingers crossed that a big investment pays off.
That's the other part of it. Like, Ty Simpson does nothing for me because you have Shedeur on staff already. And that if you're going to bring Simpson in and you're going to draft him relatively high, then again, I ask you, why did they draft 2 quarterbacks last year?
I would rather see if Todd Monken can develop Shedeur rather than put a big asset into Ty Simpson.
Jim is in Parma. Hey, Jimbo.
Please, Cleveland Browns, do not draft a quarterback unless you get rid of Dylan Gabriel and get a draft pick for him and maybe even sweeten the pot a little bit and take Zittner with them.
That's it?
Other than that, then use that draft pick in a lower round, then draft a quarterback that you may want to use as a backup or bring him along. But if you draft either Simpson or Malik, then you're going to have another pseudo quarterback competition, and that did absolutely nothing last year.
I'm just curious, what do you think Zach Zinter's value is?
Really?
Well, you just said trade him, so if you're saying trade him, you
and
must
Dylan
think
Gabriel. You'd be lucky to get a 6th for either guy.
Dylan Gabriel. Pull him with Dylan Gabriel and get what you can get for him. Zittner hasn't played. What has he played? 2 games since they drafted him. And last year, how many healthy scratches was he?
Late in the season, he had plenty of them.
It hasn't worked out. That's clear, Jim. But the one thing to keep in mind, if Dylan Gabriel is not working out here, well, nobody's going to give you anything for him in the draft. And if Zach Zinter is not working out here, unlikely to get anything for him draft choice-wise.
I mean, if you're aggravated over the fact that you think they wasted 2 picks last year by drafting 2 quarterbacks, one in the 3rd round, one in the 5th round, now you're going to get rid of Zinter too, and so that's another third rounder.
Another third round.
I mean, you're just the third. Maybe we should just skip on the 3rd round. What do you think?
I don't think so. Where's Anthony Schwartz?
Well, you got Cedric Tillman, who's another 3rd rounder.
Cedric's not done yet, baby. Come on, Ced.
Alex Wright was a 3rd rounder. That's not.
See, that worked.
That was all right. All right, so we got 1.
Ced's not done yet.
All right, let's talk about some of these more experienced quarterbacks that you might want to take a look at, Jeff, because I know that we talked about it before the show, and there are very few quarterbacks that kind of. There's one that turns my eye that I'd like to have, but otherwise it just doesn't.
Turns your eye.
Turns my eye.
That's nice.
Otherwise, I just think it's kind of a bag of garbage. But keep going. What do you think?
Bag of garbage. That's not a nice thing to say about a young man who's trying to.
They're not all
career
young
for himself.
These guys are not all young. So.
Well, Kirk Cousins.
Somebody else is no, and that's Kirk Cousins is the one guy I would look at.
And keep in mind, Browns fans, before you call us and scream, we're doing this because the Browns told us they're looking outside the organization for veteran help. Didn't they, Andy?
They did, Jeff.
So
they said, Jeff, Andy, can you please have our fans talk to the listeners and remind them that this is on us, not on you guys.
This is on us. This is on us. There are guys who are available right now as free agents, and then there are guys who might become available. And I think we need to preface this conversation and look at anything we look at with a veteran quarterback in mind with what Todd Monken told us he likes in a quarterback. And he said, you've got to have the mobility, and you've got to be able to make plays with your legs. Right? That was real clear when he was hired as head coach. So take a look at the quarterbacks who are available, and in free agency in particular. And I think you can eliminate some guys right now. For instance, Aaron Rodgers. He's not coming here, and they don't want him.
I'm good. I don't need him. I'm good.
I would say Russell Wilson. Probably old enough that the mobility is not that big of a plus anymore. I would think that Russell Wilson is not a guy who would interest them.
We have Deshaun Watson. Why would we need Russell Wilson? That's kind of how I look at that.
Well, I think that might be fair. Joe Flacco. I don't think they're going to bring back Joe.
You know how much I love Joe. What an important part of the Browns' history he was, even if it was for a short period of time. I have also seen that ship sail. Thanks, Joe.
Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think Jimmy's a fit here, but I think Jimmy could go somewhere and help a little bit. So let's take a look at some other guys.
Okay.
These guys are free agents who are available. If you wanted to take it, and this isn't going to happen, okay? I think he's going back to Indy. Daniel Jones completely fits what Todd Monken talked about. A guy who can make plays with his legs. And I advocated for Daniel Jones, over the last couple of years as he was getting on in New York with the Giants, and he ends up in Indy, and he ends up playing really well. And he's mobile, and he's big, and he's strong, and he's injured. So I think he's going to go back to the Colts, but he fits the template of what Todd Monken talked about.
It was his second best year in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think he's on the radar here, but he fits what they're talking about. This guy does fit what they're talking about, and again, we're not advocating to go get these guys. And I'll give you a ding, ding, ding if I think any option is better than bringing back Shedeur, Deshaun, and Dylan Gabriel. Marcus Mariota's 32. He's real mobile, was a really highly thought of quarterback at one point. He's a free agent. He fits the mold of Todd Monken because he's really, he's a mobile guy. I've always been intrigued by Zach Wilson because I thought he got a really raw deal with the Jets, but I don't think he's the answer. Tyrod Taylor. These guys are free agents.
Done that. I mean,
Kenny
Mariota
Pickett
doesn't do much for me either.
Well, he doesn't do much for me either.
He would have at
but
one
he fits
point,
the mold, Andy.
Yeah.
Right? He fits the mold. Kenny Pickett has more mobility than he gets credit for.
That didn't work last year. Ain't coming back.
I don't see a reunion. Mitch Trubisky, local guy. Mitch is pretty mobile. I think Mitch is so much better than he gets credit for being in what he did in Chicago. He actually won games in Chicago and played some pretty solid quarterback. They moved on from him, And I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves, but I also don't think he's the answer here. He's about 32. I don't think he's the answer here.
Yeah, how long was his? He's 31. He'll be 32, August 20th.
Usually you are, yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying he'll be 32 next season. You just said he was 32.
He's 31 he's 31 and a half. So for the season coming up, he'll be 32 years old.
All right, get him a half birthday cake.
I think a guy like Trey Lance has not had the opportunity to really show his stuff. Is that because he's been in bad situations? Maybe. Is it because he's not been good enough to beat people out? Probably. But he's not going to beat out Dak Prescott. He didn't beat out Brock Purdy. That was a problem. And he was under Justin Herbert. I think Lance is a guy that a team might take a chance on and end up getting a quarterback that ends up being pretty good. And he's still only not even 26. So these are the kind of guys who are out there.
I want to go back to Kirk Cousins.
And of course, Malik Willis.
And Malik Willis. All right, but first of all, do we with Stefanski in Atlanta, I got to believe he would want to keep Kirk Cousins. That's my first thought right out again. I'm like, Stefanski, Cousins, no matter what happens at the quarterback spot for Atlanta this year, he seems like the kind of guy that Kevin likes.
Can I ask a question? I don't know the answer to it. Dan, maybe you do. Andy, maybe you do. If they cut Cousins, can they bring him back on another deal? Can they agree to a different deal?
They could.
Why wouldn't they just renegotiate the current deal he has?
Well, they
why
could.
Cut him?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
because Andy, I agree with you. To me, he's the perfect guy to play quarterback for Kevin in Atlanta, either until Michael Penix comes back or until Kirk shows that he should be starting over Michael Penix.
Because I don't believe you can just write an addendum to the amount of money that's on there and lower it.
Yeah,
like that.
See, that's,
I don't think you can do that.
Can you expand it out?
Well, yeah, that's basically when we say
let's stretch the money, right?
Exactly.
We're going to give you cash now and extend out your contract.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with the Cousins front, I have a feeling it's probably a lot cheaper for them to just rip the thing in half. Now, the better question is if somebody came to you and said, I would like to keep you, but for far less money than you were currently making on your contract, it takes a serious ego to look that person square in the face and go, yeah, I could be talked into something like that.
Especially a guy who has cashed in repeatedly.
Oh, God, yes.
And we need to keep this in mind. There are about 8 teams that are looking for a starting quarterback.
Exactly.
So if I'm Cousins, he's going to be a starter for somebody next year.
You would have to either A, seriously love where you are, or B, really be able to check your ego at the door.
Yeah. Do you know how much he's made already?
Yeah, like $300 million.
It's asinine.
321.
Yeah.
321.
He's one of the
million.
highest paid players in NFL history.
Andrew Brandt has this thing called the Sports Negotiating Hall of Fame, and he's like the president of it is Kirk Cousins with the amount of money. Joe Flacco's in there, too.
Cousins has earned more career cash than Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he's one of the highest paid players in NFL history because he's played the system, and he's played it beautifully.
We need him to be our agent. What are we doing? All right, let's take a quick time out. We're going to come back. I want to continue talking about quarterbacks because I know you do too.
And Andy, there are a couple of other guys who are going to get cut loose who you might want to consider.
All right, we'll get that little list when we come back. 216-474-0092. Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11.
Stay connected to the latest news.
coming at 27-0. That includes a perfect 14-0 mark in the Mid-American Conference. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns from 7 to 9 tonight right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with the Illuminary, Anthony Lima.
Illuminary? What is this?
That's from 6 to 10 a.m. Basket and Phelps with the Illuminary, Dan Mennigan, from 10 to 2. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin and whoever else is with them. From 2 to 7. Live in each and every weekday. It's on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel right now for free. And you can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. You can do that right now.
So wait, the afternoon show doesn't have an
Illuminary?
Yeah.
No, Mac's just a god.
I'm so confused.
He's a dignitary.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
It's
just
with
like...
luminaries must come dignitaries. Therefore, he's a dignitary.
What about the Illuminati then?
Everybody gets a different label.
We can't do that?
Yeah, it's a different show.
This isn't like middle of the night. You're listening to the radio? You ever hear those?
Quite often.
I'm just saying. It's trippy. It's very trippy, especially if you're rolling home from the bars.
You spend enough time on college radio, you get into some of those conversations at about 2 a.m.
Like, what if the world doesn't exist outside of this room? Some pretty deep stuff. Okay. Sorry, Jeff. I'm going to reel back in.
No, I'm just
kidding.
Okay.
So we will have Andrew Berry live from the Combine. That's coming up at 12:30.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a couple phone calls, and I want to get back into Malik Willis here for a second. So let's go John in Eastlake. Hi, John.
Hello, John.
Morning, fellas. How are you?
Hey,
guys?
man. How are you?
Good. I got two names that I don't believe were mentioned, but I just want to hear your thoughts on them.
They're right in front of my face. I guarantee you're going to say these two guys. Go, John.
Let me guess. Anthony Richardson is possibly on there.
No, but boy, I like that one.
I just figure, why not take a shot? Maybe the Colts have given up on him, and he was 23. He's younger than Shedeur. I'm not giving up on Shedeur by any means, but if you still want a young guy, mobile, he's got a cannon.
Yeah.
The accuracy isn't really there yet, but hopefully can develop.
That's what Todd Monken's for, right?
Exactly. Looks like the Colts had possibly given up on him. Maybe not.
I'd take him in a heartbeat, John.
Exactly. And then the other guy I was thinking about was Will Levis. Young guy. He's 26. Young guy NFL career-wise, but his team gave up on him in terms of drafting Cam Ward. So, I think he's just sitting there, didn't really have enough time to develop as a quarterback. And I just want to hear your guys' thoughts on those two.
Thank you.
The thing
John.
about those two guys, John, it doesn't sit well with me. Is for instance, I really would love to give Anthony Richardson a chance, but I think that's a gamble because he hasn't developed in Indy. If Todd Monken, and he fits the mold, he's got a big arm and he can run, and that's Todd Monken's mold. He told us that. I think he fits it perfectly, but I don't know that you bring him in here and commit to him in any way, shape, or form and move on from Shedeur.
Why would you go out and bring in another project, like another guy? If you're going to bring somebody in, you're going to bring in Malik Willis and say, okay, you're going to be my starter for the next 3 years.
Well,
and I don't know that you can even feel that way knowing that you're probably going to ask Deshaun to play this year.
Can I give you a reason why you would do that?
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. And again, folks, we're aggravating people, I'm sure, with this conversation. But we're trying to connect some dots. And it's this. Let's just say, and we don't know, Todd Monken doesn't think Shedeur is a guy that he can develop into the type of quarterback he wants to be.
You're saying that, not him. But
right.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just making sure.
They haven't told us, Andy.
Maybe we get some info over the next 24 hours.
Maybe. But they haven't told us what they really think about Dylan or Shedeur or Deshaun, really. Mm-hmm. We've heard Todd Monken say the obligatory things. And good, he's supposed to. If behind closed doors they're saying, Dylan, no Dylan, nope, not Shedeur. We have Deshaun here. We got to pay him for another year. Here's how you could bring in Anthony Richardson. You bring in Anthony Richardson. You get rid of the other 2 young guys. You play Deshaun.
Both. You're getting rid of both.
Both. You play Deshaun until Anthony Richardson is ready, and then you put him on the field. And if that means an entire year, that means an entire year, and you develop him.
Well, what
and
would make you think
Deshaun
could make it through a whole year anyway?
And you go bring in another veteran quarterback who can sit there and play if you need him.
When he wants to tap out because he's tired, he's going to go up in the stands and sell beer.
Just saying.
Beer.
My number one thing of Anthony Richardson I will never get out of my head is him saying, "I'm tired. Can I sit on for a little bit?"
John's right. He's a young guy who, but hasn't clicked yet. And I think they're going Daniel Jones, which means if they could get something for Anthony Richardson, although Daniel Jones might not be ready to play anytime real soon, it's just a possibility. And it's one that I think is really intriguing. The 2 names that I was going to throw out to him that I thought that he was going to go with, Kyler Murray's probably going to get let go in Arizona.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that.
Tua Tagovailoa in Miami.
Do you want either one of them?
Tua's concussion situation scares me.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for that, yeah, I'd take him. And I'd start. I'd start him.
Well, there's a that though.
And Kyler Murray, I like better than any quarterback we have on this team. And I hate the fact that he's 5'10".
Yeah,
but I like him better than any quarterback we have.
Calling Kyler 5'10" is generous.
Thank you very much.
He's like 5'8".
And I can tell you, that guy turns a double play like no other quarterback in the league.
Maybe that's what he should be doing.
I love watching Kyler. I don't know if I want a team that I root for to have Kyler, but I want Kyler in the league.
But Dano,
you guys have those people that you watch his quarterbacks where you're like, I don't want that guy as my quarterback, but
by
I'm
God, I like
here.
him. Yeah. And Kyler's one of those guys.
Michael Penix is another one for me.
But here's the thing with Kyler. If you brought him in here for a year and gave it a try, well, you get a draft pick next year in 2027, you go draft a quarterback next year.
Why would you bring him in here if you think Shador has any kind of future?
I like Kyler more than Shador. That's why.
Kyler's probably more talented than Shador.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's
I get
why.
it. But you made this investment in these 2 quarterbacks last year.
Oh, minimal.
You have Deshaun Watson here.
Minimal.
I don't know that I'm.
And it's a.
Are you trying to win this year or not? Let me ask you that.
I would.
I'm just saying.
I know. He doesn't have time to. He doesn't have time to lose games. You're working for an owner who has shown the propensity for firing coaches after 1 year.
But
now, he didn't do it with the last guy.
No, I think there's some.
He didn't do it with the last guy.
I can't see. I know people want to say short-term coach or whatever you want to, bridge coach.
I
don't
hope
see
not.
that.
You hope not. Yeah, I know.
I can't see that. The only one that might be on a bridge is Andrew Berry right now, because he's got to do something in this draft. And as much as we want to look at last year's draft and say that was the kind of draft you need to have, he did get some great players. He did, and I appreciate that. But he wasted 2 picks on 2 quarterbacks.
Can I give?
If Shador isn't going to be your guy, it was a wasted pick.
Can I give you a little something fun that'll make you think a little bit?
All right.
About Malik Willis.
You're about fun time with Jeff Phelps. What do we got?
Well, congratulations to Malik, because he picked the perfect time to have a good game or two with the Green Bay Packers in an offseason of quarterbacks that just isn't very good. The draft isn't very good, and free agency isn't very good. Okay, I mean, if you're looking for a big-time starter, good luck. It's Fernando Mendoza, and then keep your fingers crossed on everybody else.
Matt Flynn. I can't stop thinking about it.
If you go back to Malik Willis, when he came out in the draft, and remember, he went to Auburn, and then he ended up transferring to Liberty. And at Liberty, he was really pretty good. Lance Zierlein does all of the draft profile stuff, or a big chunk of it, for NFL.com. I love going back and taking a look at stuff and see what he wrote, because I think he does good work. And his overall analysis on Malik Willis, Dan, get ready. You're gonna puke. He projected him to be a first-round draft choice. And then they always put an NFL comparison. And he put two guys because he broke down Malik Willis in two ways. Usually they just say, this guy compares to this guy. But he said his arm compares to, Dan, you ready? Jay Cutler, who had a big arm.
Throws a really pretty deep ball.
Jay Cutler could sling it, man. And then his play style and his build, he compared to Jalen Hurts. Imagine Jalen Hurts with Jay Cutler's arm. That's what Lance Zierlein said about Malik Willis.
Jalen Hurts' decision-making or Jay Cutler's?
It said play style and arm. I'm just telling you what it says.
Quote Charles Woodson, my favorite thing about Jay is to go throw up about 3 balls for me to go get.
I'm not arguing with you, am I? I'm just telling you what he said. And then, here's where Todd Monken starts panting. Strengths, first one listed by Lance Zierlein about Malik Willis. Electrifying dual threat ability and potential.
It's true.
That's what Todd Monken wants, Andy. And he measured back at the combine back in the day at 6 foot, half an inch.
6 foot, half an inch? Is that what you said?
6 foot tall and 1/2 inch.
Sorry, I had the quote incorrect of Charles Woodson on Jay Cutler. May I correct that?
Yes. By all means.
We understand that Jay is excited about his new weapons, but it's the same old Jay. We don't need luck. Jay will just throw us the ball.
That's a great quote.
Now, that said, will Malik Willis do the same thing? I don't know. Are you ready for this one, Andy?
I always thought Malik Willis was taller. He looks taller on TV. I can say that.
Yeah, he plays taller.
Yeah, he does. Maybe that's when you have a slim, slender body and you wear the number 2. You look taller than you are.
Are you ready for this?
It's an optical illusion.
You ready to go, Matt Flynn? You ready?
All right.
I want you to say it as soon as I give you these stats.
Okay.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Last year, Malik Willis played in only 4 games for the Packers. And he started only 1 game. He was not in the game, but in the 4 games last year, he was 30 of 35 for 422 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. He completed 86% of his passes last year. Oh, my God. Can you say opportunistic?
Oh, are you kidding?
It's phenomenal.
Talk about right place, right time.
It's
That's where
phenomenal.
he's at right now.
And Andy, the 1 game he started, I don't know if this is anything. You tell me, is this anything? He started 1 game last year. Who was it against?
Baltimore?
Todd Monken's Baltimore Ravens. Yep. So Todd saw him up close and personal.
But that's that kind of story that you always see get turned around, right?
He was 18 of 21 for 288 and a touchdown in that game and ran for 60 yards on 9 carries with 2 scores. You want a Todd Monken prototypical quarterback? There he is.
He's probably, I was just looking through some headlines, he's probably going to get $30 million.
I can't imagine him getting that from the Browns.
And speaking of free agents, and I'll just say this real quick before we go to break, Tyler Linderbaum was the guy that I've been, drooling over to get in as a center. Dan, that doesn't look like that's going to happen now, huh?
Yeah, Eric DeCosta, the Ravens general manager, said that they are in negotiations with Tyler Linderbaum to make him a market-setting contract. They will not use the franchise tag on him. So still negotiating, nothing official.
I just don't know where we have the room to get things accomplished.
Not when you're paying Deshaun still.
No, that's true.
I don't know.
216-474-0092.
They always seem to figure it out, don't they?
Somehow, some way. 474-0092. All right, let's come back. We're going to bring in Mary Kay Cabot. We are going to talk all about the Combine. And Andrew Berry speaks live from Indianapolis at the Combine at 12:30. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
I don't have
I got nothing against Philly, but like I can't. I'm not a Flyers fan.
You like Lindros?
I like Lindros. The Broad Street Bullies, the new mascot they have with the crazy eyes, but I just couldn't do it. And then I really kind of sort of tried to get into the Blue Jackets, so that just wasn't happening. Can't do it. Can't force it.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Well, here we go. We are off to the Combine. Mary Kay Cabot is standing by. Can't wait to hear what the latest news is. She is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Make sure you read Mary Kay Cabot every day in the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Hello, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Mary Kay. Thanks for your time today.
Good.
Busy day.
And you're busy already. You're pumping out great articles out of there. First of all, let's talk about the latest one about the Browns wanting to maybe perhaps move down in the draft. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just think that look at what happened with them last year. They were able to make that blockbuster trade. They transformed their running game by that, and they still haven't even made the number 24 overall pick that they got out of that. They also got Mason Graham. So that really was a home run for Andrew Berry, and if he can find something like that again, he would absolutely be up for doing that, and why not? They're in rebuilding mode. They need all the help they can get. They need all the picks they can get.
Mary Kay, picking up a 2027 first-round draft choice would appear to be a great idea. Do you think is that what they're shooting for if they try to trade down?
If they could end up with another first-rounder for next year. That would absolutely be ideal for them. So if there's any way that they can make that happen, that would be probably front of mind for them because, of course, you have all those quarterbacks coming out next year that many people thought would be coming out this year. So it really gives them a chance to be poised once again next year in what should be a rich quarterback class.
All right, so let me go back to your article you had right before that, too, in Cleveland.com. Make sure you read it, where you talk about the headline is Browns have Malik Willis and Ty Simpson on their radar as they explore external quarterback options. Let me start here with Ty Simpson just because it's more draft related. What do you think they would be thinking on Ty Simpson? Where would they draft him? And how would he fit into the equation with the current quarterback room?
Well, if they did draft a Ty Simpson and they drafted him high, then he would come in, I would think, ahead of Shedeur Sanders and probably be then competing with Deshaun Watson for the starting job at the jump of 2026. That's how I think that would probably go. But it's hard to say. It depends on how a guy comes along. He's only started 15 games in the NFL. So you just never know. I mean, in college. So you just never know how ready a guy is going to be. But certainly if you draft a first-round quarterback, he's going to jump pretty much to the head of the class of your other rookies.
Malik Willis is the guy who's sitting pretty in a free agent group that's not real appealing, Mary Kay. Really small sample size. Two things. How could they afford him? Do you think they would sink money into that? And where would he fit with this quarterback crew? I would assume he would immediately become the starter.
Excuse me, yes, he would be. If you're going to go out and spend that kind of money on a Malik Willis, then he is going to become your starter because it would take $25 million to $30 million a year potentially to sign him. And if you're going to go out and commit those kinds of resources to him, you are going to bring him in as the presumptive starter. Now, we will be talking to Andrew Berry in about an hour or so. And when we talk to Andrew, we'll have a better handle on maybe how he feels about some of these things. But I would think that that would be the way that you would have to go if you're bringing in a Malik Willis.
Do you think they will, Mary Kay? I think he fits exactly what Todd Monken said he's looking for in a quarterback, combining the ability to pass and the ability to run. I just don't see it. Do you?
Well, I do see it in terms of talent, ability, money, all those kinds of things. I do see it because they can afford to do this. The only thing is it a fit for Malik Willis? His agent also represents Deshaun Watson. It's hard to say if he would want those guys competing against each other. So, it has to be a fit from the other side as well. And that's what I'm not really too sure about at this point. I had heard that he was almost destined to go to Miami, but that doesn't mean it's going to work out that way.
Yeah.
If the Browns really want him, they can go ahead and make a strong pitch for him and see what they can get out of it.
Mary Kay, is he, in your mind, the only guy they could bring in who screams he would be the starting quarterback on this team next year?
No, I don't think so. I think that there are probably other guys that maybe they would have in mind in that regard as well. I don't know who those guys would be right at the moment, but I certainly don't think that he's the only one that they're looking at in terms of a veteran option. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll try to trade for someone. Maybe they'll see if they can get the 49ers to part with Mac Jones. I mean, I'm sure there are other veterans that they're looking at right now.
Would Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa be of interest if they get let go?
I think they'll look at everyone. I think they'll look at everyone, and some will be more likely to end up here than others. But when you're talking about veteran quarterbacks like that who have started a lot of games and who might be able to come in right away and help you as a starter, I think they owe it to themselves to look at all those kind of guys.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us. She is at the Scouting Combine in Indianapolis for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. She'll have great coverage. Make sure you check it out. There are a ton of wide receivers there, Mary Kay. And if you're the Browns and you have a need there, you have a need at the offensive line, and there are some really good defensive players at the top of this draft. Are you earmarking a position, or are you looking and scouting and thinking who's the best player when we get on the clock at 6, if, in fact, you're still at 6?
Yeah, I think you have to go best available player. Now, this year, it's in their best interest that the best available players are also positions of need for them. So I definitely think that they're going to go best available player, because the quickest way to find yourself out of a job in the NFL is to pick mediocre players or above average players over dominant players in the NFL. You can't do that. But in this case, there are plenty of good tackles and plenty of good wide receivers in this draft.
10 draft picks, 3 in the 5th round. Do you think Andrew Berry is thinking we're going to sit there and we're going to try and draft as many guys as possible, or are they going to be wheeling and dealing and trying to move those picks, move up and everything else?
I think that they're going to be wheeling and dealing, and I do think that they would love to trade down from number 6 if they can, because once again, if you can be poised to take a quarterback next year in a much better quarterback class, then you want to be able to do that, just like they were going to be poised to be able to do that this year as well. So they will be looking for those opportunities, and sometimes those things begin right here at the Combine. Sometimes they begin even earlier than the Combine, but this is where a lot of that business starts to take place.
Okay, there always seems to be a premium when a team is trying to trade up to draft a quarterback, and I can't imagine a team trying to trade up to 6 to draft Ty Simpson unless his stock just absolutely soars at the Combine. With that thought in mind, if the Browns were, let's just say, to drop to the middle of the 1st round and trade 6 away, what kind of a return do you think that would bring? Would that bring an additional 1st-round pick, or would that bring maybe a 2nd this year?
It's hard to say. If a team looks at Ty Simpson and sees him as their quarterback of the future, then they would be willing to give up, I'm sure, maybe a 1st-round pick for him. But it just depends on what the teams are thinking about these quarterbacks, and we don't know that yet. At this time last year, we all thought that Shedeur Sanders was going to be a 1st-round pick. Now, this year, a lot of people have Ty Simpson down lower than originally thought.
Yeah.
But once again, we don't know what the teams are thinking yet. And, that's where everybody gets a little bit crossed up, because what the teams think and what the draft experts think are 2 different things.
What have you thought of the staff that Todd Monken has put together and the way they went about doing that?
So far, so good. I mean, they just added Dom Capers. He brings head coaching experience. He brings defensive coordinator experience. I think it's good for Todd to have a former head coach on his staff. I think it's good for Mike Rutenberg now to have a senior defensive assistant helping him out. There are a lot of guys in new positions, but I remember back when Bill Belichick was here in Cleveland, and he assembled a staff of really new young guys, and not a lot of them had even NFL experience. Some of them did, some of them didn't. But that was a really, really good, energetic young staff, and they went on to do great things. So far, I like what I see from this staff, and we're just going to have to see how it all plays out.
Mary Kay, with the needs on the offensive line and at wide receiver, I keep kind of flashing back to last year's draft where they took 2 quarterbacks and then took 2 running backs. And it just screams to me, they could draft 2, maybe even 3 offensive linemen in this draft. Certainly could draft 2 wide receivers. Do you think that's an approach they take, or are they just going to look at their board and take the best guy who's out there?
Well, like I said, they're lucky that offensive linemen and wide receivers are deep in this draft. And so I don't think they're going to end up without those positions in this draft. I would be very surprised if they don't draft 1 or 2 offensive linemen and at least 1 receiver. And then I think they have to add, I would be trading for a receiver or signing a veteran somehow. Not sure who that would be just yet. But, I think they need to add another proven receiver somehow. I don't know if they feel that way. We'll find out a little bit more again from Andrew and Todd over the next 2 days. But, I just think that whoever your quarterback is going to be, he needs more weapons. I mean, he's got Harold. They really hope to rehabilitate Jerry Jeudy and get him back on track, but they need 2 more really 1,000-yard level receivers or tight ends.
All right, Mary Kay. Hey, thank you. We appreciate your time, and best of luck there at the Combine. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Mary Kay Cabot, nice enough to join us live from the Combine. Of course, she was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll talk about what she had to say coming up here in just a moment, and we also want to get some final thoughts from over the weekend, plus the Cavaliers are back in action. Andrew Berry live from the Combine at 12:30. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Ramirez had a 3-run homer, drove in 4. Gavin Williams gets his spring debut going this afternoon for the Guards. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns from 7 to 9 tonight, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Oh, big night, big night. Check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night. That's tonight, 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and all the moves ahead of the offseason and free agency and the draft. They'll be listening to what Andrew Berry says coming up at 12:30 here. I'm sure they'll talk all about that.
Oh, yes.
You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. You can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We just had Mary Kay Cabot on with us live from the Combine. You will hear Andrew Berry live from the Combine coming up at 12:30. Mary Kay talking about a couple of things here. One in particular, the thought of perhaps moving back from the number 6 pick in the draft and going backwards and trying to pick up extra picks down the road. I think you've made some great cases on why they should do that. Jeff, if they're going to do that, there's no reason – I shouldn't say – there probably is no reason for them to pick up a free agent quarterback, at least one that you think can start right away.
Unless you want him for a year and then have a commodity you could trade.
I'm looking for that extra pick in the first round for next year.
Yep, me
That's
too.
my goal. That's
Me
the only
too.
way I'm getting rid of the 6 pick. Now, is it
well, how about this? What if you traded down from 6, and again, I don't know who's where, let's just say the middle of the first round.
Okay.
And you picked up a number, you got a team's first round pick for this year, 15, a number 2 for this year, and a number 2 for next year. And that would give you next year a first rounder and 2 number 2s, which of course you could deal to maybe move up in next year's draft.
You might actually be able to package too a couple of your later round picks this year, too, if you needed to. I don't know that you need
you know
to,
what though? Again,
you could leverage some real late round stuff.
We know how these GMs view 5th round picks and stuff. They trade them like crazy, and I think they trade them because they don't want to draft anybody. You know, it seems that way.
Maybe
anyway.
the Browns should just trade out a 3rd round every year.
I just with those 5th round picks, Andy, I'm still thinking just go trade for players that other teams are ready to move on from who could help you. I mean, Andrew Berry has a pretty decent track record of trading for veteran talent. You know, you can say a lot about his drafts. We have. I don't think they've been very good. And this last one, I think he gets a lot of credit for, and I think he actually gets more credit for this draft than it deserves. Because you didn't address offensive line, you didn't address wide receiver, you took 2 quarterbacks, neither of whom is guaranteed to be your franchise quarterback, and you took 2 running backs, a position that you can fill pretty easily, and 2 guys who went in the 7th round at running back have been phenomenal. So, whatever. But he has shown a great track record for trading picks for talent. They can come in and help. And I hope he does that with the 5th round picks.
I'm just kind of looking to see. So the Jets have multiple picks in the first round. We're not getting their early one. The Rams and the
Jets
Cowboys
need a quarterback.
Yeah. So, you try to look and say, all right, is there another team in the first round that has 2 picks that might be willing to give one of theirs up to move up or switch with you? Because I don't want to walk away from this draft without having 2 first round picks. So whether you trade back or not, if you're going to trade back,
you might have to. You're assuming
I need to rebuild my offensive line. I can't walk into this draft without thinking I need to rebuild my offensive line. Now the question is, do you need to draft 2 offensive linemen in the first round?
Guess what? If they did, you and I would say the same thing.
Good.
Yeah.
I'd be good with it.
If they drafted an offensive lineman and a wide receiver, you would say,
I'm good.
Yep, me too. If they took an absolute beast on defense at 6, and then the best offensive lineman on the board at 24, I'd have to wrap my head around it. I would. But, if they could bring in a talent, Andy, like Carson Schlesinger, like Denzel, let's get really lucky. You bring in a guy who has the impact that Miles has had on this franchise at 6. How do you say no to that?
Can you walk past Caleb Downs? That's another one too.
Well, there's the guy that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Arvell Reese. If David Bailey from Texas Tech becomes the type of pass rusher that people think he might be able to be.
I don't know. I like Jordan Tyson too, but I don't know if that's. I'm not doing that at 6. I just don't know if.
Well, they might.
A lot of the mocks I see him going like after 10, somewhere between.
Thor Nystrom was with us yesterday, and Thor does a lot of draft stuff, and he's with Score North. And Thor said, wide receiver at 6 over offensive lineman, because he thought that you could get the offensive lineman later, and might not be able to get quite the primo wide receiver later.
Yeah, but are you going to get quite the primo offensive lineman? Jeff, I don't know.
Maybe.
Is it me?
There's some pretty good linemen.
Doesn't for the most part. I mean, yes, I know the Browns have made some mistakes on the offensive line drafting the last couple years. But it's, to me, the higher risk is a wide receiver compared to an offensive lineman when you have a pick that high. I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong. But
no, you know what, Andy?
I feel safer taking Fano out of Utah or
although
or another
yesterday,
offensive lineman.
Thor told us that he thinks he's overrated and wouldn't take him at 6.
That Fano is?
Yep. And I thought, wow, first guy I've heard say that.
I don't know. I watched a little bit of Utah through the year. I thought, because I was looking at offensive linemen going, I know we're going to need some next year. I don't know if that's true or not. But
yeah, I don't know either.
And so I just think they're in a weird predicament right now. But I think you're right, Jeff. If you walk out of this draft first round with 2 offensive linemen, an offensive lineman or a wide receiver, or some unbelievable stud on defense, they're going to be like, okay, I get it. I understand they were the highest player on the board. I can't believe this player dropped to 6.
And you think he's head and shoulders above whatever you would get at the other positions. Because then, Andy, you do have 10 picks. Then you can start, hey, we'll give you this pick in the 4th round and a 5th to move up to the bottom of the 3rd because there's this guard we want, or there's this tackle we want. We'll trade our 3rd and a 5th and a 7th to move up into the 2nd to get this lineman that dropped into. I mean, there's all kinds of things they can do. So I could still see them, if they happen to go defense at 6, which of course would stun us, but we'd get it. I could still see them getting 2 offensive linemen and 2 wide receivers out of this draft and getting them fairly high because they can peddle those 5th round picks and try to move up a little bit. But think about, there's one thing that concerns me, and it plays off of what you just said about wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this. In trades, they've been okay at wide receiver.
Okay.
You got Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
That worked for a while. And you got Jerry Jeudy. I don't think Jerry's a number 1 wide receiver, but Jerry can play in the league.
And Jarvis was before him, right? Jarvis
was John Dorsey.
Yeah, it was Dorsey.
Yep. Do you trust the Browns' ability, for whatever reason, to find, locate, and bring in college wide receiver talent? I don't.
The only way it would be is if it was an absolute, positively, like a no-brainer. And by the way, that could happen to them. Carnell Tate could be a no-brainer to the rest of the league. And they could be sitting there at 6, and they could let him walk out right on by and go to Washington at 7.
Jordan Tyson could be that guy.
I'm okay with Jordan Tyson, too.
I mean, there are several wide receivers who are being thrown about as guys that could be that high. Several.
What does the combine mean to these guys? Like, I wonder, so is Carnell Tate go from 7 to, I'm just trying to think who else needs a wide receiver above Washington or us?
Everybody needs a wide receiver.
What does the combine mean, Jeff? Like, that's like, you're running around your underwear for a couple days and you're getting some pretty good times. And then all of a sudden you're like, this
guy. Those are good times, aren't they?
This guy went from a 3rd round pick to a 2nd round pick. He went from a 2nd round pick to a 1st round pick. Oh, he didn't do real well in the interview. Oh, that took him out of the 1st round.
You know what I wonder?
Weird.
I wonder about the interview always. It's 2 things. I can see where sitting down and talking with somebody is a great way to get to know them a little bit more and decide whether. Hold on, I know what you're going to say. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Whether that guy is a fit for your organization, whether you like him and everything else. However, what if that guy's a great BSer?
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Didn't we have a baseball manager here that pulled that off?
What if the guy's a great BSer and he knows exactly what teams want to hear, and he tells them, and they walk out of the meeting and he goes, got those guys.
Let me put it this way, Jeff. Let's just say you were interviewing for a son-in-law, okay?
Oh, my
I'm not
God.
even going to say it's you're interviewing for a son-in-law.
Please, dear God.
Would you rather have a speed interview with this person, or would you rather go out to dinner and maybe spend a little bit more time with them before you come up with all of your thoughts?
Oh, they've got a table reserved at St. Elmo's, Andy. They're going.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, front office people will tell you the big thing with the combine and the reason why it still has some level of relevance, even though the Jaguars and the Rams will tell you differently, is it's more about the medicals than anything else. That it's you have all these guys in the same place at the same time, and you now have an opportunity to have your doctors and the doctors at the combine take a look at all of the surgical procedures that have taken place with these players and determine if maybe something is a ticking time bomb or if something is completely healed and good to go. That's a huge part of the combine is the medicals, because there's a lot of stuff that'll come out there that'll have teams cross guys off the list because they think some injury is just a problem and is going to be a problem their whole career.
Well, the interesting thing are the guys that show up with no injuries, and they're like, whoa, what's wrong with this guy? I always find that interesting. They're like, what do you mean? You don't have a zipper? What do you mean? Your knee is intact? Like, I think a lot of times they get guys out of college, and they're like, you've never had any serious injuries? And then all of a sudden they're like, I don't know why they look at that. I've seen that before. Like, I knew a guy that was a long snapper that was like, I showed up for the physical, and they were like, where's all your zippers? And he's like, I don't have any. And he was just like, they were like, what?
Zippers.
Where's your zipper?
But yeah, that's a huge part of it. And then also getting like, okay, his arms are officially this length. His hands are officially this length. He weighs this amount. He's this tall.
Yeah, and see, a lot of that stuff then becomes stupid.
It's dumb.
I'm sorry.
How long are his fingers?
You know what I really care about most?
Can you win?
No, not even that.
What do you care about?
Because sometimes when you're in college, you're just in a situation where you're not going to win because the rest of your team's not very good. And in football, you're one of 22 guys that might start. You can't control that. What I care about, put in the tape. Can a guy produce on the football field? To me, that oftentimes gets overlooked. And as stupid as that sounds, you might be mesmerized by some guy's 40-yard dash. Okay, great. Can he play? Can he catch? Can you play football? That, as stupid as that sounds, give me guys who can play. You know? Andy, that's how Indiana just won a national championship.
Exactly. I find it fascinating when you find a quarterback who looks great because of great wide receivers, and then
you mean Johnny Manziel?
Well, and then you have the other way around, like great wide receivers that can make an average quarterback look like they're off the hook.
I mean, would like to thank Mike Evans for winning Johnny a Heisman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find it fascinating, especially because, but that difference between the college level and the pro level always seems to be an eye-opener when they get to the NFL. I've seen so many quarterbacks in college have so much success, and you're like, oh, man, this guy's a can't-miss in the NFL. And then they get to the NFL, and if they were really good, they probably ended up on a bad team to start, right? Because they got drafted by a bad team.
Yeah.
And then they struggle, and then teams give up on them, and then we sit around here and say, oh, that guy's garbage. When we really know that they're not garbage. They weren't garbage before, and how did they suddenly become garbage? Like that to me is just like one of those, we sit here and we talk about guys all the time, and sometimes I don't know if what we're saying is right or if we have the right to say where they're at, because you just don't know. You said it, Jeff. It's not just about the one guy. It's about the 10 other guys that are out there with him. So I always find that interesting and a way to look at it. Again, at 12:30, Andrew Berry, live from the Combine. We will have that for you. All right. The boys were nice yesterday. They started with my favorite topic, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it because I wasn't here.
Dan, we're the boys.
You are the boys.
Been called far worse.
Oh, you know what we're talking about.
Earlier today, in fact.
20 minutes ago.
Well, what's that, Andy?
We are going to talk a little USA hockey when we come back. I can't wait. And the Olympics in general. Don't forget, though, 12:30, Andrew Berry, live from the Combine. We're also going to get in the Cavs, too. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
took over the number 1 spot after knocking off the then top-ranked Michigan Wolverines 68-63 on Saturday. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns from 7 to 9 tonight right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, as always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all of our local shows here on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sounds like fun. All right, Jeff. 2 days I've been waiting to talk about this as I was laying around yesterday trying to get over the little bit of the bug going around.
It's not going around. It's stuck in you.
I don't know. It won't leave me. I wish it would just go away.
It found a nice little safe harbor.
It's built a condo in my lungs, probably. All right, so I want to go back to the Olympics. So
Can I just share with everybody the text I received at 11:12 a.m. on Sunday?
Sure.
Hoskins and a gold medal in the same day.
It doesn't get any better than that. And you responded, which I was like, oh, he's actually paying attention.
Yeah.
So that was what I sent to Jeff on Sunday. Because,
and Dan. We're
too,
tight.
I know you're the boys.
The three of us, we hang, we converse.
I don't know if we could sound any more square than that. So just to watch that, here's what I love about that game. And it's
Which
not
game is that, Andy?
The United States beating Canada in the gold medal game.
There you go.
Here's what I love, okay? I love the fact that even if you just watched hockey for the first time on Sunday, that you enjoyed it. That you watched 44 of the best players in the world giving it everything they possibly had. And it wasn't about cash. It wasn't about their contract. Let's face it, they were on vacation from the NHL, and they decided they wanted to go toe-to-toe. And it wasn't just U.S. and Canada. It was Sweden and all the other teams, Finland, all those other guys that play in the NHL that still give that everything they've got. To be honest, that's part of the Olympic spirit. And it's not about a paycheck. And that was the first part about it. But it's just everybody's interest in this over the last 24 hours has just been amazing. And I don't know how long it'll last, but it's still just really, really cool.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's one thing Dan and I stressed when we talked about it yesterday, was just the competitive level that we saw in that game. I mean,
Jeff, it really was the fastest game I've ever seen. I mean, I've watched. I mean, you know how I've seen
as far as speed on the ice.
I was talking with a group of other hockey guys that I'm tight with, and
hockey guys.
Well, we were just saying,
Dan, we're out. We're not in that group.
It was so fast, the cameras couldn't keep up with it.
We're not there.
Okay,
we might be boys, but we're not in the hockey guys group.
Anyway,
which by the way is true.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't ask me about hockey.
The game was so fast, the cameras were having a little bit of trouble keeping up early on.
Yeah.
And, as they got, it was Eddie Olczyk that said going into the third period.
Who was fun, by the way.
He was great.
Yeah.
I thought he was fantastic.
Color analyst.
Who was on the 84 team. Oh, man, I felt bad for that team. They actually played. Do you remember them coming through here? The 84 team came through Cleveland. They played at the Coliseum, and they practiced. Someone told me they practiced at Forestwood in Parma. Could you imagine being a kid and seeing the Olympic team show up, whether it was the 84 or 80? But it's just the whole notion of that game and just everything that it meant. And, at the end, when Jack Hughes hits the game winner, it was just this whole, I don't know how it couldn't hit you.
And, boy, by the way, that goal happened so fast. It's like, did that go in?
Jordan Binnington
the puck go in?
Is amazing. The other part of it is that, Connor Hellebuck was stopping shots from the best players in the NHL. And, to me, he was the MVP of the game.
He was cooking, wasn't he?
I hear a lot of people talk about, Canada outplayed the United States. They did. Canada outplayed the United States in the second and third
It looked that way to
period.
my untrained eye.
Yeah, it didn't. But the difference is your goalie. And, by the way, you can outplay a team, but if the other team's goalie is outplaying you, you win.
Jim Craig in 1980.
Yeah, I've seen it. Ask the kids from St. Ignatius that went 5 overtimes against. Now I can't remember. They went 5 overtimes in the state championship, and then they called it a draw at the end. It was ridiculous. In that game, the goal. Was it St. Francis? I think it was
somebody
St. Francis.
in Toledo, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was St. Francis. Or was it Northview? Northview. Anyway, their goalie was unbelievable in the overtimes. He was unbelievable. And, Ignatius just had overpowered them in the overtimes during the state tournament. And, and then they had to call it a draw. I'm sorry, I don't want to go back down that path. But ask yourself, who won that game? The goalie that Ignatius was facing that day, to have to go 5 overtimes in a state championship game? That kid deserved a chance to either win or lose it. And all it took was one loose puck on the other side and a breakaway that might have changed it one way or another. And when they called that a draw, it was probably one of the biggest fiascos in high school sports of all time. But I don't want to go into that. What I do want to talk about is how a goalie can change everything. And so I know people want to say, they want to, Canada, I'll play. Yeah, they did. They played great. And then, again, when Eddie Olczyk said between the second and third period, I really think the U.S. needs to pare down their lines. I'm like, every guy on this team is an NHL first liner.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're saying, well, you're one of the 20 best in the NHL, but we're going to go down to 10. We're only going to play 2 lines. It's insane. The talent that was on the ice was absolutely insane. And I hope that's why you enjoyed it. I know there's the national pride and all that stuff.
I enjoyed the competitive level of the game. And I thought the Canadians, they were clearly, equally as good and played equally as hard and everything else. And they were equally as crushed as American teams have been in the past.
Oh, for sure.
And those guys were not. They were steamed, man.
I also think the other argument after the game was this whole 3-on-3 thing in overtime.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Okay, so, here's my philosophy on that. I'd much rather see 3-on-3 than a shootout. Shootouts are like the worst thing ever.
I would agree with you.
Okay, so a shootout to me is better than, a 3-on-3 situation is better than a shootout. And I bet you in the next Olympics they go 5-on-5 in the gold medal game only. Well, really? It's a tie in
5-on-5 meaning 4 men on the ice and a goalie?
No, 5-on-5.
Just play.
6-on-6.
Just play.
Yeah. And even if it's just for 5 minutes.
The Canadian coach was not real happy with the 3-on-3 format.
Well, I don't know how.
Any coach would be.
Well, because he lost. If they won, he wouldn't have cared. Let's be honest. It's what they do. You can tell that they did it because the NHL was driving it. If the Olympics wanted the greatest players on earth, they were going to have to follow along with some of the rules of the NHL.
Them more safe?
Well, the
so
NHL
you didn't play 3 overtimes?
Yeah, in the NHL, they play 3-on-3. It's a 5-minute 3-on-3. And normally a game is decided within 5 minutes. This game was decided in a minute and 4 or 5 seconds.
It's hockey's version of putting a man on second base in extra innings? Is that kind of what it is?
No, because putting the guy on second base is not natural to the game. 3-on-3 is natural to the game. Well, it happens.
But how often do you play 3-on-3?
You see a 5-on-3 all the time. You see 4-on-3s. You do see 3-on-3s. Do they happen that much? Probably not. But it's still a part of the game, and that's why I'd rather see a 3-on-3 than a shootout. Shootouts I can't stand them.
A shootout would be like a tie in the NBA Finals for the Olympic gold.
Yeah,
like a tie in the NBA Finals, and you decide who wins the NBA championship by shooting free throws.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
And although you could get a defender to defend the basket while they stood at the free throw line, or go on one-on-one.
Bring back Sean Bradley and have him stand.
Yeah, so to me, just being able to watch that but it's here's the other part of it too. It's not the 80 Olympic team. These are the best players in the world, and when we won in 80, we didn't have the best players in the world. We were playing against the best players in the world. And that's the biggest difference. But
they were also playing against the best players in the world on Sunday. Were they not?
I'm saying we had the best players in the world this time.
Well, but
in 80,
but so did Canada.
Right. No, I'm saying it was
our guys were in a group of the best players in the world.
True. Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
They didn't have a minor leaguer who came through and raised his game like Mike Ruzioni.
That's right. Okay. That's right. And then, you look at Jack Hughes, and, there's 3 Hughes boys. And
all first-round picks.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And the crazier part of the story is the mom, who was a special assistant to the women's team. So her team had already won a gold. And
that's stunning.
And, the father was a minor league coach and they had gone to Texas, and then they lived outside of Toronto, I think, for a little while. And then
settled in Michigan.
They ended up, but she was on the 84 national women's team that did not get to go to the Olympics. They didn't bring it until 88. So in Nagano they went, in Lillehammer they didn't. And, I just remember in earlier that to watch the women's game grow. And by the way, Erin Frankel was unbelievable in net for the women. They call her the Green Monster because she plays in Boston for the professional team there.
Nice.
And, she saved 30 of 31.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it off my chest. I feel better. Hockey fans, I know you're excited.
I wanted to hear you talk about it.
I know you did.
And I was thinking about you all during the game. So
I appreciate
congratulations to the U.S. It was a
fun.
phenomenal game. And Canada. It was a phenomenal game.
It was a great game. It was also just a great day for USA Hockey. You can't ask for anything more than that because kids are watching it and more kids will start playing now. All right, 216-474-0092. We come back. We need to talk about your Cavaliers. They take on the Knicks tonight. Here is another test for your team. Your thoughts, our thoughts, 216-474-0092. Don't forget Andrew Berry, live from the Combine, 12:30.
Is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys are likely to place the franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens, but if it were up to me, I would trade Pickens after franchise tagging. Dallas already is paying wide receiver CeeDee Lamb a ton of money. Dallas traded Micah Parsons because the cap was getting too heavy on a few select players. The defense needs to be rebuilt. If I'm Dallas, I'm franchising George Pickens and trading him for assets to rebuild the defense. I'm Nick Costos.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary gold have been around since 2000.
but he brought over a veteran staff. So I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, busy hour here coming up on the Baskin and Phelps CLE Talking Heads, whatever you want to call us, midday show. Andrew Berry is going to be live from the Combine. He originally was scheduled for 12:30. It sounds like he might be a little bit earlier, and the NFL's running the show on this thing, so we shall see. So we're hoping maybe 12:15. I did want to get into the Cavs, but if we're going to be talking, if we're going to be hearing from Andrew Berry, I am curious what your thoughts are on Andrew Berry, what we can expect.
Are we going to hear anything of substance?
Do you think we will?
No. I want to hear what he has to say because you never know. And I just like listening to the guys who are running things, making decisions, doing things. And even though he's not going to come out and say, Dylan Gabriel's our starting quarterback, Shador's our starting quarterback, he's not going to come out and say that. I think you can gain things by just listening. One thing, like for instance, the last time we heard him speak, Andy, and he talked about external veteran options at quarterback. Well, that was saying something. We didn't expect to hear that.
I think it's what he doesn't say sometimes is more the
sometimes
he gives you more when he doesn't say something. When someone asks a direct question like, "Is Shedeur Sanders your starting quarterback?" He's got to lean one way or another on some of that stuff.
Well, there's so much to be decided in that situation now, bringing in an offensive-minded head coach and everything else that, we will see. The problem to me with this quarterback offseason, Andy, I love talking about quarterbacks, and I love potential in quarterbacks. And I can honestly tell you, there are 10 quarterbacks that I think, would you like to bring him into the Browns? And I would say, absolutely.
You're talking about free agents or you're talking about draftees?
Free agents.
Okay.
I would absolutely love to have him on the team and to get a look at him and to see if the Browns can develop him. I'll bet there are 10 guys. I would say absolutely. But the problem is, how many of those 10 guys would be a better idea than just sticking with the 3 guys you have here and trying to develop Shedeur Sanders, mainly. And that's where this offseason gets tricky, I think, for the Browns. The only guy that's out there, right now that's out there, that I think, I would take that guy over the situation you have here now. And it's not like over Shedeur or Deshaun. It's over the situation you have here, is Malik Willis. That's the only guy. If Kyler Murray got cut loose, I'd add Kyler Murray to that. If Tua got cut loose, I'm not sure if I'd add Tua to that based on his concussion history. And so I think there are very few guys, for instance, I've always...
Well, there was talk today that Kirk Cousins isn't going to they're not going to re-sign him.
I wouldn't bring him in. I would roll with what the Browns have over Kirk Cousins.
What if you thought Cousins was a guy you could bring in for this year and next, draft a guy next year?
It doesn't fit what Todd Monken says.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, Andy. Otherwise, yes, I would bring in Kirk Cousins.
Because I do think Malik
Willis... He doesn't
Willis
fit that mold.
Malik Willis does, though.
Without question. He's the epitome of the mold that Todd Monken rolled out. And see, there's something that was said in a press conference.
Right.
That we've been basing conversations on that. But if Kirk Cousins becomes available and he wanted to come here for like 2 years and you pick a guy next year in the draft, Andy, I'd be all for that. And Todd Monken, though he said this about quarterbacks, that mobility, blah, 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 he's also shown the ability to coach a variety of different types of quarterbacks throughout his time in the NFL.
Sure.
So, and college.
I kind of wish Andrew, I know we'll never get this because they're going to play games too, by the way. Oh, well, we're not going to rule out a quarterback with the number 6 pick. we're not going to rule out this or rule out. Why would you?
Oh, you shouldn't say that. Yeah.
No. Why would they rule out anything in this press conference? For sure.
Nope.
They're not going to rule anything out. And it's best player available. And, I also thought one of the reasons why it was interesting that the Ty Simpson stuff came out today was maybe there are other teams that are going to be looking at Ty Simpson thinking, wow, could the Browns really draft him at 6? Because now you see, Mary Kay puts that story out there this morning that, they could trade back. That's another one too. Like if you're from another team and you were trying to think, if you let's just say you think Mary Kay has the insight on some of this stuff, and now you're another team and you're reading it, you're like, I bet we can get that 6 pick from him. 6 pick. I'll repeat that again.
Yes.
Because, it's like if you think you can get it from the Browns and it's out there, now all of a sudden it could become reality for the Browns to come back.
Yeah.
The Malik Willis factor, I think, is the only one that kind of intrigues me. Although I could see it. I mean, if I thought Kirk Cousins would be a fit, I'd be anxious to kind of take a look at that.
And see here, what I just said about the free agency stuff, I think there are several quarterbacks out there who are free agents who could come in and next year give you a better chance to win games than the quarterbacks that are here right now. But I don't know if it's that big of a difference to go ahead and give up on the notion that maybe you can develop Shedeur Sanders into a big-time quarterback. That's why I flat out prefer Malik Willis right now to Shedeur Sanders. I can't tell you that Trey Lance is going to be a better quarterback than Shedeur. But I've always, I've always liked Trey Lance, even though he's not had much success. But he's a guy. I would love to bring in Trey Lance. I think that'd be great. But is he going to be better than Shedeur? I can't tell you that, so why bother to bring him in? That's where I am on guys like Trey Lance.
All right, so let's also bring up this other side of the story because I heard this come up on the morning show and I thought it was interesting. The whole Malik Willis, Deshaun Watson agent angle on this.
They have the same agent. That's the deal, right?
Yeah. Does that, if you're an agent, I don't.
If I'm Deshaun Watson and my agent brings in a guy who's going to keep me off the football field, I wouldn't be very happy.
Which quarterback, though? I mean, or both? You're saying both.
If Malik were here and they were both represented by the same guy, I would think that would be a little touchy, and I wouldn't be real happy if I was Deshaun. Not that he has any position to be.
So I wonder if you're talking. So if you're talking to Deshaun, and you're saying, Deshaun, you have one more year left in Cleveland, and it's clear cut, and there's no questions asked, and you have a chance to bring Willis in, but with a chance to be the next quarterback for the next couple of years.
I would tell my agent, why are you bringing a guy in who's keeping me off the field? Because getting on the field is the only way I'm going to be able to establish any value for another contract.
Well, maybe you would not bring Willis in and start Watson. I can't see that.
Malik Willis is going somewhere to be the starting quarterback.
Especially at $30 million.
And even with his small sample size, he's the guy in free agency this year who's going to go somewhere and be somebody's starter. He's kind of the prize of the free agent class, Andy, which tells you what the free agent class is like.
Right. I wonder how much the agent part of this plays into it. And would you keep, Willis away from Cleveland because you've got Deshaun here? Man, you have a huge deal with Deshaun. Not that that's going to change. That money is there. It's not changing. It's not changing for the agent. It's not changing for Deshaun, other than taking money early because they might need that $30 million. And would you say 32 in cap space, Dan? If they can get Deshaun to renegotiate?
Yeah, according to Over the Cap, if they restructured Deshaun Watson's contract, it would free them up $35.7 million.
And you're looking at $30 million.
$30 million for a guy who's barely played in 4 years,
but looks the part for your new head coach.
Looks the part, yeah.
It's interesting. Chuck is in Parma. Hey, Chuck, what's up, man?
Hey, Chuck.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, so I want to say something. I want to say, to a degree, when you come out of college, you're a product of your environment. Okay. Let's just use me for an example. I was working at a place, and they kept me in a box. They wanted me doing low-level work. I moved to a better opportunity and became the top person in the company. And, all the little things they used to say that I didn't do at my last job is what my new job wasn't looking for me to do. They just wanted to attack my strengths, not my weaknesses. Mm-hmm. And this is the problem with the Browns development system. We don't look to develop guys, and we had that problem since 99. And I say that to say this. We bring in a coach now that's great at developing talent. I mean, everywhere he's been, the quarterback has looked great. Okay, all because of his system. So he knows how to adjust. He's had passers, guys in the pocket, guys that can run. Speaking of Lamar Jackson, now you come to the Browns team, which drafted 2 young guys last year. So I could tell what the plan of attack is, and it seems like everybody's not understanding that this guy is here to develop the young quarterback market. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks,
all right, thank you. Hope you got a raise with that second job there too.
Yeah,
big one,
good one.
Definitely. Yeah.
See, you knew what you knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. Thank you, Chuck.
But here's the thing about Malik Willis. Dana, you got something?
I was just going to give you a little bit of news. Nick Caserio, the Texans general manager, was asked about the trade speculation regarding quarterback C.J. Stroud. Said, quote, "He's not going anywhere.
There you go.
And these rumors are moronic." End quote.
So he'll be traded before the end of the combine. Is that what you're trying to say?
That is correct. I have a feeling he'll be traded before the offensive linemen hit the 40.
That's funny.
Now they're hoping 2 teams want to bid on him to get him out of there. He's not going anywhere.
No.
Okay, sure.
Malik Willis, though.
I'm not saying he's leaving, but that's the best thing anyone can say in any of this situation when you're at the combine. Oh, we're so happy with so-and-so.
Malik Willis is almost like a draft pick for this year, Andy. And that you're going to have...
With experience, though, with a
little experience. Yeah. You're going to have to evaluate him and decide whether he's worth the money. As you would have to look at Ty Simpson and decide, is he worth the draft pick? Because there's not a big sample size on Malik Willis. It's real small. And if you're just going from what you saw in Tennessee, you're not impressed. If you're going from the very little that you saw in Green Bay, guy threw 35 passes last year. But, man, he sure was good against Baltimore in that game. And he ran it well. And that's where you're going to have to evaluate him and see, is this guy worth that investment? And he is in a perfect spot because he's the best free agent quarterback out there from an intangible aspect. And I say intangible meaning this. Well, we think he's going to be really good. He doesn't have a whole lot of warts because the last thing we saw of him, he was just stellar.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's,
I don't know. He just, when you watch him,
Dude was 30 of 35 this year for the Green Bay Packers.
He fits the part. If this is what you're looking for, but then maybe Shedeur fits the part too. I don't know. There's some similarities there.
And Andy, that gets back to something we don't know yet. And I do think this is big. What does Todd Monken think of Shedeur Sanders?
Maybe we'll find that out tomorrow. Dan is in Cleveland. Hi, Dan.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Dan.
Afternoon,
I'd like to follow up what you've been talking about with the quarterback situation and what you just said, Jeff Phelps. I know you have a lot of hours to talk about QBs and everything, but you'll never know until we finally see who Todd Monken really likes as the quarterback.
Dan, you're exactly right.
Now, what really stands out to me that happened just in the last 24 hours is the hiring of Don Capers. That tells me, by bringing in a coach and a defensive coordinator, as you're telling me that he was with Green Bay for 9 years with Holmgren as defensive coordinator.
He was not with Holmgren. He was with Mike McCarthy.
McCarthy, okay. But as an overall assistant now to the new young guy who's the defensive coordinator, the coach Todd is flipping this over with more an experienced man who's an older man, like the assistant defensive coordinator. Okay, so
he's like a senior.
He's a senior advisor.
Yeah, he's not the assistant defensive coordinator, and he's 70. He's 75. Dan,
an advisor, right?
Yeah, he's 75, so he's not going to be
right.
If Mike Rettenberg has a question, he'll turn to him.
There's your sounding board.
Can I finish, though, on Sanders?
Yeah, hurry. You got 15 seconds.
All right.
Go.
So Sanders, in my opinion, and one thing you guys haven't been talking about, but I remember Andrew Berry saying last April when they did the draft, I believe because nobody picked him, including the Browns, for 4 rounds, that phone call came in from the NFL headquarters to draft this guy.
Okay, Dan, thank you. Appreciate it. We're gonna break away here. We're gonna come back. Andrew Berry should be live from the combine when we come back.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Spurs beat the Pistons last night in a matchup of NBA Finals.
In the first round? They'd
No,
have to pick
but-
up another one. But
No, but you could draft another one in the third.
I guess.
Heaven forbid you keep all those fifths.
What?
I'd draft some linemen.
Let's pretend that Andrew Berry's sitting with us. What are you asking him?
Are we doing a formal interview or are we just sitting here?
It'll be just like what's going to happen. What we're going to listen to in about 4 minutes. Here.
How many cocktails do I have in him at this point?
That's more formal then.
That's informal.
If we're just sitting here, if we're just sitting here and we're BSing, it's
on
this.
air or off? On air. I'm saying about on air.
If like he's in a formal setting here,
yes.
Well, we're going to ask him real specific questions. If we're just like sitting over lunch, it's like, hey, why can't you guys find wide receivers? Do you not think they're important? Were you a DB and you shut them down and you think they're no good?
But you can ask that question in the formal setting. Just, hey, is it more difficult to find a wide receiver than any other position?
Yeah, that's not the way I just said it, though.
I know, but that's how you ask that question. That's how you don't aggravate the
guest.
person in the stand. It's not an interrogation. It's a information session.
Yeah, see, that's what people forget. You're supposed to fry people when you interview them, Andy.
Oh, is that how it works?
That's the way the world works now.
That's how you get all kinds of great information.
Right. Yeah.
And the trick is to get them to want them to punch you before they walk out the door.
People don't understand. It's not about the question. It's about the answer.
It is about the answer. Jeff Phelps has told you everything you need to know. Dan.
If it was a press conference, my first question would be, who do you see are the pillars of this offense?
Good question.
No, hold on. Ask that question. I'll give you the answer.
Dan Mennigan, 92.3 The Fan. Andrew, who do you see as the pillars of this offense?
I thought you had an answer.
I do. That's it.
Oh, you don't have an answer. I get it.
It's Kyle Shanahan. There it is. That's the answer. That's the answer.
We all know what the first question is going to be, right?
If the pillar of your offense
know what the
is
first
a
question is going to be.
First-year tight end, you're in trouble. The first question has to be about quarterback, right?
If our friend Mary Kay Cabot, who was on with us earlier today, I would think that if she gets asked the first question, it will be about Shedeur Sanders. There will be some sort of Shedeur question in there. She's been pretty consistent about that. I mean, all you have to do is go back and listen to the press conference.
There has been a theme.
Yeah. I'm thinking that it's going to be about Shedeur. But the question is, what? What could you possibly – would you ask Andrew Berry, do you think Shedeur Sanders is your starting quarterback? Is that the first question you're going to ask at the Combine? Or do you feel the need to get a quarterback because you have Shedeur Sanders?
Who are the pillars of your offense? That way he can sit there and go.
And the answer is?
I have two.
Right.
I have two.
You're going to say
Shedeur? Is it not
You're going to
Shedeur?
say, you're going to say Quinshawn Judkins and Harold Fannin.
That's it. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And that tells you all you need to know about the offense because your pillars are two rookies who had pretty good rookie years.
And it answers your Shedeur Sanders question because if he's not one of the pillars of the offense, you got a problem on your hands.
Well, we have a problem.
Correct.
Yeah. They've already said they're looking for exterior veteran options.
Correct.
Maybe Trey Lance is coming to town after all.
Would they be better off if they just said Shedeur Sanders is our starting quarterback next year?
No.
Would this team be better off?
No.
Could they move forward knowing that was the guy they were going to use they were ready to go through a brick wall with him no matter how many growing pains there are in the beginning of the season?
That's the way they think. Yes, Andy, they should say it. Yes.
But
I don't think
if they thought they would say it, right?
It's unfair for Todd Monken to be put in that position because he hasn't coached him yet. Let Todd get him on the field and see what he thinks.
But if we had a starting quarterback here before, no one would quite. It'd be up to Todd Monken to get used to whoever the starting quarterback was.
Well, that in theory is Deshaun Watson, isn't it?
It is. It is
in theory. Dan, take your head out from the window. There, you just put it through.
That's true. Ouch, that hurt. All right, we are standing by Andrew Berry live from the Combine in Indianapolis. He is scheduled to hit the podium here any second. So when he does, you will hear it all live here. I just hope we get some information out of this. I kind of want to have a better feeling for what they're thinking at quarterback, what they might be thinking at in the draft, what they might be thinking at those two picks. I'm sure he's going to say that everything's open, that all options are on the table right now, and that his staff is assessing players there throughout the next couple of days, doing some team interviews. They've already done a lot of their due diligence before. That's a big That used to be a big GM word, wasn't it? Due diligence.
Oh, it was Mark Shapiro.
Yeah, he wasn't the only one. I heard other guys say it too.
But Mark started it, I think. I give him credit.
So,
like Al Gore and the internet.
Are you done? So,
isn't that the truth?
I hope we get something out of this. If not because of what Dan always wants in these press conferences, something to sink your teeth into.
Everybody's favorite press conference where you ask questions and I barely answer them.
That's this one, isn't it?
No, that's the one after this with the draft press conference.
Oh, that is the draft press
That's the one where he says very, very little. I think a fan might make actual more noise.
I'm just trying to figure out what he's going to say here at this press conference because I want some substance. I want to if they're in on Shedeur, I just want them to be in on him. I just think it makes things easier. It streamlines stuff. Or if they're in on Deshaun, I want to hear it because I know there's a lot of people that don't want to hear it. There's a lot of people that don't believe Deshaun even has a chance to start. There were people that were ready to let Deshaun go last year. I remember getting on the air saying, don't be surprised with one more year left, especially because of the way this contract is, Deshaun could be your starting quarterback week 1. Boom. Phone lines start lighting up. People not happy. Are you crazy? Are you nuts? When you're paying a guy as much as they are, he is going to have every opportunity in the world, even if the owner said, we missed on that one. Swing and a miss.
Big swing and a miss.
Big swing.
Big swing.
Big swing. All right. We are standing by for Andrew Berry right now, live at the Combine. What is he doing?
Who cares? Talk.
What is he doing?
Impart wisdom. Let's go.
I don't know. Are you a fan of the Combine, just in general? Let's be honest.
I think it's a great thing for the NFL. They continue to market themselves like crazy, put themselves front and center at a time when there's no reason for them to be front and center. They're brilliant. You might not like it, but they're brilliant.
I wonder what kind of ratings they get for this. I mean, it's
enough.
By the way, did you see they're selling off 4 more games again for next season?
I saw they're heading to Munich. The Lions are heading to Munich.
How much are they making on these YouTube TV games? Because they seem to be interested in the 4 games that are available right now.
Good amount. Enough to help pay off one of the yachts.
For each team?
For each team.
Yes.
Yeah, it's at least a down payment.
Man. So you got that going on. Other things that are going on too. Were there any other headlines going on? You said Eric DeCosta talked today.
Eric DeCosta saying that they're going to make a market-setting offer to Tyler Linderbaum. Oh no, we're not saying the R hard enough. Now we have to roll it. CJ Stroud's not going anywhere, according to Nick Caserio, the general manager.
You buy that?
Yes.
Jeff, you buying that? He's
Absolutely.
Not going I do too, but I do think if somebody came in with the right price, they could probably get him out of there.
I doubt it.
You got to come in with the right price. Especially when someone says there's no way they're not going anywhere. Now all of a sudden I'm like, maybe he's going somewhere. I don't trust.
Gentlemen, we now go live to the Combine for Browns general manager Andrew Berry.
All right. So, past month it's been fast and furious with Todd assembling the coaching staff and getting prepared for Indianapolis. It's really been a great past couple weeks. Todd's been a really great partner. I'm really excited about the group of coaches that he's put together that we're putting the finishing touches on. And, coming back down to glorious Indianapolis, where we get to have our first look, so to speak, of this upcoming draft class. We expect it to be a productive week with, meeting a number of the young men and players that we're going to have interest in come April, as well as have good conversations with some of our own guys and impending free agents. So a lot of business to do. Feel really good about where we're headed. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Chris, I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that youth equals, lack of performance. I think 2 of the 3 youngest teams this past year were Philadelphia and Green Bay. I think, we're a little bit unique in the NFL where it's not like, baseball where a team, a prospect has to be in the farm system for 7 years before they hit the big league level. There is certainly an adjustment period for young players, but we want to have high expectations for guys that come into our program to be role players, to ascend into starters, and I think we saw that this past year with this past draft class.
What is your understanding of the Tony's future?
Tony, Joel's still working through that. And, at this point in his career, at this point in his life, he deserves the time and space to do that, stay in regular communications, and we'll work through that at the appropriate time. Absolutely.
You said you had
you know what? Right now it's February 24th. Thank you. I appreciate it, Scott. So, we don't have to make that decision anytime soon. I think any player that we have in that room, we would expect to compete to earn a role. Those two would be no different.
You said you had ample room for free agency. How aggressive do you expect to be, especially compared to last year?
No, great question. So, Scott, I would anticipate that there's at least the chance that we would be a little bit more aggressive more aggressive than last year. But it'll be targeted and opportunistic. I think, realistically, we may be one more offseason away from being hyper aggressive in that window. But if there's something that fits us, fits our roster, fits our timeline, then it's certainly a swing we'll take.
Is that balancing what you said? Is that balancing what you said a couple of weeks ago, that with where you are with the life cycle of the roster, you're not in a position to add 30-year-old free agents?
Yeah, it is, Ashley, because I think, we're still, building out this new core. I think also, roster spots, they're commodities. And I think one of the things that we want to continue to lean into that we did last year is having roster spots open for young players to contribute and grow and play, as opposed to necessarily maybe blocking them for, a short-term solution, based on where our team is currently.
Coach DeLeon talked about fitting his scheme to talent with an offensive line in flux. How does that affect you in the front office? You have power players, movement players, those kind of things. How does that work for you?
Well, I'd say I think you could look, you could look no further than Baltimore. If you go, from left to right on their O-line. You had Ronnie Stanley, obviously he had been one of the better left tackles in the game. At left guard you had a combination between Andrew Voorhees, who was more of a strength-related player, and Emory Jones, who was a rookie. Tyler Lindenbaum, who was an athletic-style center. Daniel Falele, who was, like human orca big, really big power player, that type of thing. And then Roger Rosengarten, who was, more of your athletic-style player. So, I don't think that there's necessarily just a universal commonality, but they have to have enough of everything to be scheme versatile.
When your needs are, or your goals and needs are so vast on one side as you're going to the left or offense, just how do you approach the draft? Taking best player available versus trying to also
I think you've heard me say over the years that the draft, it's really for highest sustainable impact, and that's not to say that need or positional value doesn't have some role in that, but at the same time, it's not like you're just going to match your picks to the best of whatever. I mean, I think about a year ago at this time, I wouldn't have guessed that the draft would have played out positionally the way that it did in 2025, and you have to be flexible, you have to be adaptable in terms of where the player pool and where the talent pool is. I think the good thing about this coaching staff, really in all three phases, is they are very adaptable to using your best players. So you have to be open to the fact that it may not look exactly the way that you'd envision it or that you'd hope that it would look coming out of it. Yeah, I'd say this, Mary Kay. So I say number one, probably a better question for Todd, tomorrow when he hits the podium. I think the biggest thing that we want to see from Shedeur is just continued growth. I think he grew a lot from start 1 to start 7. I think certainly playing more efficiently, not putting the ball in harm's way as much would be important. While maintaining the ability to produce out of structure and generate explosive plays. You're not going to see all of that in the upcoming months because we're not on the field. So the biggest thing that he can do is learn the new offense. Get in with the coaching staff once our off-season program starts. Continue to work on his body physically, and then make strides when we actually get on the grass.
How many rookies starting up?
Let me go here, and then I'll go to you. Okay.
How many rookies in the
I don't think there's a fixed number there. If they're the right ones. If you're telling me I get Tristan Wirfs, Penny Sewell, and Tyler Winterball, yeah, sure, I'll take it. Yeah, those guys as rookies, yeah, they'll sign me up. I don't see a problem with that. Yeah, I think Grant is. I mentioned after our search process, I think the coaching community in general, the NFL coaching community in general, is in really good shape. I think there are a number of young and maybe not well-known coaches that are going to be really, really, really successful. When they get their opportunities. Grant was super smart. Very detailed. He had come up under really good mentors. Very adaptable. He's obviously done a nice job in Jacksonville, and I'd imagine he'll continue to do so. It's the most important position. We wouldn't talk about it any differently if we were drafting an O lineman or a D lineman or something along those lines. I don't think that you can invest in it enough.
Given that, is there any hesitation that you took 2 last year and adding another one this year, so 3, 2 years or under guys in a couple years?
I wouldn't put any restraint on it.
How is DeLeon Jones progressing from his injury, and do you expect him to be a big factor while you rebuild this offensive line?
Yeah, he's progressing well. He's been in there every day. He's done a really nice job, with his rehab. He's right on track, and I would expect him to factor in.
What about Whippler?
Oh, ditto there. Yeah.
Did he have surgery?
Tony, I don't want to misspeak on that. I can't remember at this current moment, but he'll be ready to go. All right, let me go Ashley, then I'll go Jory, Okay.
David and Joe posted a goodbye on Instagram. I guess just what do you think about the future of those tight ends and with Harold in his rookie year? How much does that factor in your guys' future decisions for that position?
It would be disingenuous to say it doesn't factor in. We're very pleased with Harold, and we do view him as the future of that position. What he did as a rookie player, as a 21-year-old was incredible. And I think one of the most difficult things to do as an organization, and certainly as a general manager, is when you realize there's a possibility that a professional relationship has run its course with a long tenured player who has done a lot for the organization, and you develop a personal relationship with. If David's not back, he'll be a Brown for life, and I'm sure that whenever he does hang him up, he'll be a dog pound captain at the beginning of the games, and I'm sure he'll smash the guitar with his shirt off. So we're excited to bring him back. Enjoy. Yeah. Joy, that's a fantastic question. I'm actually really glad you asked it. It's funny because before I came down here, I was actually going back and looking through all my notes with Rondell through the draft process, and this is a young man who was incredibly well regarded. With everyone who had been around him, had an incredibly bright future. And I was just thinking that, what people don't realize is how hard the rehab process is on professional athletes, especially when you have major injuries. And it's not just the grueling process of getting healthy, but it's the isolation that comes with it a lot of times. And for people in their early 20s or their mid 20s, where it may be the first time that they've experienced a professional setback, or they don't have maybe the communal aspect that normally comes with college, and it's frustrating. I do think that as a league that we can do a better job, resourcing clubs to make sure that we have that touch point. It's something that we're really proactive with, and we're really sensitive to. We try to make sure that as many of our guys as possible can rehab locally or be on site, so they can have that team affiliation. We encourage our guys to stay in meetings, and we also have scheduled regular check-ins with team psychiatrists and team psychologists, because we do know that is a real factor. But it's an incredible tragedy, and I do think it's something that we could be a lot more aware of.
Andrew, this is your 7th offseason. Is there something that has changed significantly from year 1 to now that you would speak to?
I'd say 2 things: no pandemic. But probably the bigger thing is just growing in patience. And my wife, my kids, my staff, Monk would probably tell you that will definitely tell you I'm not a patient person. But I think I'm growing with that with each year of experience. Let me go here, and then I'll come back to you, Tony. Okay. Yeah, Tom created a little brush fire, didn't he? So I think, unfortunately, maybe some of that stuff was maybe a little bit mischaracterized and overblown. But, look, the head coaching position is the most important position in the organization, or head coach and quarterback are. It's a position where you're going to sink significant resources. It's going to have a huge impact. It's really like you're hiring a CEO for any other company. The other thing is the hiring rules for the NFL are a lot more unique than they are probably in any other industry. So, number one, we want to know everything that we can about candidates, and that includes, reference work. That includes, obviously, the interview process, their work history, behavioral assessment, cognitive assessment. It's that important. But the other piece of it is, I think, what maybe many people don't realize is the first 2 weeks of the process, you only get 3 hours on a Zoom, right? And that's very limited time for the topics that you have to cover. And one of the things that we did was we gave, some of the candidates maybe 5 prompts, so to speak, that we would talk about, during that virtual session. But it's better to get them ahead of time than necessarily get it on the spot. And then you have to answer something that's a little bit more deep and involved. So it was something that was really fruitful for us. We were really pleased with the interaction with the candidates. And like I forgot who I told her earlier, the coaching candidate pool in the NFL, it's in really good hands.
So last year you devoted a lot of energy to quarterback scouting. You were the owner of the coach went to a lot of programs. Will you do that this year?
TBD, Tony. It's we're in maybe a little bit of a different position, a little bit of a different class. We're not picking 2, although we are picking 6. I think the quarterback class is different, than it was in terms of, when guys may go off the board. But needless to say, we will devote a lot of time to the passers like we do every year.
When you talk about rebuilding the offensive line, would you think you would lean more young versus a veteran response?
Not necessarily, Scott. I guess thinking about the offensive line, I actually think what Chicago and what Ryan Poles did last year is a really nice model. If you think about it, they did a combination of internal development, veteran additions, and draft, right? You had Darnell Wright, who he really came into his own at right tackle this past year. They traded for Joe Thuney. They traded for Jonah Jackson. They signed Dahlman in free agency, and then they drafted Ozzie Dean Trapilo in the second round. So it's a nice mixture of youth and experience, and I think that we would look to take a similar approach if the player markets line up for us.
A couple more.
I think any player on our roster we would want to compete. We believe in competition at every spot. That's no different than quarterback. Deshaun's been working really hard. He's been working his tail off, and like I said, we're excited to get going in April with all of our players across the roster because competition is something that we really believe in. I didn't hear what you said after slot wide receiver position.
What are some of the skills you're looking for?
I think it's simple. Hey, get open, catch the ball, make plays with the ball in your hands. Don't really necessarily care how a guy does it, but look, we all want receivers who can get open, catch it, and create after they have in their hands.
Good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it, Andrew Berry's press conference that you heard live right here on 92.3 The Fan. He is at the Combine in Indianapolis. Tomorrow we get to hear from Todd Monken, the man, Monk. As Andrew Berry said, we will hear from him tomorrow live. So, Jeff, first thoughts and reaction to Andrew Berry's press conference.
Monk.
First
of all, it's really good to know that Andrew has a partner.
I knew you were going to do that.
You lost Paul DePodesta. You lost your other thought partner, Kevin Stefanski. But, quote, Todd's been a really great partner. That's awesome.
That was the very first thing you're coming out of the gate with. Okay.
Awesome. one more offseason away from being hyper-aggressive in free agency.
I thought that was interesting.
One more offseason away.
He also said that they could be more aggressive in free agency this year if they need to.
Yeah. Do you find it interesting? I do a little bit. That he recited the entire Baltimore Ravens offensive line, who they were, how they played, what role they played, knowing that Todd Monken and George Warhop just left that group. Is it also telling that he mispronounced Tyler Linderbaum's name and called him Lindenbaum?
It's okay.
Is it?
Does it matter?
Or does he not know who he is because he's not going to sign him?
Did you like Jim Thome when he was hitting?
It was Thome.
Was it
a Thome?
Yeah. I thought it was Thome.
Thome. I thought it was Thome. He also recited the entire Chicago offensive line and how they were acquired, which I think might be even more telling. Because Chicago rebuilt its offensive line in a year.
Correct. Yes.
And that's what the Browns are going to try to do.
He also didn't put an age limitation on it. He said, whatever it takes, we're going to do
draft choices, veterans. He did mention the words internal development. Here comes Zach Zinter, baby. It's time. Here we go, baby.
I'm just looking at that internal development. That's it. It's him and Whippler, isn't it? Yes.
Well, you could have Tevin Jenkins.
I came in from Chicago, though. You know,
I know, but it's still internal development if he's here.
No, that's true. I didn't quite understand the David Njoku part of that.
He was a nice kiss off for David.
Is that what that was?
We're going to bring David back. He's going to bust up a guitar without a shirt on. We wish him luck. He's always going to be a Brown.
If he wants to come back.
That's what it was.
I don't understand how you
Dave will come back.
As the number 2?
No.
Behind Errol Bannon?
No, he's coming back after he retires to bust up a guitar.
Yeah, I can't see it. If he wants to keep playing, I just don't see it here for the money. Do you think they would bring him back? He already said goodbye.
Yeah, well, could also be a negotiating ploy.
Maybe. I guess we did see that once.
I doubt
Myles Garrett did it.
Hey, Miles burned the bridge. Oh, hey, look, the bridge is back.
That's crazy. How does that thing work?
It's held up by dollar bills.
Yes, it is.
A lot of them.
I never realized how strong that paper was.
Well, you soak them in plaster, little plaster thing, and they'll hold up a lot of things.
I'm just trying to think of the other thing. He did say Harold was the future at that position, though, for tight end.
Well, that's riveting. We knew that.
All right. Let's come back. We'll talk a little bit more about this. I do want to get
he's gonna talk more on the sidebar stuff, right? So we might hear some of that coming up.
All right. So
if not on the afternoon show.
That's true. All right. So we'll do that. We'll talk about what Andrew Berry had to say. Your thoughts on the press conference as well. 216-474-0092. And we're going to get into the Cavs a little bit later in the hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Stephen Vogt said he is slotted to make his debut with the team later this week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
It's the most important position. We wouldn't talk about it any differently if we were drafting an O lineman or a D lineman or something along those lines. I don't think that you can invest in it enough. I wouldn't put any restraint on it.
Andrew Berry, general manager of your Cleveland Browns, speaking at the Combine, the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. All right, most important position there, my friend. And when it came to talking about a little bit more about quarterback, I'm still perplexed on what they're going to do. They're still looking to the outside, he said.
Of course you are. You know why?
He said, because he wants me to be.
Because so are they.
Oh, great. That makes me feel better. It's too early to see who the week 1 starter is, he said.
Well,
when he was talking about Shador, he was talking about Deshaun.
Yes.
He said,
you
we'll
agree?
see. Yes. We'll see who it is, but we're still also looking out on the outside. Around the outside.
Again. They mentioned looking outside the organization. And as soon as Dan said that, we all three looked at each other and said, okay, they keep telling us that they're not going to start Deshaun Watson or Shador Sanders. Isn't that what they're telling us?
It feels that way. Because
Get ready for somebody else?
Unless they're trying to push these guys to be the 2 best quarterbacks there, you want a competition, you can verbally make it happen in the offseason, right? You can say, well, I'm not quite sure. Come in with your chip on the shoulder. That's what you're trying to do. If I'm Shador, I'm like, man, what more do I need to do for this team? Well, you better figure it out in the offseason.
Gentlemen, a little bit of news here coming from the sidebar conversation. When that gets sent back, we will have that for you ASAP. But a little bit of news here. Browns general manager Andrew Berry said, quote, he is not overly optimistic about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah playing again. They're going month to month.
And Mary Kay had a story on that the other day, too.
Yeah.
She didn't think JOK was going to be able to come back. That's kind of a bummer. I mean, it's a major bummer. Especially as hard as you. It felt like after reading that story that he's done. Don't you think?
Yes.
Okay.
We all kind of assumed it without vocalizing it because nobody wanted to vocalize it, and we didn't have the information. So you certainly don't want to throw anything like that out there. But it's felt that way since the time he got injured, Andy.
Although he did say it's still month to month, so for whatever that's worth.
Dang shame.
Hell of a player.
Hell of a guy.
Yeah, I mean, you get one, and then all of a sudden, God, he was playing so good when he got hurt. Ugh. Anyway, that was the latest. Again, that was from Andrew Berry in Indianapolis talking about JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. The free agency line that he also talked about, we're not going to be hyper-aggressive until next year. But he also talked about Tyler Linderbaum.
But he said they could be aggressive this year.
If they needed to be.
If they get the right opportunity, the right guy. In other words, he doesn't think this team is ready for the infusion of free agents to maybe put them over the top. I might get that. I get it.
It doesn't feel like it's a great. I mean, it's
one other
there
factor,
are good free agents out there, but it's not the greatest of all.
One other factor is the financial aspect. Deshaun's off the books after this year.
Well, as Dan and I were talking before,
his contract's up anyway.
If they can get Deshaun to take the money up front, take the cash up front, which I don't know why he wouldn't, they could be looking at freeing up $32 million in cap space. Right?
37, I thought.
Oh, 37. I thought you said 32.
Yeah, I thought it was 37. Hold on, let me check over the cap and make sure.
Okay.
It's a lot.
I have it at 35.7.
It's a lot.
I'll meet you in the middle there.
But also, if you do that, all of those numbers down the road get higher as well. So, like next year, for example, he has a cap hit of $27 million. Deshaun Watson does that is voided, so therefore he's not here, but you're still going to have $27 million in hit, $18 million in hit, $7 million in hit going into 2029. If you kick that down the road, that number will increase as well of how much money you owe him.
That's and then if they are you saying that is the numbers if they get him to renegotiate
if they
for the 37
do nothing, those are the numbers. If they do nothing,
and so
those are the
more.
numbers. Yeah. So you will be paying Deshaun Watson into the dome. If you yank the lever,
Can't
it
they
only
just
goes
give him
longer.
a suite or something?
Yeah.
Call
If
it
you
a deal.
yank the lever, it only goes longer. So here's Andrew Berry on free agency.
I would anticipate that there's at least the chance that we would be a little bit more aggressive more aggressive than last year. But it'll be targeted and opportunistic. I think, realistically, we may be one more offseason away from being like hyper aggressive in that window. But if there's something that fits us, fits our roster, fits our timeline, then it's certainly a swing we'll take.
I like it. I mean, look, if Linderbaum wants to talk to the Browns about maybe perhaps coming here, I think he's going to talk to the Giants too. I would, if I were him, before I talk to Baltimore. Eric DeCosta said today that they made him the biggest offer they possibly could without franchise tagging him, and they're not going to franchise tag
And
him.
if he likes Baltimore and they're going to give him a boatload of money, he'll just stay. But the guys he was working for the most part in Baltimore aren't there anymore.
They've split.
Todd Monken, George Warhop are here, and John Harbaugh's in New York. So if Linderbaum thought Harbaugh got a raw deal, then I would guess that he'd be more than happy to leave.
Yeah, I just it's all about the money at this point, right?
Well,
if you are,
yes,
or if where you want to live, from what you're saying.
But he's going to get paid by somebody regardless. Somebody. The Browns, Giants, Ravens, somebody's going to give him a lot of money. And if he's steamed that they fired John Harbaugh, well, why would you stick around?
Excuse me. What'd you think of the Joel Bitonio line about what they're giving in time and space? Swell.
I don't think there's much more to say about that. Joel has to decide whether he wants to play again or not. And if he does and wants it to be here, I'm sure they'll be able to work it out, find some common ground. From a Browns team building standpoint, I hope he does, because it sure would be a lot easier to replace 4 offensive linemen than 5 or 3 offensive linemen.
Yeah, if you're
depending
keeping
on
DeJuan Jones.
where DeJuan's going to be.
It sounded like Jones is back. They're going to put him in that lineup next year.
I wonder if DeJuan ends up at guard.
Wherever he can be the most successful.
Exactly.
I'm okay with it.
Wherever he can maximize his potential.
But then what do you do at left tackle?
You're going to draft one. Say hello to number 6.
To me, that makes the most sense. I can't think of a better game plan than drafting a left tackle.
Remember years ago, the Browns had the 3rd pick in the draft, and they drafted an offensive tackle, and we all thought, well, that's kind of dull. Well, he's a Hall of Famer. That worked out pretty well.
Why, did you think it was dull when they drafted
From a position standpoint.
When they drafted Joe Thomas?
Drafting an offensive lineman is dull, Andy.
I had no problem with it. When they drafted Joe Thomas?
I didn't have a problem with it, but it's not like, all right, baby, we got it. This is going to be exciting.
It's never
Look
exciting.
at that. He's got great handwork there. That's terrific.
I just don't.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I do.
Exciting is a quarterback. Exciting is a wide receiver.
Offensive
Exciting is a
linemen
pass
don't.
rusher.
Offensive linemen don't sell jerseys.
No,
they don't.
But guess what? They win football games for you.
Well, especially if you draft too.
Well, here's the other thing, though. Forgive me. Joe Thomas is as good of a left tackle as has been in the league in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the Hall of Fame. What did a phenomenal left tackle without a great team around him on offense do for you?
No playoff appearances.
So they've got to get everything fixed. I mean, great. You can draft all the great offensive linemen you want. If you can't figure out how you can draft a guy who can catch a football, you're not going to be that much better. You're not going to get a quarterback who can hit those receivers on the hands.
Do you think when he was talking about the offensive line and trying to, from within, that they're going to push Zinter, they're going to push Whippler?
Well, they're here. You better. You better.
Now is the time.
You know what
if
you
they're
need,
ever
Andy?
going to be there.
Get into OTAs. Get into everything else. Hey, George, what do you think of these guys? Can you help them? Can any of them play? Which ones? What do you want? Let's see. I mean, you just hired a new offensive line coach.
Nobody asked about wide receivers, did they? That was the only thing I'd written down. I was like, I wonder if someone will ask him about wide receivers in the draft. Although he didn't really get into. They didn't really talk position, or they did. The one question was best player available, needs in the draft, and he gave some sort of convoluted answer saying it's about needs and talent, and That's
Ready
not
for that
necessarily-
word salad?
Yes.
Pass the salt.
The draft, it's really for like highest sustainable impact. And that's not to say that need or positional value doesn't have some role in that, but at the same time, it's not like you're just going to match your picks to the, best of whatever. I mean, I think about a year ago at this time, I wouldn't have guessed that the draft would have played out positionally the way that it did in 2025. And you have to be flexible, you have to be adaptable in terms of where the player pool and where the talent pool is. I think the good thing about this coaching staff, really in all three phases, is they are very adaptable to using your best player. So you have to be open to the fact that it may not look exactly the way that you'd envision it or that you'd hope that it would look coming out of it.
Dun, 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 dun. I have no idea. How about just tell me we're going to draft for need or we're going to draft for position? I know he's not going to give us the answer, but that was a really long answer to not say need or position.
Does anyone want these olives out of this word salad? I'm not going to touch the olives.
The cheese is pretty good, though.
They're going to draft the best player available for the most part.
Even if it's defense.
Well, with the first pick they have, yes. I would think they would. Andy, you can't pass up a guy you think is going to be a Hall of Fame talent to take some guy because you need somebody to block.
Well, when he said Tristan Wirfs, I was like, ugh.
Yeah. What'd you do?
We started playing Wheel of Regret as soon as he said that.
Well, no, what we played was reality. Yeah, well, you think so highly of Tristan Wirfs, you drafted Jedrick Wills ahead of him.
And it still haunts him.
Well, apparently, because he just brought him up.
Wow.
What's that tell you?
Tells you a lot. All right, let's come back. We will hear from you in a moment. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We'll get more of your reaction. Plus, I want to talk about the Cavaliers a little bit later. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
this week. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092 if you want to reach us and get in on the conversation. We all heard Andrew Berry speak. We carried his press conference live for you. In case you missed a moment of the show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Jeff, so again, going back to what we heard from Andrew Berry and discussing maybe perhaps the biggest needs on offense, and you know, they haven't had the greatest success in the draft. So what's going to change your mind on this, and where do you have the confidence? I
don't.
I don't either. So it's kind of depressing, to be honest with you.
Well, it is.
It's like all of a sudden it's 50 degrees and the snow comes back. It's very similar to that feeling.
You know what I wonder here, Andy? Their two biggest – okay, forget quarterback for a second.
Okay.
Their two biggest needs on the team are on the offensive line and at wide receiver.
Okay.
Okay. I would you agree with that?
Everyone would say that, yes.
Okay. Stop me when you think one of these picks was a hit.
Okay.
These are, and we'll start with wide receiver. These are the wide receivers who have been drafted by Andrew Berry and his staff.
Okay.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Mild.
Anthony Schwartz.
Nope.
David Bell.
I wish, but he wasn't.
Cedric Tillman.
They're still incomplete.
Jamari Thrash.
Jamari Thrash, no. I mean, like, I want to say.
I mean, only one of those
Thrash has
guys.
Potential.
Only one of those guys is still on the team. Only one, Cedric Tillman.
Okay.
And now, I'm not spinning the wheel of regret here, but my point is going to be this, and I'll give you the point in a second. For instance, when Anthony Schwartz was drafted, later on in that draft, Amon-Ra St. Brown was drafted.
You are playing wheel of regret. I'm going to get nauseous while we're listening.
And there are other wide receivers. I'm just pointing this out, and I'll tell you why in a minute. When Cedric Tillman was drafted,
okay,
a couple rounds later, Puka Nacua was drafted.
So everybody made a mistake on him.
Well, yes, and everybody made a mistake on Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, for sure.
And when David Bell was drafted, just for instance, Romeo Doubs, I think a pretty scrappy receiver with the Packers, was drafted. And has he been phenomenal?
You could see why they wanted Bell. They were looking for Jarvis Landry light.
I'm not going to argue with that. Let's go offensive line.
Yeah.
When one of these guys is a hit, stop me, okay? In order: Jed Wills, Nick Harris, James Hudson, Dawson Deaton,
Who?
Luke Whippler.
We had a guy named Dawson Deaton on this team?
Yep.
Oh.
Luke Whippler.
Okay.
DeJuan Jones. Incomplete, we hope.
Yeah.
Zach Zinter. So here's my point to this. Whatever process they're using to evaluate wide receivers and offensive linemen hasn't worked. So what are they going to do to change that this year?
But here's one question for Whippler and Zinter, okay?
Andy, not one of the wide receivers or offensive linemen that Andrew Berry's crew has drafted since he's been here has been a success. Not one.
I have a point, but I want to go to Dan first.
Gentlemen, we have the local media scrum from Andrew Berry to the local media at the Combine for you. Enjoy.
You know, I think whatever draft it is for you. Why do you think last year you had probably the most successful draft in your tenure? Did anything change in the processes or how you went about evaluating the prospects?
I think just resource management, Scott. Like I give this example where if you're going fishing and you're fishing for trout and you're in a pond where there are 3 trout per square meter. You're probably going to catch more fish than if you're in if you're a pond that's got 3 trout per 300 square meter. And we talk about resource management or how we manage our draft capital or trading down or things along those lines. And we're going to be in a 2-year period here where we're going to have the most draft capital in the league, where we're exiting a 3-year period where we have the least amount of draft capital in the league. And that does have an impact. That has an impact on your strategy. That has an impact on your risk aversion. The other piece is when we were probably in our last most competitive window, we did use a number of those resources to trade for Zadarius Smith, Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, guys like that. So that also plays into it, where you are in your team's life cycle determines how you use those resources.
Is Tom Telesco a member of the organization?
He is not, but so he helped us out, but nothing,
Does he
nothing
have
formal.
a role going forward?
He may. We'll see. Not formal, but we'll see. Listen, I'd love to have Tom. I'm going to use Tom as often as I can. So.
Andrew, you said that you would scour, look into the quarterback market.
Mm-hmm.
As it stands now, just a couple of weeks away from free agency, do you believe there's a legitimate avenue to add a quality starting quarterback, whether it be through signing or trade?
Are you talking specifically on the veteran market, Daniel?
Yeah.
TBD.
Andrew, I think the perception on the outside is this receiving core maybe isn't good enough. Do you disagree with that, I guess, and why?
I think we can add all across the offense, to be honest, Dan. I think we're really pleased with some of the younger players that we have in the sense of Jerry's going to be a big part of it. We were pleased with Isaiah's rookie year. That doesn't mean that we can't add to the arsenal. Malachi, he carved out a nice role. But we also look at it as probably more like global weapons and global pass catchers. So Harold would be a part of that. Obviously, Q's a weapon for us. So we want to look at it as the overall skill infrastructure as opposed to maybe a specific position.
What do you think? What do you think contributed?
Sorry.
What do you think contributed to Jerry's season and his struggles last year?
I think honestly, it's probably the same things that attributed to the offense as a whole. I mean, and look, you do see this from time to time with players across the NFL. I remember Jeremiah's first year to his second year. You can look at what happened with Brian Thomas down in Jacksonville. Actually, I was thinking about this. They were the 2 first ballot Pro Bowlers in 24 a year ago, and both of those guys had down years this year. So it does happen. But we have a lot of confidence in Jerry. For a guy to produce how he did at 25 years old, break all the records, and play to his ability, we think that if we can make our offense a bit more operational, we would expect him to bounce back.
JOK, do you expect him to play this year? And if not, is there a timetable to where you have to kind of make a decision like you did last year? Put it in May on pop.
Yeah, I'd say this. We are dealing with Jeremiah from month to month. I'm not necessarily overly optimistic, but there isn't a hard deadline for which we have to make some type of binding decision.
Andrew, would you say that there is a realistic chance for you guys as you look over the whole veteran market and you look over the rookie quarterback markets? Is there a realistic chance in your mind that you guys could find somebody that could supersede Deshaun and Shedeur?
Yeah, I think there's always the possibility, but we have a long way to go before we get to that point. So, we expect to have a competitive room. That's going to be important to us. But what that looks like, I can't exactly define that as we sit here today.
2 injuries to Judkins on the same leg. Is it realistic to expect him to be ready for when? Training camp, mini camp?
It is. Yeah, it is. He's made really nice progress. He's in the training room every day. He's out of the boot. He's actually started his pool running and everything like that. So he's done a really nice job with his recovery.
What about Ethan Posick and his recovery?
Yeah, it's funny. I actually got a text from Ethan, last week. His last checkup was, a really positive update. Poe will do everything in his power to make sure that he gets back to full health, and he'll work his tail off. So we'll see.
So there's a world in which he could be back, though?
Yeah, I'd say like everything's on the table, depending on how these different player markets shake out. But I wouldn't necessarily to commit to one, firm thing either way.
Andrew, with Jim Schwartz resigning, why didn't the team release him from his contract ultimately?
Yeah, I understand the question, Daniel, but that's not something that I think is really, like, I don't talk about player contracts in these settings. I wouldn't talk about a coaching contract in this setting.
Emerson was rehabbing Martin all year long. You didn't extend him during the season. What is his future?
It's unsettled, Tony. He's doing a nice job with this rehab. Obviously, he's coming back from an Achilles injury. His contract is up. So we'll have to see what that looks like in the next few weeks.
How about Dylan Gabriel? Is Dylan Gabriel, he sort of seems like the forgotten man whenever we talk about the quarterbacks. But what do you see as the outlook for Dylan, depending on what might happen in the draft and free agency?
Yeah, I'd say this. He may be forgotten externally, but he's not forgotten to us. Dylan, he's workman like, he is going to handle everything that's within his control. And, we love all of our players on the roster, and Dylan's a guy that he has a bright future in this league, and we're going to continue working with him.
Would you be open to taking calls on any of the quarterbacks?
I'm sorry?
Would you be open to taking calls on any of the young quarterbacks?
I'd say this, more generally with trades, I think you guys know I'm always super active, and part of your job is to listen.
Andrew, I know you said that everybody in the room is competition for quarterback. Do you have need to have a kind of a de facto number one going into off-season OTAs, that sort of thing?
No.
Do you feel like you could be wide open?
Yes.
Where's the connection to Dom Capers? Anyone on the staff?
So Rudy worked with him when he was in Jacksonville. But Dom, obviously he's super well respected. He's a really good coach. He's an awesome human being. So we're excited to have him.
Any trepidation with 3 first-time coordinators? Might be growing pains there.
I'm sure. Look, I probably everyone here, raise your hand if you didn't have any stumbling when you got your first new job. But they're all really strong coaches, and I'm excited about this group.
Andrew, how would you characterize the cap situation as you guys get ready for next month?
Good.
Yeah. Will you have to redo Deshaun's number? Is that right?
We'll see.
When it comes to evaluating young offensive linemen, I feel like there's a perception that the college game, the way they play, maybe guys transfer, that they're not quite as ready for the NFL level. Do you guys see that when you evaluate these guys, and how do you sort of weigh that when you?
I'd like to give you the general answer that, because usually when people say that those are stereotypes, I actually think that that's one where there is some truth to it, to be frank. And that's not the case everywhere. It shouldn't be a blanking statement for all college offensive linemen, because there are a number of schools that do a really nice job of it. But yeah, I do think, as I think about where that group was coming out, let's say now versus when I first started scouting in the NFL, I do think that there is a difference.
Got time for a couple more.
You mentioned at the podium that this is kind of your first look at the draft class. It struck me that we've developed outside opinions on the class. For example, the quarterback class is perceived as weak. Teams haven't met with them yet. What do you think of that dichotomy, that you guys are doing this as the start and we have all these preconceived?
It's a great question. Probably in fairness, when I say first look, it's really more first interaction with the guys. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend that we haven't done a lot of work on the prospects. I think that there's a lot that gets said about the draft class that it bothers us less as from a team perspective. I actually think it's maybe a little bit challenging for the prospects themselves, that everybody knows what they're going to do, where they're going to go, what they're going to be. I mean, think about the narrative around Shedeur a year ago this time. And so I think it's super entertaining. It's what makes our sport great. It keeps fans engaged. Get you guys your paychecks and everything like that, but it can be tough at times when at least there's misinformation out there. But it's part of the fun, right?
Andrew, with hiring Mike Rutenberg, I guess what was it about him throughout that process that you guys liked, and how do you view his knowledge of the system, just coming up under Saleh and what he did in Atlanta? And
yeah,
things like that?
He's very knowledgeable. I think he's unique from the perspective that he understands what an attacking front system looks like. But if you also look at what he did in Atlanta, He was a big part of that group taking over a defense that was like about as far away from attack as you can, and almost creating this hybrid that was really effective with the players that they had. So between that, his coverage background, his understanding of all three levels of the defense, and when you guys get a chance to meet him, he's high octane now. He's like very, very high energy. It'll go really well with the players.
If you move down from 6, would it be small, or you're willing to go?
What am I going to get for it?
Number 2 next year.
It really depends, Tony.
You're
sorry.
open to it?
Absolutely.
Andrew,
Mary Kay, last one.
Ideally, would you guys like to head into training camp knowing who your QB1 is, or at least having a good idea, or do you envision, let's say it's Deshaun and Shedeur, do you envision heading into camp with an open sort of quarterback competition?
I think either scenario is fine, Mary Kay. I don't know that I would handicap one versus the other. I think we have to be flexible to both situations, but neither scare me.
All right. Well, did we get more information there? I think we did.
A little bit.
I thought we did too.
A little bit.
All right, let's come back. We'll talk about that in a second. Andrew Berry, that was a sidebar where he talked to reporters off of the side, not at the podium.
Cleveland reporters.
Yeah, Cleveland reporters. And so it was interesting. So we'll come back. We'll dissect all that in a moment. Hey, everybody. It is
Cabot telling the media he's slotted to make his debut with the team later this week. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here, as well as Meredith Kane. We'll get to all the fun stuff that we do at the end of the show, but I got to tell you, Jeff, I think we did get a little bit more when we just heard from Andrew Berry on the sidebar interview a little bit. So you go first. You tell me what you noticed.
Well, Tom Telesco is not involved. And Tom, the former GM of the Chargers, 1 year with the Raiders, he couldn't be any less committal about the quarterbacks who are on this team right now, which I guess is the way he has to be.
The Telesco thing, though, let me start with the beginning there. That it seemed like it might still be up in the air, though.
Yeah,
if he wants to be a part of the organization somewhere down the road, he might be able to.
Well, or he's trying to get him in, and he hasn't been able to do it yet.
Yeah, that's
one or the other.
Yeah, okay. I thought he made a good point, because I think sometimes we forget about all the picks that they traded away to get some of the guys in here. And I still, I was shaking my head in the beginning, and then it started to make sense. He was talking about fishing for trout, and then he used analytics, which I'm sure made Dan the happiest guy on earth. But what he was saying was the more picks you have, the better chance you have to make sure you get the trout that you want. I think that's what he was saying, right? But in a simpleton's terms. For me,
I kind of think that's what he said, except picks are kind of like fishing lines, aren't they, Andy?
Oh, Jeff.
The more lines you throw in the water, the better chance you have of catching the fish.
But God, let's not do metaphors on top of metaphors.
If there are a lot of fish there, you're going to catch them on one line, aren't you?
What if you
use
have
a net? You can catch all the fish.
There you go. Or as they always say, you just throw a stick of dynamite in there.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Just go and get a boat and pick them up.
Or just electroshock the water, right? Isn't that
I give our kids credit there. He said you don't have among the quarterback things he said, we don't have to have a number one quarterback going into camp.
He sounded very chill about that. If you're the head coach, don't you want to have your number one quarterback?
Sure, you want to. He said, I'm okay if we have a number one quarterback or if we have a competition. He said that later.
Yeah, what does he care? He's the general manager.
He doesn't
He's not
care.
the head
He
coach.
doesn't have to figure it out.
His job is to keep throwing the lines out into the water.
Lines, yeah.
If anything bites, someone else has got to reel it in.
And that's
Todd Monken.
Was this just a courtesy? Dylan Gabriel's not forgotten to us?
No, I mean,
was that just a courtesy, or do you think he's telling you something?
No,
there?
I think he was telling you the truth.
Wouldn't it be something if Todd Monken decides that Dylan Gabriel's the guy? Oh my God!
Could you imagine the press?
My God!
Could you imagine Kevin Stefanski's next press conference after that? If they named Dylan the starter
I'd
week
like to
one,
congratulate my good friend Dylan.
Could you imagine that? I can't see that.
No,
I just don't
can't see that either.
Ethan Posick left
that door open.
Yeah, that door didn't get closed.
He said he's open to moving down from 6, which of course we understand. And then he was flat out asked, adding a veteran quarterback, and he said TBD.
TBD.
So okay. Did think it was interesting.
Listen, put yourself in Deshaun's shoes for a second.
Yeah.
Put yourself in Shadora's shoes for a second. Your general manager just got asked about the week one quarterback, the starter, and he says TBD. What are you thinking?
Well, he said TBD about another guy coming in. And he said, we don't have to have a number one quarterback, and I'm okay if we have a number one quarterback or if we have a competition. If I'm Deshaun Watson, I'm thinking, oh, yeah? All right, watch this. If I'm Shedeur Sanders, I'm thinking, hey, this is cool. Let me go play.
Oh, that's just the way Shedeur is.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
His approach would be, hey, I get it. I'll go out and I'll do my best, and they can make the decisions.
Huh.
And then he goes back into his room and he thinks, here I go.
Mr. Press Conference, you get anything out of that? Out of that second sidebar?
He was really vague on the quarterbacks. I don't think we can draw any conclusions. Do you, Dan?
No, the JOK stuff was the only stuff that stood out to me.
Yeah.
And it's basically like just cross him off. That's what I take that to mean very politely. Cross him off. I have a feeling they IR him this year so that they can reclaim a chunk of the insurance money that will come with it, and I bet you he'll medically retire next year when he's off contract.
You know what I hope?
Which stinks.
I hope if JOK is not able to play, if he has any plans as to what he wants to do for a living moving forward, and they involve football, whatever it is, the Browns need to create that job for him or put him in that job that he wants, if he has any interest in doing that. That's a dang shame, but man, if you can just walk away, just walk away.
Last point on this. Do you think the Ethan Posick conversation was lip service, or he actually could be back?
I think he could be back, except I don't think he's going to be ready for the start of the season.
It's a torn Achilles, man. That's a year. That's a year to 18 months.
You could sign him, Andy, stash him, and see what happens. They're going to... It's really easy for anybody to sit there and say, well, they need to replace the entire offensive line. Okay, we'll do that.
He seemed confident in anything they could do, although you know what, he should be confident. He kept his job.
That's a challenge. Well, he kept his. Kevin didn't keep his.
All right, do we have a moment of the show? We turn things over to Meredith Kane.
We most certainly do. Our moment of the show comes from Mary Kay Cabot, because you asked her about Browns quarterbacks and what the Browns could or could not do, and she had a very definitive answer when it came to Malik Willis.
If you're going to go out and spend that kind of money on a Malik Willis, then he is going to become your starter, because it would take $25 million to $30 million a year potentially to sign him. And if you're going to go out and commit those kinds of resources to him, you are going to bring him in as the presumptive starter. Now, we will be talking to Andrew Berry in about an hour or so. And when we talk to Andrew, we'll have a better handle on maybe how he feels about some of these things. But I would think that would be the way that you would have to go if you're bringing in a Malik Willis.
There you have it. Yeah. If you missed that interview, go to Odyssey.com, check out our app, and you can always go back and listen to it. We ask you now, why are you smarter? It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Day, courtesy of Mary Kay Cabot, 92 The Fan, where you can hear that.com, and of course, wherever you get your podcasts. And thank you as well for the social media mentions, which are powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Meredith Kane.
I would say smarter, and also a little bit sad hearing about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, because he was easily one of my favorite players on the Browns, and I was hoping that he was going to be able to make a comeback, but from the way Andrew Berry talked about it, doesn't really sound like that's in the cards for him.
Jeff Phelps.
I'm smarter today after listening to Andrew Berry twice in the regular press conference and then in the sidebar. He was very, very, very non-committal about quarterback. And I guess that's good, but I would have much rather heard him be committal, because that would have meant the Browns had a quarterback. And I think we all kind of figured that they didn't, and he kind of confirmed that, didn't he?
He did.
They're very open to, it appears, very open to Deshaun Watson being the starter, or Shedeur being the starter.
Does that surprise you?
Or Dylan Gabriel being the starter.
Or outside.
Or anybody else being the starting quarterback.
Does anyone have an arm? Maybe you can be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. I just think this is a sad way to kind of go into the season next year. Again,
give it time. I
know, but
it changes in a heartbeat if they sign Malik Willis. Then you have a quarterback.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm smarter today, because we got into that same conversation about Malik Willis. He seems to make sense. You wish he had a little bit more history.
Yeah.
But you know what? A little bit more history might mean a little bit more cash. Although he still could be looking at $30 million.
A little bit more history, and he probably didn't end up in Green Bay and everything else.
It's a good point.
Cam Ward could have been a Brown.
I'm also smarter today because of the conversation we had about hockey and the Olympics, and just where we were at with this, and just how so many new hockey fans.
So cool.
Even if it was just for a weekend, just to enjoy it the way I think a lot of us see it each and every day. So we thank you for listening, and thanks for letting us be a part of your day here today. You know, Afternoon Drive is coming up next right here on 92.3 The Fan. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL competition.
one of in between. We need him to either be awesome and the next coming. And by the way, I prefer the first one because it makes life so much easier to already have the quarterback. Make it incredibly obvious, because the worst thing that can happen to the Browns is that it's not obvious and you're sitting in between, and then you're missing out on the 2027 draft while not actually having a franchise quarterback in the process. That is the doomsday.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It is Combine Week, and oh boy, we got a big basketball game for the Cavaliers as well. Who else is going to be bold and put their name on it? Who else is going to have the courage to pander to the fans about the importance of one singular basketball game in the regular season? God knows we got 5 hours to figure it out. That open, courtesy of lukewarm Dale Ryder and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We got Jake Murren, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Ring that bell, and don't forget, we'd like to be liked. Like our videos if you're watching us all show long on the YouTube channel. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Katie Pollock on the 2020s as well. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you? You did miss. I thought it was going to make in the open, and just an all-time Daryl moment. Speaking of Daryl moments, I accused him of being a flip-flopper, and he was like, I don't flip-flop. I'm like, you're the king of flip-flopping. That's all you do is flip-flop. You flip-flop in between segments. What are you talking about? He goes, I don't flip-flop. All right, maybe I do flip-flop. I flip-flopped in between debating whether or not he flip-flops.
I actually kind of like that. Some might say it's too on the nose. I say it's right where it is, but damn it, I know we got to get to this Cavs-Knicks game. And whether the season ends tonight with a loss.
Okay.
It's the only game that's ever mattered because they just lost to the Thunder, and we can't handle 2 losses in a row to a team that's been together for 5 games. But it is Combine Week, and I'm ready.
You seem ready.
I'm fired up.
You came out like a bull in a china shop.
We heard Andrew Berry today, and he said words.
Yeah, they weren't very impressive. But
we got Todd Monken tomorrow. You kidding me? We got the Monken man.
I need Monken to be awesome and dynamic. This sets the tone for all future Monken press conferences tomorrow does. And so I need him to go out guns a-blazing.
So let's set the tone right now. I know I'm springing this on, but I'm feeling the energy. I'm feeling the Combine energy.
It's a lot for me right now. I'm going to be honest. It's a lot for me right now.
So I need you to match my energy.
Cannot do that. You're on another level right now.
I need some hard-hitting questions about the Combine that are being asked. You throw them my way. It can be Browns. It can be
Are you going to answer them? Is that the idea
I'm
here?
going to answer these
Are
puppies.
you cosplaying as Monken or as Barry?
I'm cosplaying by everybody. All right? As everybody, not by everybody.
What will the Browns do with their quarterback spot for week 1?
That's a great question, Jonathan. And I got to tell you, it's too early to say definitively, but I can tell you this, and no one else is going to say this to you.
Mm-hmm.
All options are on the table.
Will Deshaun Watson play this season?
All options are on the table.
Do you guys even like Shedeur Sanders?
All options are on the table.
Why did Drewski get to present at the NFL Honors Awards?
People like him because all options are on the table.
What's really going on with pop culture that I can't discuss right now because I might get in trouble if I do?
Well, you see, the world is a complex place because all options are on the table. Woo! All options are on the table, baby.
I can't. There's no result.
The table's on the table.
The table's on the table. What is that like? The ceiling is the roof?
Basically.
The table's on the table. It's a hat on a hat.
This is a flea market. If you want to make an offer on this table, the table can be yours.
I do like a flea market. I haven't been in a very long time. I do like a flea market.
Don't they all just go the same way?
I like a deal, Nick.
This is for $10. I'll give you $5. Could you do $7.50? I can do $5. Sold.
Well, then they're always giving you deals. It's like, you got $5 or 2 for $10. And you're like, where's the deal?
Yeah.
I can just buy this individually for $5, or I can buy 2 for $10. I'm just buying the same thing twice.
If you buy 3 of these, you get them for $15.
It's like, where's the deal? 4 for $20? 5 for $25? And then they give you that look of like, I'm cutting you in. Come on.
You're not who they're looking for.
You got to take advantage of this.
They're looking for people that go at that like, it's 2 for $10. That's a deal.
It's no different than 5 for $1, but okay.
They're going for the I don't need math after high school crew, which I think is most of America.
Is that what that was?
I was told I wouldn't need this again.
I get so irate all the time. I love going to those out.
Andrew Berry saying all options are on the table. Now, he did clarify, and there were a couple key things we'd have to play because he actually did clarify some things today when talking to the media. Although, just sidebar, because I've already got 3 of those.
Yeah.
How in the world has the NFL, and now year 80 of the Combine, I believe,
and in the year 2026, not figured out how to mic up the media so that it is
I had that same thought today, too. Wow, we're simpatico today, are we not? Because that was I had this thought going in. It was driving me insane listening to this press conference. This isn't the first press conference we've ever aired on the Fan where this is the reality, but why did it stick out for the both of us? Is it because of how Andrew Berry answers questions?
Well, I think so, because
I can't figure out who he's talking about, and I'm playing a guessing game in my head for half the question.
All right, we're going to go here first. That's a great question, and I got to start by saying, it's like, whoa. We don't even know the question.
And then he doesn't ever really address the player until like 20 seconds in, and then you might get to hear. I listened to the whole thing, you listened to the whole thing, and then I caught some of the quotes online, and I was like, did we listen to the same press conference?
This is no shot. There's no shot at Andrew Berry.
Where was this?
Or the Browns, because they're at the whim of the NFL. But this is like one of the 4 biggest events in the offseason. Possibly, actually, no, it's one of the 6 biggest events on the calendar all year round. And we get...
Yeah, like the character from the Peanuts was doing all the interviewing. I couldn't understand anyone's questions. I had no idea what was going on. Now, he was flexing out there, I'll tell you that much. And some of his answers, when he goes position by position across the Ravens' offensive line, that's how you knew Andrew Berry was feeling it. And then following it up with the Bears' offensive line, too, later on in the with the Bears' offseason plans, like he was in his bag.
We did get a Lindenbaum, though.
Yeah,
before we got a Linderbaum. We got a Linderbaum the second time, though, but I think he only brought it back to give us the Linderbaum.
You and I need to know how to say his name right. Andrew Berry just needs to know how to call out his number and then give him a lot of money.
That's true. So is it $52 million over 3 years there, Tyler? Is that the one?
It seems like the Ravens are going to lock that thing down.
Maybe. I'm still hopeful. And here's why. Because we've debated how aggressive will the Browns be this offseason, right? How far are they going to push it? All right? We talked about cap. We got that smooth sax in there as we were talking cap numbers and post-June 1 cuts. Darryl Ryder was having to take a break and fan himself because he was getting all woo about it. But here's Andrew Berry.
Turn into Ric Flair?
I did, a little bit. There's never been a less Ric Flair person on the planet than
I
Darryl Ryder.
am saying yes, and oh, yes.
Oh, yes. But here's Andrew Berry on the Browns' aggressiveness and approach to free agency this year versus the future.
I would anticipate that there's at least the chance that we would be a little bit more aggressive more aggressive than last year. But it'll be targeted and opportunistic. I think, realistically, we may be one more offseason away from being like hyper aggressive in that window. But if there's something that fits us, fits our roster, fits our timeline, then it's certainly a swing we'll take.
All right. Explain that to me.
Well, one, I like the idea that he has to put in relative to, and he goes, all right, we're going to be more aggressive than last year because you basically did nothing all last year. Yeah. Okay, so like there was no amount that was going to be. It's like the Guardians offseason this year, and then if Chernoff next year was like, well, we're going to be more aggressive than what we were this last offseason. It's like, yeah, no bleep. You go to Staples and you buy a pack of paper. You're going to be more aggressive than what you did this offseason. The point is, that's a little scary if you want to win a lot of games this year, in my mind. That's a little scary. I got a little turned off by what he was giving us right there because that is telling me, and I don't know how long Andrew Berry thinks he's going to have this job, but if he's being truthful, and sometimes he's known to lie to us, so just take that for what it is as well. If he's being truthful, it's not about this offseason, it's about next offseason, which I can't believe I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. Deshaun is going to be not on this team next offseason, and that is going to trigger, depending on how they do it, that is going to open up some added flexibility, not just next year, but certainly the years beyond it, once that clarity is there that he's not here.
Yeah, because we'll get that in March. You're still going to owe dead cap money on some of that still. It's not completely off the books.
Totally fair, but, the Browns like to manage it in kind of roving 3 to 4 year periods, so that opens up maybe future money.
Yeah, anytime you're not paying $45 million to a quarterback as is, that's always a good thing as far as flexibility.
So I think that's part of it. You're also going to be moving on from some of the dead cap this year, as we know Wyatt Teller's not going to be back. We know David Njoku's going to be back, and we're unsure about Joel Bitonio. You only have so many post-June 1 designations to make.
You get 2, and part of that designation is you're spreading it out over 2 years. So you would take that big lump next season, and this would be part of being aggressive next offseason.
So there's a lot to this. I just think it made sense when he said it. I was like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. We're not where you were, and it's all tied to one spot. We know exactly what it is. It's a quarterback spot. Because you do not have a definitive yes at quarterback, you have the luxury of saying, all right, we're willing to be this aggressive with this player, but if it goes beyond that, we're not going to force it. And that includes every single spot, whether it's draft collateral, whether it's financial collateral, certainly trades. Like, I think the Browns, they're not sitting pretty because you don't have a quarterback, and that's the number one thing you probably won't be able to fix unless Deshaun Shador or Dylan Gabriel or somebody else surprises you and becomes that guy that you need him to be. But pretty much in every other way, like, hey, Rasheed Walker, I almost call him Rasheed Wallace just because it's ingrained in my head, but Rasheed Walker, maybe at $18 million a year is something you want to do.
Yeah.
At $22 million a year, we don't really need to do that.
Yeah,
And
so,
same thing with Linderbaum, in fairness.
Yeah, so again, they're going to be more aggressive than they were last offseason, but I'm not expecting them to go crazy is kind of the point there. And I think, from what he sounded like, and I don't take him at face value at all. I need to make that abundantly clear. He's lied to us a million times. So
he's bragged about lying.
This could just be, he enjoys it. Like it's a perverse game for him to go ahead and just lie to us. And so there's a part of me,
he's Dr. Hannibal Lecter, but for football.
Honestly, yes, the way that he does. Think about
have a mock draft with some Keontae.
Think about just about every major decision that they've had to make from the draft, where he then all of a sudden it was Travis Hunter, they're taking Travis Hunter, it's a lock, to then trade out to then take Mason Graham and do everything that way, down to who the head coach is with it being Todd Monken, when everybody thought it was everybody but Todd Monken. Like, the man gets off with the idea that he just lies to us constantly.
Can we just say, though, the idea that they're going to be more aggressive than last year is a good thing? I don't know how much more. We are dealing with sliding scales, and the right deals have to be there, and all the qualifiers that just bore me to absolute
I think
sleep.
there's an acknowledgement they don't want to just sit on their hands.
Yes. Well, and
that's nice.
Guys, you made the great analogy of the Guardians offseason this year and being like, well, next year we're really going to do it, as opposed to this. That could be a $15 million player, right? Here are my expectations based off what he said. I expect multiple starters in free agency, be it at least 2 offensive linemen and probably a couple rotational pieces as well, but although that's not going to be week 1, and then at least a wide receiver. I don't know if that's trade. I don't know if that's free agency. I don't know if they're going to wait for somebody to be a cap casualty and maybe do a pick swap a la Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
But I expect that, and then you have to look at interior defensive line with Shelby Harris being a free agent, Malik Collins being in his last year. I think you have to look at linebacker until you have at least 2 of your 3 main free agents saddled up there. And if something shakes free that's really interesting in the secondary, I know people want to put it all on the offense. I think finding maybe a serious contributor as like another free safety option is probably more likely than adding a significant tight end threat to Harold Fannin Jr., no matter how many tight end sets they want to run, or like an Isaiah Likely, or like, let's say, a second back behind Quinshon Judkins.
No, there's a lot of players that come with that. My read on it, though, is that it's just he's got the Rome wasn't built in a day approach. And it's interesting that he spotlighted what the Bears did, because the Bears basically built a whole team in one offseason. So it's interesting that he spotlighted them in particular, but I kind of get the idea this is going to be a you gotta crawl to walk to run type approach with all this, and that kind of stinks if you want to win this year. It's good news for Shador fans, though, because I would imagine if you're like 80% complete as a team, then you probably want to put Shador out there, and then you go for 2027 with either a different quarterback or Shador that obviously showcases what he can do.
So you guys have heard a little bit from Andrew Berry there. If you're listening at 12:30 on Baskin and Phelps, we have a fair amount of sound for that. Obviously, plenty of reports about the Browns out there that are worth talking about today, and we do have the big Cavs-Knicks game that we're going to get to starting at 3 o'clock today, but 216-474-0092. I want to hear from you guys there. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Joe DeLeon, I believe, live from the Combine at 3:20, talking Jordan Tyson's big decision. That could have a big impact on the Browns at 6. John Fanta, NBC Sports, has got his first ever NBA play-by-play call tonight. Portland versus Minnesota on NBC. Very excited for Johnny. Joins us at 4:20. Then Albert Breer, weather permitting. We're still working through this at 5:20.
Is he still skiing, or did he make it to the Combine at this point?
He might have to ski to get to the Combine with the way the weather has been out in his neck of the woods in the Northeast, where we got FAN hosts sleeping in downtown New York just to make their damn shows. But Albert, at 5:20 with all this nonsense around Malik Willis that we'll have to get to. But 216-474-0092. Andrew Berry said the Browns are 1 year away from being hyper-aggressive in free agency the way we're expecting them to be, or usually expect them to be. What does this mean for this offseason for the Browns? I think it means expect a fair amount of we'll see and what does the market provide for the Browns, but that doesn't mean a bad thing in my opinion. And Andrew Berry talks quarterbacks in one convo. Not only is it not going away, it seems to be gaining steam for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
My house. Marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Right now, it's February 24th? We don't have to make that decision anytime soon. I think any player that we have in that room, we would expect to compete to earn a role. Those two would be no different.
Andrew Berry, Browns GM, live from the Combine earlier today. One thing I've heard from everyone in Indianapolis is he doesn't say things by mistake. So, that little word salad there that, it's a little too early to commit to anything.
I think they're giving him a little bit too much credit in that regard.
I believe you're correct. Listen, I think he said exactly what he should say, which is it's very early. We're not really committed to anything, and we're open to see where this thing goes. Listen, I want you to be aggressive as hell when it comes to that offensive line. I want you to be aggressive if a guy like Alec Pierce, who may or may not be tagged, gets free, or George Pickens, whether or not he gets tagged. Like if a Romeo Doubs to some price makes sense to me. But like the quarterback position, I want you to be selectively aggressive. All right? You want to draft a quarterback? All right, let's see who it is and where you're going to take him. But I don't want you drafting because you have to get the position right this year, because this is not the year for that.
No, and the odd part about it, for a team that doesn't have a quarterback, he has the luxury of, if he wants to throw Shedeur out there and Deshaun, for instance, and have them battle it out, the fan base isn't going to be irate.
Yeah.
I think the fan base at this point has kind of accepted the quarterback room that it is right now. You get this following season, whoever wins out with the job, and then we kind of go from there, and if it doesn't work out, then we're in the draft in 2027.
So, on the topic of the quarterback position and whether they'll draft or add to it, this is another answer from Andrew Berry.
It's the most important position. We wouldn't talk about it any differently if we were drafting an O lineman or a D lineman or something along those lines. I don't think that you can invest in it enough. I wouldn't put any restraint on it.
So, all right, what's interesting about this is I wouldn't put it past the Browns to say, well, Dylan Gabriel was Kevin Stefanski's quarterback last year. Maybe we can call Deshaun an organizational failure, but maybe Kenny Pickett was part of the Stefanski thing. Joe Flacco was maybe a Berry one. Maybe Shedeur was a Berry one. Mm-hmm. If you've got two quarterbacks in the room are going to be here, which I think are Shedeur and Deshaun, maybe Dylan gets edged out and maybe Todd Monken gets one spot in that quarteback room.
Perfectly fine with that.
And it probably comes from, the draft. Most likely for me. That's what I'm thinking.
But are we going how high are we going with this?
What do you mean?
Like if Todd Monken gets his one, does it start in the third round? Does the fourth round? If I'm thinking of this like a stoplight, at what point in the draft does Andrew Berry give him the old green light to say now all of a sudden it's go time? Whatever quarterback you want, now you get to go ahead and make that selection.
So I think it depends on how much overlap there is in their opinion. Something that I know from having talked to people about the prospect. And I'll give you Justin Fields in Carolina in 2021. Mm-hmm. There was one party that really thought Justin Fields was the future of that organization, and they would have been in a position to take him. There's another party that had both feet out, and then the guy that was a tiebreaker could not make up his damn mind. They didn't draft Justin Fields.
Yeah, but so that's a franchise-altering decision. That's a mega decision. I guess I'm trying to figure out, is the quarterback that you're giving to Todd Monken, it doesn't appear like we're talking franchise-altering quarterback decision.
I don't know. So I think it depends on how you view that by what commitment you're actually giving to this player. Because if it's a 1 year, we'll see, it can't be a top 100 pick. You just can't. You can't do 1 year deals on top 100 picks if we're already moving on from Dylan Gabriel, which again, Andrew Berry didn't say. He actually pushed against that. You can't do that back-to-back years.
Yeah.
So like those kind of guys, your third, fourth, fifth rounders, need multiple years of seasoning to go, no matter who picks them. But yeah, I mean, listen, while most of the time consensus is a facade, it's just not. It doesn't happen. If we go back to the 2018 draft with Baker, mm-hmm. The room was split on a couple different guys, and then apparently Baker walked in snapping his fingers, and John Dorsey's like, that's my guy right there.
Well, he crotch grabbed in Kansas. Let's get the story right.
Hey, any of the things Baker did.
All it took was a crotch grab.
Listen.
The crotch grab heard around the world.
Story of my life. That's why I'm here.
Enjoy the bulge.
But no, I mean, I think it's absolutely up to who falls in love with what quarterback and how much they're really willing to invest in them. I would be surprised, to answer your question, though, because it might be dancing around it. I'd be surprised if it was earlier than the third round.
I would be too. That's kind of where I'm sitting there. Like if we're going to give Monken a quarterback to kind of work on, I'm fine with that, but I'm of the belief that it's going to be a quarterback that's later in the draft.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It's not the 92nd pick anymore. It's the 70th pick. And I'm going to need you with those top 4 picks to get day one guys. I don't know we're going to trust pick 70 to be a day one guy at quarterback. And this is where
we're not, yeah.
You do start to get kind of pile-on from last year. Is it's like, no. Carson Beck falls you in the 4th round. Go ahead, buddy. You love that guy.
Within this setup, if I'm Monken, I'm passing, by the way. I'll wait.
I'll wait till next year.
Yeah, I'll wait till next year. Yeah, like if you're going to give me your one chance to really kind of be like, all right, this is your guy. Let's see what you can do with them, and you get to kind of do special time on the side and make sure that this guy's you're kind of like your pet project. I'll wait till next year.
216-474-0092. So Andrew Berry saying that they don't have to make a quarterback decision anytime soon, but that they are open to adding to that room, calling it pretty obviously the most important spot on the roster. He also said that about head coach, though. But there's been one thing.
He was like debating himself for a second there. Like, head coach is the most important. No, actually, might be quarterback. He turned into a one-man show there.
It really, he caught himself because at first he was saying head quarterback, and then he said head coach.
He kind of flip-flopped in the moment, honestly. If I was listening, if that was a solo radio show, I'd be like, make up your mind, Andrew Berry. What are we trying to sell the people here?
By the way, you'll hear Daryl Ryder tonight. I believe he's going to be on the second half of the night show solo.
Yeah, that's good.
You want to hear a little bit more of that? And, of course, he's going to be on with Coach Lance Reisland at 7 o'clock tonight.
We're locked in.
But what I think is interesting about this is the thing that you and I have been out ahead of for weeks now seems at the quarterback position seems to continue to pull the Browns into the orbit. Mary Kay Cabot late yesterday saying the Browns are going to be in to some degree on Malik Willis and Ty Simpson. I almost call him Tyler. Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama. You put that on top of Greg Rosenthal, whom I really like, and I got to say that first, saying that Malik Willis is his number 1 free agent in the NFL this offseason, and that he is already the best running quarterback in the NFL. So we've got the Browns tied to Malik Willis, and we have this Malik Willis runaway train. It seems to be gaining steam, and I'm the guy standing on the track saying, what in the blue hell is anybody in the NFL thinking?
Why do we seem like the crazy people for trying to question what's going on across the NFL right now?
It's because everybody else is groupthink.
I don't understand it. Like I saw people earlier this morning. The Limo brought it up. He's like every time Malik Willis comes up, Jonathan and Nick are like confused as to how this ended up being where it's at. Like no, this should be a confusing thing.
Yes.
We should try to figure out how somebody that played 155 snaps is being treated like he's the second coming at quarterback. Like he's got a lot of weight that he can carry around here. This is insanity. What's happening with him?
I was listening to Greg Rosenthal's NFL Daily podcast. He had Ollie Connolly on talking. Greg's 101 top free agents in the NFL. And he said that the Malik Willis tape from last year, which was 3 games, but really 1 start against the Ravens, which was a 17-point loss.
Wait, I got to bring that up too, just quickly, because the morning show made a point of the idea that I kept referencing yesterday, that Ravens game where he loses by 17 points, but he throws for almost 300 yards. And then Lima, his response back was, no. That might be where some people fell in love with him because it's a Saturday night primetime game. Yeah. He's like, but I first got eyes on him in that Chicago game. Yesterday, Lima had a great line. Evan Mobley had 2 rebounds in the game on Sunday, right? And he was like, well, which of the 2 rebounds were your favorite? I'd ask you, Lima, which of the 9 completions was your favorite for Malik Willis to give him a 5-year deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
6. The 6th one.
Which one of the 9 was the one that made your eyes go goo goo gaga right there in that moment? Like, it's unreal.
So Greg Rosenthal says that the tape was electric. How can 3 games be electric? It can't be. And we've had people on before, and their thing is, and I've compared Trey Lance, former number 3 pick in the draft.
I want to know which game he's counting as the 3rd game, if I'm being honest about it.
Also fair.
Is it the Giants game where he threw for 2 passes? Because he played in 4, or is it the Vikings game where he completed 1 pass?
That's the one.
Is that the one?
That was a divisional matchup, so those multiply.
What are we trying to figure out? Which one is actually the 3rd game out of the 4 that he played where he only threw significant snaps in 2 of them?
But what's crazy about it is, we're comparing Trey Lance to Malik Willis, and the idea is, well, I've at least seen it with Malik Willis. It's like, yeah, but it's 155 passing attempts.
And it's 35 attempts all last season.
So what have you really seen?
You haven't seen much.
And here's the thing. Malik Willis to me is a sliding scale, like every other quarterback is. Like, I have some interest to Kyler Murray, but then you factor in the cold weather data, and it gets really hard to see him in Cleveland as opposed to somewhere that isn't Cleveland. Malik Willis, like 2-year, $15 million. Okay, sure, let's talk. Malik Willis, 2-year, $50 million. Are you high? Like, what are we doing here? How is this possible that he has seen at least one significant writer? And Greg is a very well thought of, very well sourced guy, says he's the number 1 free agent, and the guy has 155 passing attempts in his career. Oh gosh, I can't remember the other free agent ranking that drove me crazy. They had
was it the Wyatt Teller one?
Yes.
No, Daniel Jones was 8th.
No, so that's the Greg Rosenthal one.
Yeah.
The first time we mentioned it, Malik was 8th in the NFL against guys who have put their line on the body, put their body on the line for 6 to 7 to 8 years, 6, 7,
8, 9.
Like, just played incredible football. As well, you know what? You're a safety. I guess you're the 30th best free agent.
We're not breaking news here. Obviously, people are thirsty for quarterbacks. Like Andrew Berry's big message today was how thirsty he is for a quarterback and how important the quarterback position is. We're not breaking new ground in that respect. I just think we've lost our minds with Malik Willis here.
So it does feel like it's gaining steam, and I just wish we could find the release valve to pull that steam down. Because, again, we can have the conversation to some point, but the worst thing and it's not even about the cap. It's about a time suck. And this idea that Malik Willis is so much better of a quarterback prospect than Shedeur Sanders, there's a valid case to sign Malik Willis. But how you build that deal and what you give him right off the rip matters.
Yeah, because he could walk you out for potentially 2 other options, which I am more enticed by. The idea that you get to see what Shedeur has next year, and then if Shedeur stinks and isn't good, then you get to go to this awesome 2027 draft class.
And you know what? Let's just be...
You're locked out of that if you sign Malik Willis.
Let's be crystal clear here. Malik Willis has no business getting $50 million over 2 years and being the just unquestioned, beyond reproach starter for the Cleveland Browns in 2026. If he comes here, it's got to be on a smaller deal than that. And most importantly, it's still an open competition.
So that's where I just don't think that's reality. I feel like if he comes here, it's his job. He gets it. The moment that he signs a deal worth $50 million, $55, $60 million, whatever that is, he becomes the starting quarterback.
Some people are saying he's going to get a 5-year deal.
Don't get me agitated again. Nick's rage baiting me.
I am saying yes, yes, and oh yes.
I'm saying no, Daryl. I'm saying no.
You said you didn't want no shots Nick Wilson back again.
No, I liked it, but that was just an unreal performance by Daryl yesterday.
216.
I mean, just unreal.
474-0092.
Stop laughing so long. You guys are so awkward, you two.
Is Malik Willis is the conversation gaining steam here in Cleveland? I don't know why. This is we're putting up the warning sign. We're the third base coach. Slow down. Think about this for a minute. More on Malik Willis later in the show. Malik Willis versus Ty Simpson. Got to get to Cavs and Knicks, but big news at the Combine that could be impacting your Browns in the draft. That starts off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram, I own a Ram, and if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Actually, it should be your list because I've seen the Rams side by side with the competition for power.
Fan off-season special tonight from 7 to 9, right here on 92.3 The Fan, and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Cavs Knicks coming up in just about 20 minutes time. Maybe the biggest matchup in the history of Cavaliers basketball, and we're going to be discussing it in about 20 minutes. Got to make it so we can pay off tomorrow. If they lose or win, we can really go big or go home. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Let's go ahead and kick off with Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, the big news came out. I saw many draft Knicks guffawing over this. Furious, maybe even. Arizona State wide receiver and potential Browns target at 6. Jordan Tyson, Jalen Tyson's little brother, won't be doing any on-field workouts or testing this week at the Combine as he works his way back from his hamstring issue. Injuries being the biggest concern for Tyson, who missed a game every year in college, including tearing his knee up in 2023. Is Tyson not testing this week a major concern given his injury history?
I mean, the injury history has me with a red flag the entire time with him. So, I don't know that this specifically is what's tipping the scales, but yeah, it's not great. Also not great. Did you see Coach Riz's receiver comps for him?
No.
Or rather, receiver comp for him? Will Fuller.
Okay, don't love that.
No, it's funny. Like all of Coach Riz's comps, like the Mekhi Lemon one was great. It's like I'm on Ross St. Brown, and I'm like, ooh, we can get on board with that. And then every other one, I'm like, I don't want this wide receiver.
This sounds
the comps were miserable for me.
I mean this in the nicest way. This sounds like a real coach problem to me.
Is that what it is?
Sounds like a real coach problem.
All right, this is the advice I'm going to give to Coach when he shows up a little bit later on. You need to sexy up your comps just a little bit. Like the idea that he made Carnell Tate Michael Pittman Jr. That's not sexy.
Wait,
nobody wants to think of Carnell Tate as Michael Pittman Jr.
You don't like Michael Pittman Jr.?
He's a fine player. That's not the comp you want if you're Carnell Tate.
I've heard Mike Evans with him. I haven't heard Mike Evans. I'm just being facetious.
But you see how that would be sexier?
Yeah.
You see how you get a little bit more juice out of that one? Omar Cooper Jr.'s Robert Woods. I need better than that.
I do like me some Robert Woods. If he was your number 2 wide receiver, you'd be but that's a problem.
He called him a playmaking Robert Woods.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Yeah.
I think he just put playmaker at the end of it. I don't know that he was calling him even a playmaker, Robert Woods.
I really like Jordan Tyson.
Sexy up these drafts.
I think if you took injuries out of it, I think Jordan Tyson would be clear wide receiver 1. And I think, I guess if we're erring on the side of something, I'd rather you err on the side of who's the best player. And I know that that's a tremendous risk, and I know we feel like we're not in a position to take a risk. It's a friendly time. It's a great time to remind everybody. Friendly reminder, the entire draft is a risk. Players miss all the time, including with red flags on injuries.
Multiple injuries in different spots is another major red flag, though. You know, it's not just a bunch of knee injuries or leg injuries. You also have the collarbone injury. You start getting injured all over. I just tend to think you're made of glass, and that is a little worrisome. But not bad. He can overcome that. Falcons confirmed to Kirk Cousins this week that they will release him on the first day of the league year. GM Ian Cunningham told 92.9 The Game, out of respect for Kirk and Michael, felt like that was the right decision. So that means Kirk Cousins will be hitting the open market for everyone. Where does he land? Does he land with another team, or is this the end of Kirk Cousins?
I think it's Minnesota.
Minnesota makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I think a lot of people instinctively thought Minnesota, maybe Pittsburgh. If Aaron Rodgers decides to step away, Kirk Cousins would work there.
I think he's good leverage there. Don't sleep on. I was going to talk about L.A., but obviously Stafford's already said he's coming back. I think the wild card are a couple teams that have just clear openings, like Arizona, like Miami, depending on how much Kirk actually wants to get paid and what he values. Mm-hmm. Minnesota just makes the most sense.
$100 million over 2 years worth of service for the Falcons. Kirk Cousins continues to win the I get paid more money than everybody in football game.
But if I am Minnesota, I need a 2-year commitment from Kirk. Because he starts this year unquestioned, then in 2027, you take your swing to move up to get your next quarterback, And that's when you go ahead and then let that guy sit for a year behind Kirk in the second year of a 2-year plan.
It just kind of feels right. Although if you're J.J. McCarthy, not much is going right for you anyway. But I would imagine the fan base in Minnesota, they will be faster to want to go to Kirk Cousins than any other person you'd bring in.
I think if you bring in Kirk, he's your starter.
J.J. McCarthy doesn't even have the...
Yeah, I think the only battle is if they bring in Kyler. I think Kyler versus J.J. I don't think Kirk's going anywhere unless he has a guarantee to be the starter, which, honestly, he has a claim to be.
Well, then he's got to wait. He's got to wait for Pittsburgh, I think.
I don't think he's waiting. I don't think Pittsburgh's waiting on Aaron.
Well, that's what Omar Khan insinuated today, that he's not waiting on him, and basically they're going to have a decision coming up in the next couple weeks here. But Aaron Rodgers has had every team hostage for every year he's ever been on the planet. So I'll believe that one when I see it.
That's the kind of thing you can't say if you're Omar.
We're going to see some Will Howard playing football next year, aren't we?
Boomer and Gio of WFAN in New York were discussing the Jets as the NFL's punchline every year this morning.
This isn't Boomer going off on Olympic medalists that are smart and intelligent?
No. He left them alone today, at least of what I heard, when Boomer threw shade at the Browns.
I mean, they're going to be the butt of every joke until they're not. I mean, I don't know why the Jets get more of this than the Browns do, or maybe we're just paying more attention to it because of the Jets, but I do feel like the Jets are always the butt of the joke. That's what happens.
Even like at award ceremonies, right?
Oh, yeah.
They go up there.
I mean, to be fair, the Browns should be in that.
They should.
They should be the punchline.
But, I mean, if it's not the Browns being the most embarrassing, it's the Jets. I mean, the Browns have been in the playoffs more recently.
So who wins the battle for the NFL's punchline?
Yeah, so I feel like the Browns have been the punchline way more than the Jets, but I feel like the Jets this offseason overtook everything. Like the Jets hit a level of dysfunction that even the Browns aren't able to compete with in the current moment. I think historically, over the past decade when the Jets have kind of stunk, I feel like the Browns have taken way more heat. Even through some good times, they've taken way more heat. But I feel like as of right now today, if you're making a joke at the NFL's expense about the worst team, people do go to the Jets at this point.
If we go to the last 10 seasons, both teams have had 5 head coaches, although the Jets have had now 3 coaches in that span. No, 4 coaches in that span, but the Browns have had 2, with Monken now going forward. The winning percentage in the regular season, 49 and 116 are the Jets. That's a 297 winning percentage, while the Browns, who the first 2 years of that time were tanking, were 59, 105 and 1, giving them a 360 winning percentage, and the Browns have 2 playoff appearances and a win, and the best the Jets have done in that 10-year stretch is 7-win seasons. And then we go to the quarterbacks: Justin Fields, oopsie; Sam Darnold, bigger oopsie; Zach Wilson, maybe the biggest oopsie, and you've got Baker versus Deshaun. I think this is a clear landslide from Boomer. For the Jets being the absolute punching bag the punchline the last decade, and I think Boomer's being a homer.
I mean, we're just racing for bad here, isn't it? Isn't that the race?
But I think the Jets win it.
That's what I said. I mean, I thought the Jets win it as well. Plus, it's easier to pick on the Jets too at this point. It just is.
Also, if you took out the 2 seasons that the Browns were tanking at the beginning of this stretch,
which owner would you rather have?
Jimmy, by far.
I think so too.
Jimmy spends more money, and
I think the Johnson family's they're a mess.
Jimmy's skeletons are out in the open, so it's easier to pick on him. If you even lift the sheet on Woody Johnson and the Johnson family, you're going to put that son of a gun right back and go right to church and pray.
Jimmy isn't the one that killed the report cards either for the NFLPA.
Yeah, like Woody Johnson's like a Marvel villain. Like that's what Woody Johnson is. Jimmy's just Jimmy. That didn't sound like the compliment I intended it to be.
Well, I mean, it's not a compliment, but I got what you're saying. I do get what you're saying,
Jimmy,
but it didn't come out like a compliment at all.
Whatever you think about billionaires. Like, that's the approximation of what I expect a billionaire to be in real life. Woody Johnson might actually be a villain. Like, he might actually be a guy that goes, yes, while twiddling a mustache that doesn't exist. Let me get my Johnson take off.
The man was rolling. All right. United Football League came out with all their rule changes for the upcoming season. There's 6 of them I want to talk about, and you tell me which ones you think would work for the NFL, okay?
Okay.
All right. 60-plus yard field goals now equal 4 points.
Okay.
Oh, you're in on this?
Yeah.
Oh, you're so indifferent to kickers in that
NFL,
part of the game. That's a considerable difference in the game.
If it was the NFL, I'd be pissed, but it's not.
Well, I'm asking for the NFL. I'm asking to put this to the NFL. I'm not saying the UFL. I'm asking if the NFL came out today with these 6 rules.
F-.
You hate this one then?
Hate it. For the NFL.
All right, good. 1 foot in bounds now equals a catch.
A+. Let's simplify a catch. More points is good points.
Red zone penalties revert to half the distance to the goal.
F-.
Oh, you don't like that one?
That's too severe.
In the red zone? I don't know.
Too severe.
I don't hate that one. Tush push eliminated.
Stupid. Nobody's going to run the tush push in the UFL. This is just
We're
a
not
headline
talking
grab.
UFL. We're talking the NFL.
Oh,
we
even
are
dumber in the
adopting
NFL.
these for the NFL.
I know. I'm saying both are dumb.
You got to get the UFL out of your mind.
I can't.
This is
stupid
Goodell. Goodell got the cheat sheet and is like, I want these for myself
F-.
now. All right, no punting inside the opponent's 50-yard line.
C+.
Yeah, right. Not bad.
Yeah.
It's going to be radical.
A little no risky, no bisky.
It's going to be radical. I'm excited
but
to
I'm
watch
here
that.
to party.
And in overtime, you have 3 alternating attempts per team from the 5-yard line. That's your overtime now.
That's exhausting. F-.
Yeah, that seems a lot.
We got 4 F- and A+ and a C+.
Let's go UFL football.
How about you? Any winners there?
Yeah, I mean, none that work for the NFL in any reasonable way. 1 foot in bounds is interesting, but I kind of like the idea that you're a pro. You can get 2 feet in. I'd love to see no punting inside the opponent's 50, though.
The NFL's not ready for that.
I'd love to see that.
Is ready for it.
I would love to see how that went down.
Al Michaels is not. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta says the team has made a record-setting offer to center Tyler Linderbaum, but they won't franchise or transition tag him this offseason if he hits the open market. So if a deal's not done by free agency, how far should the Browns be willing to go to sign Linderbaum this offseason?
I mean, can I just say as far as they need to go to get him here? Is that the idea? Who's against this?
So I wouldn't go past probably $20 million. Actually, no, I might not even go past 18.
I don't know. I'm good at a lot of positional value in the NFL when it comes to contracts. I'm not good with center contracts.
So I think the franchise tag would be $16 million for 1 year, but I believe the average expected value is supposed to be about $18 million. No, I just think there are other really good center. Like Tyler Linderbaum's a great center. I would like to have a great center. I also like Sean Ryan of Green Bay. I think Cade Mays of Carolina is an ascending player. Like I don't want to put listen, Rasheed Walker, left tackle. I understand there's a premium there.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be harder to find a day one starter at left tackle in this class than it is going to be to find a day one starter at center.
I feel like what Creed Humphrey got, and Creed is at this point considered not only one of the best, but he's right in line with everything. I feel like that's very fair. $18 million average per year, $72 million deal, $50 million of it guaranteed. Like that seems right in line with exactly what I would think here.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking. Said Creed. And I'm a chach.
Yeah, no, I got what happened there.
That's a song.
Yeah. Very popular
One
band.
Last Breath.
Everyone's like, oh, I don't like Creed. Creed sucks. 50 million albums sold. Y'all hated Creed? You really told me that you didn't like Creed? 50 million people bought albums.
Yeah, things age poorly.
But in the time, people really liked it. Apparently,
they did, and then they woke up and discovered real music.
Well, we can't judge.
Murder?
We can't judge Creed or any music based off of its long-standing ability here, right?
Oh. Yeah, there's so many bands that like in 1967 were great.
No, people told
by
Creed they sucked in the moment. Stop redoing this one. People told Creed they sucked in the moment.
No
one's after the fact.
You were
Creed,
8 years old in 1999. I don't want to hear this. I will fight you over this.
I was 10 years old in 1999.
Math is hard for me. So you were 10 years old.
That is hard, isn't it?
I was in high school, and I will tell you, if you said Creed sucked in 1999, you had a line out the door to beat your ass.
Do you think that was the problem?
It was about 2004.
It aged incredibly poor?
Yes. It was about 2004 when people started saying Creed sucked.
5 years is all it took for the music to age. I refuse to think that's all it took for music to age poorly in that way.
Throw this out.
5 years is not 50.
216-474-0092. Anybody else who lived through it.
50 million album sales later, all of a sudden, they stink. No, it just became cool to hate on them. That's all it was.
It was 5 years.
And then you had to hate listen is what you had to do. You had to sit in your car, music came on, songs like you're just singing right there, and you're like, let's get going. But I can't admit to liking that because high school Nick wanted to be cool about it all.
No, high school Nick wasn't trying to fight the entire high school. Just a few select people. Let's ask you right now, is this the most important game of the Cavaliers season, a.k.a. franchise history? The stakes have never been higher for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I was wrong.
argue with him. Don't sit there and say I'm afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him. But you act like I care about them. Don't let him get to you. I care about what they're saying. Stand tall. I'm not believing. Be tough. I'm not believing.
Say it with your chest.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst in about 20 minutes. John Fanta at 4:20 today, talking a lot of Cavs Knicks. I think anybody that knows the history of the station, many years ago when I was the night show guy after Ken, I intended a text message for about Ken to somebody else at the station. Only to send it directly to Ken instead.
Yeah, you were saying very nice things, I imagine.
It was a shots fired situation, and we got past it. All right.
Yeah.
We cannot divulge until I know what the context of what Ken just sent to you and I. I think we might have a reverse situation going on, but I don't think it's about us. So I'm a little bit caught here, but there is a developing situation about texts between people at the station that could be getting very interesting very quickly.
Yeah, because that incident with you and Ken, I double-check every text for, like, all eternity, basically.
Yeah, I did until Zach Jackson a week ago. When I texted Zach what I meant to text Jake about getting Zach on.
Hey, once every 10 years isn't bad.
Yeah, well, no, this was a nice day. It was like, hey, reach out to Zach. He's really, we just talked about it. Can't do today, but we'll maybe sometime next week.
Reach out to Zach. That guy sucks, but maybe he'll come on for 10 minutes.
And then he called me.
That would be tough to come back from.
And then Zach called me a dummy, and I was like, well, I can't refute those charges right now.
No, not at all. Not at all. Right response, right everything.
We got a developing situation with an errant text message. We'll see what the update that is, though. Get in price for tonight's Cavs-Knicks game.
Yeah.
Which is supposed to be throw out all the LeBron games. They never happened, basically. Throw out the Miracle at Richfield. World Be Free basically never existed. Richfield in the late 80s, who the hell knows? The get-in price for Cavs-Knicks tonight, $34. How we feel?
I'm a little surprised by that. That seems awfully low for a game that maybe we just haven't had enough juice attached to this one yet. I don't know. Maybe people are just too upset after Sunday. It's very confusing. $19 doesn't seem right.
Weather?
I thought about the weather. Weather's not that bad here. It's bad everywhere else. It's not that bad here.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to do the thing where we take 2 to 5 to 10 cheaply priced tickets online.
And then make it a thing.
And I just want to say, if the Cavs lose tonight, there will be basketball after tonight. If the Cavs win tonight, there will be basketball played again. We are 5 games into this thing. Whether it's the Thunder loss or certainly the importance of this game, it is important because it's the next game on the schedule. And there will be little things you can glean. But the Knicks have been together as a team at some parts for 4 seasons, at other parts for 2 seasons in the shortest duration. You've been together for 5 games. Let's keep that in mind while processing this game tonight. Can we keep a little bit of perspective on this game?
Vegas seems to think that we're pretty big favorites in this one.
Hate it.
We're
Vegas,
4.5 point favorites in this game. That seems kind of talk about high. That seems high.
Vegas, I need you to knock that off real quick because that's only going to be another bolt in the gun of anyone panicking tomorrow if the Cavs lose to the Knicks tonight.
Well, that was part of what was baked into Sunday against the Thunder because they didn't have 3 of their top 4 players, and we were 5.5 point favorites for that game. And it's just one of those things. Like when you get to a certain spot in a point spread, it becomes a little bit of a letdown for sure.
But isn't that like I tend to be of the mind. When the other team pulls 3 important players with that game, I can understand why the rest of the team, or the opponent, in this case being the Cavaliers, might look at that and lose some steam on that game. I can.
Yeah.
And so I can understand how that game happens.
You don't have the same get up at all. Like you don't, and then they got punched in the mouth early, and then before they tried to recover, it was too late.
But I just think, like, putting so much emphasis this early where the team is still figuring it out. And I've heard the Kenny Atkinson criticisms of his rotations are all over the place. Yes, he's trying to find out and figure out his new team in 30 games. That's really hard on a head coach. I don't care about what his rotations look like on February 24th or February 22nd. I care about what his rotations look like on, like, April 15th. And I think he'll have them squared away because now's the time to figure out how your team really does fit together.
Yeah, we're just not in the same position as other teams. We're just different. It's okay. We just got James Harden. We're trying to figure everything out. Like, I was thinking about this last night. I don't know how much of the Pistons-Spurs game you caught last night, but like one of the takeaways I had after watching that Spurs game, and I mean, geez, Detroit just cannot hit a three ball to save their life. That continues to be a problem for them.
It almost makes it feel like they're paper tigers as a 1 seed.
Yeah, no, and they are. But like the point is that I don't know what else the Spurs can show me in the regular season. Like after watching that game yesterday, I'm like between Castle and how he was playing, Wemby and some of the stuff he was doing defensively, like watching that game, you're just like, okay. They're good. When we get to the postseason, we'll see how they respond. Young team, you never know how that happens in the postseason. But there's nothing else they can show me in the regular season. They beat all these really, really good teams. They're impressive. The Cavs aren't going to be able to say that to us in 25 games. They're just different. If they beat the Knicks, we're going to still go back and be like, all right, they got some things to show us. If even on Friday when they take on the Pistons, if they win that game, we'll be like, it's happy, it's good, but they still have things to show us in this regular season.
All right, can I point out that when we were 3 games in and everyone was doing this is the greatest team I've ever seen, this is why the trade works out, and I said it's just 3 games. Can I say that I'm now being consistent by saying it's just 1 game against the Thunder and 1 game against the Knicks, whereas I do feel like people who were 3 games in beating their chest saying this is why you made the trade are suddenly being like, none of this matters until the postseason. You might be a part of that group?
I'm definitely not a part of that group.
It feels like you're a part of that group to me.
I think if anything, I was trying to meet you in the middle somewhere because I think these games do matter. So like part of the idea that the Spurs can show me they don't have to see any, like we don't have to see anything from them. Like we still have to see how this works, and we still have to see how they match up against the Knicks. We have to see how they match up against the Pistons on Friday. Like there still are things you have to play for, and seeding within this matters a great deal as well. Like no, that's if anything, And I thought that I displayed this on Monday. Mac, you can tell me if I'm wrong. If anything, I have gone further in the paint of the idea that this week matters in a massive way, and these next 4 games in particular matter a great deal.
I think when games happen matter as opposed to who are your opponents. And what I mean by that is if we're in the halo of the first 15 games together, there's going to be some things that don't look the way they need to. It's illogical, quite frankly, to put playoff expectations or playoff implications in games that you're probably going to look like you're going to look completely different once Kenny Atkinson has time those last 15 games of the season. I think that's where I am. I'm not trying to tell anyone that these games don't matter, but these next 4 this week, or really the first 15 games of this thing together, do not matter as much as the last 15 games together going to the playoffs, no matter who your opponents are.
You want to hit your stride as you're entering the playoffs. Like that's an obvious thing. But like within this conversation, I do think it's important that the Cavs get out there and Harden plays as well as he does and Mitchell plays as well as he does, and you don't have these moments where you feel like Mitchell Robinson and Cat are able just to bully ball you and figure things out.
Like what does it matter to like the playoffs?
It doesn't.
24 games from now.
Ultimately, they got to showcase that they can not only just erase some of the demons they've had differently, but that this team is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. I think that's important to this group, that it's not the same group that they existed with Darius. And I thought they took a step backwards in that regard on Sunday. Like the Thunder was able to play extremely aggressive with them, and the response after the game by Donovan was just, oh, well, I guess the refs aren't going to call that. I hated that answer from him. I hated that response from him. Like they have to find, and what's cool about games like this, you get playoff atmospheres with these type of games. I referenced that Spurs game from last night for a reason, and I'll reference Sunday with the Cavs and what happened there with the Thunder as well. That was a playoff energy type game, but the physicality was a playoff style game. I mean, that was as dirty of a basketball game you'll find on Sunday, and it was matched last night with the same thing in the Spurs-Pistons game, and that's what you get out of these games. And you can't replicate that in a game against the Hornets on Friday night, but you can in these type of games.
Yeah, but I think and that's
one of our big bugaboos.
I think they've got about 28 games together, including the deadline games with James Harden and everybody. If I gave you a 5-to-1 ratio, meaning 5 great games to 1 stinker down the stretch, take out the opponents. You take that ratio down the stretch every single, like, for that stretch, wouldn't you? 5 really good games, competitive games you win to 1 loss.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're getting in a stretch here where if they lose this game to the Knicks and then they lose the game to the Pistons, and all of a sudden they've lost the 3 best games they have and opportunities to showcase that this team is different.
And 3 wins later, it wouldn't matter.
Well, I mean, no, but it would, though. It would matter because you'd still be.
It's one regular season game.
Well, you'd still be living with the idea of what happened in those games and why the rotations didn't work or why it didn't work for reasons X, Y, and Z.
It didn't work because they've been together for 5 games. That's what's killing me about
this. But the worry about it is that you wouldn't be able to get it right in 25 games. If you go this week and you lose all 3, then you're supposed to just, I don't know, microwave the process and have it figured out by 20.
That's a third of the season, yes.
I think that's
25 games.
I think it's very, very quick. I think 25 games in general to try to get this thing right is very, very quick. That's what made the first couple games so encouraging to everybody, is that you were showcasing that you were doing this. It's not supposed to be the expectation that in 25 games you can add Schroeder, Ellis, and Harden, drastically change the makeup of your team, and roll the ball out there and expect to be great. That's not how the NBA works.
Yes, but I think we're trying to have it both ways. When the Cavs win and rah-rah, we're untouchable. The vibes are immaculate.
I think people were shocked that it was working that early and how soon it was working.
Well, no, I don't think they were. I think there was a lot of finger pointing, and look at how right we are about the Harden thing. And as always, in the NBA, it's let's see. Like, listen, I'm not trying to buzzkill this game. It's a fun game. This is a fun matchup because there's also history between these two teams. But one team's been together for 2 to 5 years. Well, the only new thing is the coach this year. And then the other team's been together for now 6 games. Like, at some point, we just got to be able to, okay, this is an important game to some degree, but not a must-win, not a you need this game. No, you don't. You don't need any of these games. And 3 games right now don't outweigh the rest of the games. Like, there's still plenty of time to get it right, even if you lose tonight, even if it's an ungodly, the bright's too light kind of game here at home.
I don't know. I feel like these type of games are important. You're not going to have many of these down the stretch, and the ones you have, I think you got to take advantage of. But more importantly, these games, again, like Knicks, Cavs, Pistons, Cavs on Friday night, like they come with an energy and tenacity that playoff games come with as well, and a physicality that the Cavs have not been able to match. I think these type of games, they matter because you get that. Very few times in the regular season do you get that, and the Cavs are going to have that opportunity to go out there because I thought they failed that test on Sunday. If this is going to be a different Cavs team, they have to show me how they're different.
I think we're forcing meaning on games to the nth degree. I'm not saying there's no meaning on this game. I'm just saying let's stop putting all the qualifiers on it before
if they lose the game,
the
it doesn't
obvious
mean
Eastern Conference positioning that you're going to have.
No one's saying wrap up the season if they lose the game. Like, no one's going to act like this is all a big waste of time if they lose the game. What it will showcase, though, if you lose this one and then you lose on Friday, is that we're further away than we thought, and this is going to be a little bit more work to put in order to get to where we want to go.
How does it change your playoff percentage? Like your probabilities.
Vegas moved them from the best odds in the East to now third best odds in the East. Like, Vegas has taken this as Sunday's game mattered in a big time way. I bet it reverses if they beat the Knicks substantially in a game like tonight.
216-474-0092. How important is tonight's Knicks game to your evaluation of the Cavaliers? Some. For me, I feel like I'm, again, on an island here because my hair's not on fire and I'm not willing to tear down the world. Not saying you are.
You're kind of insinuating that I am, though.
I think you're more intense about this game than I am. Like,
I'm not really that intense. It's more the idea that
you're putting a lot of meaning on it, more than I am.
I'm not really putting that much meaning on it. Like, how can I say it so many times? Like, you can lose this game and it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, but you only get so many opportunities to play against teams that are not only going to be considered one of the best teams in the East, but also with that playoff tenacity. I thought they failed that test on Sunday. These type of games matter. They matter in a way that taking on the Hornets on Friday just don't. That's important.
I don't think they matter that much different.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to go down that road, then none of the regular season matters at all, and that's fine. I don't look at it that way.
I think the big picture matters more than the individual picture of tonight. I think the big picture is still going to be what it's going to be, no matter what happens tonight or this week.
And we both agree on that.
I understand the need, and you're not doing this as much as the greater collective is doing. Talking Cavs, there's too much importance being put on this week because we forgot what it's like to have questions about a basketball team that weren't, can Darius stay healthy?
I just think people are juiced up right now. I don't know that people are like the people that were sky is falling on Sunday, I thought went overboard. I also think if they lose this game, if somebody is going sky is falling, they're going overboard. But also, it is fun to get excited for these games, and it's fun to see how they match up, and it's fun to see if they respond in a way when you get some of the Mitchell Robinson and Cat minutes and how they attack it and go after it, because we're probably going to see this team in the postseason.
How important is tonight's Knicks game to your evaluation of the Cavs? Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports talks what's at stake for Ty Simpson this week and Jordan Tyson's big mistake on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
guards. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, A to Z Sports NFL Draft Analyst Joe DeLeon joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, they go from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, we go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got John Fanta coming up. Big night for him on the NBC Sports Call. Portland versus Minnesota. His first NBA play-by-play call. We're real proud of our guy. Can't wait to talk some Cavaliers basketball.
Do we tell him that they should have given him a better game than Portland and Minnesota, or no?
It's Anthony Edwards, the face of the NBA to some people.
It's Portland.
They're almost a 500 team. They're still an NBA franchise.
I mean, they
Tom Dundon hasn't moved them to Raleigh yet.
I feel like they could have helped him out a little bit more. Just a smidge. That's all.
You got Ant. What more do you need?
I don't know. I mean, it's just a little bit more.
It could have been. Hell, I don't even know. Could have been Memphis, New Orleans.
Don't let him tell us Portland's a fun watch too, because you know he's going to do that. He's going to tell us Portland's a fun watch.
I'm going to allow it. This is a
for
big night
tonight. We have to. For tonight, we have to.
Now we've got the combine going on in Indy. Our next guest has got a planes, trains, and automobile situation going, trying to get to Indianapolis. He's been caught up with the snowstorm that hit in the Northeast, and he's in the midst of a 10-hour drive to Indianapolis. He's somewhere about Columbus right now, which is a lovely time of day to get there. On the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him, you love him. He joins us every single Tuesday at 3:20 here. A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst and the Ruffino and Joe Show host, Joe DeLeon. Joe, how's Columbus looking today?
Awfully cloudy and dreary at the current moment. And also a heads up, we've got two draft analysts in the car. We've got Ryan Roberts of A to Z Sports as well. So you're getting a double analysis. Ryan's not going to say anything, but we've got two people in the car.
Are you preemptively shutting him up if he disagrees with one of your takes?
Yeah, no, because he'll take over. He'll start cutting me off if I don't tell him to not talk.
That's kind of what JP and I do sometimes.
Basically.
It's that's what happens when you're just good buddies. All right, so obviously one of the big names this week to watch is Ty Simpson. The evals are all over the place. I had somebody text me. It was Lance Reisland. I'll throw his name out there. Day 3 evaluation for our guy, Ty Simpson. What's at stake for Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson this week?
Well, I mean, the most to gain for any prospect, Ty Simpson could do a lot for himself. And I think that he's already off to a really good start. The fact that he was able to jump in and already build buzz from the fact that he is weighing in at 215. He's added 25 pounds since he got gastritis in the middle of the year. That was one of the biggest knocks on him, was having a slight frame. You got to be well built at quarterback, and there was a good reason for it. I love how aggressive he and his training staff have been to get him back up to weight. And then now it's coming out that he's going to throw at the combine, which was the biggest thing that I've been discussing for the past week and a half, it feels like. He is one dude who is just such a natural thrower, who has really just a great feel for placement and timing. He's going to shine. He's going to look great. I know that there tends to be a lot of overreaction to the throwing drills, but if there's one player who was meant to go out there and look awesome, it was Ty Simpson. And then the last part, we know that Ty Simpson's a brilliant kid. He sounds super smart when he talks after games. His dad is a coach at the college level. I think that this is a whole week for him to really thrive. In terms of the evaluation, though, I really do think that if things go according to plan and maybe there's no issues with medicals, nothing pops up, he could move up draft boards. The day 3 to me seems awfully low. I think at the very least right now I've got a late first on him. I think he showed a lot of promise in some of his best performances, and if things go well, there's no reason why he can't lock himself into that mid-first round discussion.
Why does it feel like people are going back and now watching Fernando Mendoza tape and they're not as impressed as maybe they once seemed to be?
I honestly feel like the deal with Mendoza it's a lot of paralysis by analysis, a lot of just I hate using the word like overthink, but it's been like confirmed and locked in that he's the first overall pick for some time now. And I think that a lot of people want to find ways to nitpick him and find little issues. Those that watched him a while ago and have understood who he is as a player knew that he wasn't in the premier upper category of typical first overall picks. He was not going to be a Cam Ward. He was not going to be a Caleb Williams type of a guy. He was going to be more of the Bryce Young, Jared Goff bucket of, in a normal draft, probably would have been the 10th overall pick. But because there's no other quarterbacks and the Raiders have not figured out their quarterback future, he is the most worthy name for them to target. I'm kind of ignoring a lot of that. I think that generally we get to this time of year and maybe some NFL analysts that don't pay as close enough attention to college are watching him, and now they're putting their takes out there that they're not super high on him. I think that it's just a little bit of an overreaction, and he's exactly what the Raiders need.
All right, Joe, I'm going to put a little stress test there on you and your road trip buddy. Because he's going to hear these comps, and I want to make sure he hears them so you can really start thinking about what he's going to say when he got off the phone. Give us your comps for Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson.
Oh, God, you're right. This is bad for me to be in the car with Ryan Roberts because
you got some time to kill, you know?
He's also the policeman of draft comps. I mean, the closest I could come up with Fernando Mendoza would probably be like Goff or Matt Ryan. I think high end he can be Matt Ryan. I really do. I think that is plausible for him to be Matt Ryan on like more low end if he's still a starter and he's not like, completely fails. Like I think he could be Joe Flacco. I think that there's a lot of comparisons in when they both came out in terms of athletic tools and arm. Tyson's just kind of tough because he's on the smaller side. Ryan, who would you say? I'm phoning a friend here. You're tapping out? No, come on, you can't tap out there. Ryan will give me a comp. I don't have a comp for Ty Simpson right now. I don't have one.
So he has such little experience and value. No comp for Ty Simpson?
I didn't know that was possible with you draft guys.
I thought that's where you started it.
I thought that's all you guys do is make comps and then just erase your own comps.
I don't like giving comps. I'm one of the few that doesn't like giving comps, especially because I've got a co-host.
That's like being a sports talk host and being like, I don't like the takes.
All right, fair. That's a good point. I don't have one for Simpson right now. I have not come up with one just yet.
All right, we're just going to start firing at you. Baker Mayfield.
Is that your comp for Ty Simpson?
No.
Or are you asking me for
I'm asking you, is it a good comp, bad comp?
Is that a bad comp for Ty Simpson?
Yes.
I don't think that's great for Ty Simpson, because Baker Mayfield's just such he's a lot thicker, and he's also, I'm not calling him fat, but he's a lot more dense than he is. He's also a lot more of a risk taker as a player, so I don't like Baker. I don't think that one works.
Is he knockoff Purdy?
Purdy's actually not bad. I actually think he's got a better arm than Purdy. Purdy's not bad. I think Purdy actually is a solid comparison for him. Did you guys come up with that one, or did somebody else suggest that one?
Okay.
Wait, it was good, so somebody else had to do it?
We got wildly insulting
Joe,
there.
Go ahead. Take it, and you can credit yourself later, okay? I think you're in the clear here. I think.
I'm just curious. It's a fair question.
We do talk sports all day long.
Yeah.
This is all we do.
Yeah. Love you too, buddy.
We might be idiots, but this is all we do.
All right.
I think Purdy's probably a solid one.
All right, final one, because I'm lazy and it's Alabama quarterback, Mac Jones.
No, Mac Jones is a below average athlete, and I think Simpson's got a much stronger arm, and I also think that Simpson's a much more natural decision maker. Yeah, I think Mac Jones is pretty far off.
Joe, how important is the next couple days for the wide receivers and the shuffling at the top? And the Browns had pick number 6, and we desperately need one.
Well, I think one thing that's been interesting today, apparently Jordan Tyson is not going to be testing. And a guy who's coming off of an injury, who has had a litany of career injuries, to not to be available. And I don't know if this is injury related or not. I'm sure that there'll be a lot more clarity and will come out more over this process. But to not have him available to show that, like, hey, I'm good to go, makes me a little bit worried. I'm really curious to see what comes out of the medical evaluations. And if I can talk to people and hear if anyone's talking about what was, figured out about his medical situation, I think that ultimately is going to hurt him. I think that Cardinal Tate is going to still remain as that top receiver. Mekhi Lemon, I would love to see what his numbers are going to be like. I feel like Lemon could end up passing Tyson with the way that things are going with Jordan Tyson and not getting to see how he's going to perform out there. But I will say what I'm very intrigued by, in line with your question, the bucket of guys that are at the end of the first round, the Casey Concepcion, Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper, like that grouping of players that could go at the end of the first, and Bell's not going to test because he's hurt, but that grouping at the end of the first, does anybody rise because they put up crazy numbers? Concepcion, to me, is somebody who could test really, really well and end up making a lot of money for themselves and push themselves into the middle of the first in a class that kind of lacks premier prospects across the board. So that second grouping of wide receiver 3, 4, 5, and 6 has a lot to gain depending on who performs the best.
So I think this is what I struggle with, and I'm going to use the Casey Concepcion thing. Like, I understand how if he tests really well, that's a good sign for him, but he can't disprove the fact he can't catch a cold in some games. Whereas, like, Jordan Tyson, like, if you just take the injuries out, that's a pretty darn complete football player. And I really struggle with that because I think Jordan Tyson, if you take the injuries out, is the best wide receiver in this draft.
Oh, I don't disagree with that premise at all. And my comparison for him, I forget who it was. Somebody else had it recently, but this comp, I
got a comp for him. Huh?
I do. I'm not. I only have comps if I'm very confident in them. He reminds me of Justin Jefferson. I think that if he hits his potential, he could be Justin Jefferson. But the problem is he's just been so banged up. He's had an injury at Colorado. He has had 2 injuries at Arizona State. And as much as I agree with your thought of take the best player, if you're unavailable, like that does nothing for me. And that kind of kills a selection, an early selection. I understand the kind of pause with Concepcion, but for a team that maybe has an established receiver room and is looking for a second or a third receiver to add to the mix, he's perfect. If he's available at the top of the second for the New York Giants, for example, they've got Malik Neighbors, who is the go-to guy. Wan'Dale Robinson proves he can be the really impactful second option in the offense coming out of the slot. And then Concepcion could be their kick returner and just dynamic yak guy, gadget weapon. I think that's where he fits in. A team that drafts Casey Concepcion to be their number 1 wide receiver that doesn't have a settled receiver situation, I think would be making a mistake and could be a significant risk.
Why do we keep drafting wide receivers that can't catch? It's receiver. It's in the name, Joe.
I think that part of the problem that comes with that is those guys that maybe don't have consistent hands are misdeployed. I think a lot of stubborn offensive coordinators just think, to your point, he's a receiver, he better be able to catch. They expect them to make difficult, maybe contested catches. They expect to be able to target them deep down the field, when in reality, sometimes those players just need to be given opportunities to work the ball on short route concepts to get the ball in their hands. Guys that got quick feet, let them run routes to create separation. But I don't disagree. There should be a little bit of pause, but there is value still with players that are really good athletes and finding ways to turn them into gadgets. And look, as a Giants fan, I can tell you right now, having watched enough Jalen Hyatt, I completely agree with you that I am completely scarred by drafting a dude who's fast but can't catch the ball.
All right, Browns have 2 picks, so we'll stop at 24. Who routinely gets mocked in the top 24 that you just don't think should be anywhere close to it and you're confused?
In terms of like who's way too high in that range, like
yeah,
should not be going in the first round. The one guy that I keep coming, actually there's 2 guys. One of them's less controversial. One is kind of controversial that isn't really for the Browns. But Caden Proctor, I really don't think that the Browns should touch Caden Proctor if he's picked at the end of the first round and he's being projected. I understand that the Browns are trying to improve their offensive line, but I don't like that the fact that Proctor played so heavy his entire career. I think that he's been playing overweight. I think that he's a kid that needs to lean down significantly. His lack of flexibility impacted by his weight is such a, I don't want to call it a red flag because it feels extreme, but it really rubs me the wrong way because a lot of times I keep bringing up Giants busts, but like Evan Neal is a guy who played way too heavy in the NFL, never lost weight, never improved his flexibility, never improved his mobility, and is still overweight and stunk. So I don't want to touch Cade Proctor. I think that we need to stop mocking him in the first round entirely. There's totally a possibility that an NFL team takes him there because, again, this class is not great and there's not a lot of great players at the end of the first round. The one that probably isn't on the Browns' radar, but I keep coming back to him as my player that I just don't deal with, it's Peter Woods, the Clemson defensive tackle. This past year, his disruption just was not there to the same level. I feel like a lot of people are kind of riding off the residual performance that he had in the year prior in 2024. I get it. He's explosive. He moves well. But to me, he's quite stumpy. I don't think that he plays to the expectation of being a true gap penetrator who's getting into the backfield and generating a lot of tackle loss and driving back defensive tackles and collapsing the pocket. I just didn't see that from him. And I saw a lot of instances and stretches where he disappeared. To me, that's a that should go at the beginning of the second round, kind of like Jer'Jon Newton did a couple of years ago when he was coming out of Illinois, instead of being this mid to late first rounder.
All right, Joe, great stuff. I've got a comp for where you are now to Indianapolis. It's called a hellish no man's land with not a lot of hills. So enjoy those last 90 minutes or so. We appreciate you guys. Drive safe.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, buddy. Joe DeLeon there, A to Z Sports, and the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Have you ever made the trek from Columbus to Indianapolis?
No.
Good, don't.
Yeah, no, it wasn't on my list.
Yeah,
I think I'm good there.
BG to Notre Dame. Wouldn't do that one either. That's just that's a no for me as well.
I have done. We go past Notre Dame if I drive to Chicago.
That's okay.
So I've done that one.
Indiana in general, not for me.
It's a lot of the same.
For the driving purposes, there's some nice things there, but the drive, oh my God.
It's a lot of the same. Yeah.
In the same 3 rest stops, and none of them are good.
Oh, well, they copy and paste them all.
They really
do. And that's
do.
kind of fun. You say you don't like them, I kind of like them.
Just like uniformity?
I kind of like.
You know what to expect?
Well, you get they give you 6 different options. You always have there's always a McDonald's there, but then there's always this one has a Panda Express. How different and unique. And then
yeah, but nobody's ever working there.
Only time I ever let myself get a Slurpee at this point in life either. I just get it. I'm like, I need it for the road. Need that sugar. Let's get going.
Well, that's the gas station
and then,
side of it. It's the restaurant that's problematic.
No, options everywhere. I love it. It's like a food court to me.
I went to the Popeyes and one. I was like, I could use a sandwich.
I've been to that Popeyes.
And they were like,
I know exactly what Popeyes
there was one person working. He's like, we don't have any sandwiches. And I'm like, I'll take a thigh. I don't have any of that. I'm like, what do you have?
You caught him on a bad day, or maybe just in the wrong, maybe like the wrong hour or something. I'm confused. Like you're a Popeyes. You don't run out of chicken.
And then you go over to the donut stand.
That's not what happens to you.
And they don't have donuts. Sorry, it was a bad day.
Where's the fat man? You can't go to the food court at 2 a.m. and expect them to be stocked.
It was
filled.
4 p.m. I was driving to Chicago.
I don't believe your story. I don't believe Popeyes ran out of food at 4 p.m.
Are you calling me a liar about Popeyes?
I am on this one. Yes, I am. I am on this one.
Temecula. No.
I think Popeyes running out of food at 4 p.m. is a real problem
you
for Popeyes.
You are overcrediting.
A real problem for Popeyes.
Overcrediting Indiana gas stations. Mac agrees with me. That wins for some reason. We'll react to Joe.
Right, it does.
I think he's telling you to keep going.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
A guy who's coming off of an injury, and I don't know if this is injury related or not. I'm sure that there'll be a lot more clarity and will come out more. To not have him available to show that, like, hey, I'm good to go, makes me a little bit worried. I'm really curious to see what comes out of the medical evaluations, and if I can talk to people and hear if anyone's talking about what was, figured out about his medical situation. I think that ultimately is going to hurt him. I think that Carnell Tate is going to still remain as that top receiver.
That was Joe DeLeon on his drive to Indianapolis in the midst of a 10-hour trek. That's a hell of a drive, by the way. Talking about Jordan Tyson, the Arizona State wide receiver. And the takes, much like Ty Simpson, the takes are going to be very hot this week, one way or another. I thought the reaction to Jordan Tyson skipping events this week because of his hamstring injury, I thought it was a gross overreaction. I'm not saying the injuries aren't a concern, JP. I'm saying that's probably the best wide receiver in this draft. And I just, every wide receiver has a question. I don't know why we weight injury so much more than like Casey Concepcion, who can't catch a freaking cold.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, what worries me about him is it's just injuries all over, as I'd mentioned, like the shoulder injury, and then you have the MCL, ACL injuries. Like he's had it in a lot of different ways. And we've had other wide receivers that have been like that too. Like he's not the first person ever to have that happen. But when you have it this many different ways, it does bring up some flags.
So I think the flags are fine. I think to the extent where people say, well, in 2023 he had an ACL and an MCL, so he's off the board. And I don't think the Browns, listen, you need a cornerstone piece. I don't know any of the other wide receivers are cornerstone pieces. I don't know that Carnell Tate is. I think he's going to be a nice NFL wide receiver. I don't know he's a cornerstone. I don't know Denzel Boston's going to be a cornerstone piece. If Jordan Tyson can simply stay healthy, and I understand what a big if that is, that's your guy. And I think that's the struggle here is I'd rather err on the side of at 6, I can be a franchise cornerstone. That like this notion of a safe pick or that Jordan Tyson could have proven himself safe by testing this week is to me just a slight error on the side of hyperbole.
Oh, you would have had the same issues going in whether he tested or didn't. I mean, they would have existed. Now, I agree with you. I think he's undeniably the best wide receiver in this draft. It's just how far is he going to fall based off of some of this?
216-474-0092. Should injuries move Jordan Tyson off the board?
Like Steelers fans I saw today, they're like, oh, now he's within reach. And it's like, I don't see that's not going to happen that way.
I mean, I've seen him. If the Browns were to trade down, which has been another big topic, hey, everything's on the table.
Everything's on the table.
Don't you dare forget it, including the table itself. The table can be traded. But like, if we do that exercise of either Dallas or the Rams coming up, there is a decent chance that Jordan Tyson could fall in the teens, which, again, it's crazy to me that we could be living in a draft experience or a draft simulation where Jordan Tyson and Caleb Downs aren't top 10 picks. Like, that to me just screams somebody in the middle of this round are going to get bona fide two of the best players in the draft.
Yeah, and they might. We've seen all sorts of people mock out with Caleb Downs. Obviously, Kuiper today was very pro Caleb Downs, by the way. Had him at number 2 overall, but we've seen all sorts of people have it where just safeties fall. This is how this works.
Can we all agree Caleb Downs is not going 2?
I thought we were in agreement on that, but
I would.
Now all of a sudden,
I listen.
Now we're doing this big Caleb Downs versus offensive debate, and it's like Downs might not even be there according to what people like Mel Kiper believe.
But I just think I'm a little concerned. Like, I'm a little concerned that we're gonna be drafting the wrong guy for the wrong reasons if we're just thinking about this from the Jordan Tyson side of things. I don't want to downplay injuries because I get it. It's the Darius Garland thing. You knew about the injuries coming out, and then they bore fruit in many different ways.
I think Darius is a great example of that. He basically played like 30 seconds of basketball at Vanderbilt, got injured in high school. Like everyone knew what was coming when it came to Darius and how he was always You thought he was made of glass, and then you watched it come to fruition. So I actually think if you want to use Darius as like a canary in the coal mine of all this, that would in fact scare me a little bit more.
Would you rather have Kobe White right now?
No, but I mean, obviously the idea is cemented though. Like if you see it coming down the tracks, you can't then 3 or 4 years down the line be like, well, really shocked he turned into an injured player. It's just one of the risks you have to run with.
Should injuries move Jordan Tyson off the Browns draft board? And if these are the Browns' 2 options, who would you choose? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
afraid to argue with him. Don't sit there and say I'm afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him. But you act like I care about them. Don't let him get to you. I care about what they're saying. Stand tall. I'm not believing. Be tough. I'm not believing.
Say it with your chest.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta talking Cavs, Knicks ahead of his NBA play-by-play debut coming up in just about 20 minutes. His NBA play-by-play debut coming up tonight at 10 o'clock on NBC Sports, Portland, Minnesota. Proud of our guy. We'll talk some Cavs Knicks. The importance of that game, we will get into the Combine as well. Maybe a Guardians question or two. Because Albert is going to have to push off 5:20 today with all the travel stuff going on as he gets to Indy. Might be at 6, but also we might have to push him into tomorrow. Regardless, I believe we're going to get a little Anthony Lima. I don't know why I said a little Anthony Lima. We're going to get Lima at 5:20.
It's actually the tiny version of him.
Yes. But I promise to
Honey,
keep...
I shrunk the Lima.
To everyone listening, I will fight Lima at 5:20.
All right,
that's all he wants.
Gloves off. You get to fight him. Can I just sit back and just kind of hang out then?
It'll
or
probably
what?
be over Malik Willis. No, because once he starts going off on this Malik Willis thing, we're just going to... You're not going to be able to contain yourself just like I can't.
I mean, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I am going to get infuriated if he tries to tell me the Bears game is the one that got him.
No, it was the 9 it was the 6th of 9 passes.
Yeah.
And the sixth pass.
I vote you today.
I disagree. He's going to go after your boy Shador.
I can't help it anyway. Who am I kidding? I get angry about things and then we just start yelling and then it is what it is. But I like to go into things with the best of intentions. That's the difference. I like to go into things with the best of intentions and then I become everybody's wind-up doll and I lose it. And that's just kind of life.
Whereas I go in kind of just, let's fight.
You go in ready to go.
And then somebody's like, hi, Nick. And I'm like, I can't stay mad at you.
Yeah, and I never go into it thinking like, all right, this is gonna be a free-for-all. We're just going to yell at each other. It's going to be fisticuffs. Good night, Jim Kite. And then it always ends up going that way.
Now that we've really built it up, we'll see how it goes at 5:20 with Anthony Lima.
It's an agreeable fest.
No, your show's great.
Hey, you guys do a good job, too.
Now, if he says your show's great, we get to go, I know. And we don't return the compliment.
All right, that's where we'll handshake agreement on that one, okay?
Yeah.
If he gives any compliment towards the show.
We concur.
We just have to say, I agree, and we keep the thing moving.
So we talked about Malik Willis earlier in the show. Because
they got a really nice promo going right now. I've only heard it 37 times a day.
We got the one promo. I'm saving the rest of the shots for 5:20. Not firing all my bullets until 5:20. We got to see if we can get the Lima to do that. I think he likes the bet.
He does.
However, we talked about Malik Willis and the fact that if you thought that was going to lose any steam, you were wrong. It has only gained steam. He's been called a top 10 or the best free agent on multiple rankings. Oh, it was The Athletic that had him at 8, and then Greg Rosenthal of NFL.com that had him 1. And so we have that, and then we have the Mary Kay Cabot report saying that both Malik Willis and Ty Simpson are potential options for the Browns. And I look at this and I go, let's just put it to these two guys, who I think, honestly, if you take out the way their games are different, the scenarios are very, very similar when we talk about sample size. If we just limited it to these two guys, who would you want the Browns to choose, Malik Willis or Ty Simpson?
So as many bad things as I can say about Malik Willis, or the idea that his market has completely just gone in a cuckoo direction, in my opinion, I would much rather have Malik Willis than I would Ty Simpson. Now, the part that I hate about it, and I hate both things, by the way, but I hate the idea that if you get Malik Willis, I think that shuts the door on Shador Sanders. Don't love that development. But I don't love the idea of spending capital that you desperately need to upgrade this team on Ty Simpson, especially when I don't think you're playing Ty Simpson this year anyway, and this would then be your choice, your quarterback that you would have. And ultimately, I don't know what Ty Simpson does for anybody down the line. Malik Willis, at least you can sell me on the idea this is your guy, you believe something in him, you think there's something there. I don't know what you're selling me with Ty Simpson.
I mean, I'm talking 152 passing attempts by Malik Willis at maybe $50 million over 2 years, and that might even be conservative now, given how everyone's gone out of their damn mind with him, versus 15 career starts. Like, you could not choose a less sample size for either guy in their given spot. I just, it's too rich for me with Malik. The hyperbole, because here's the thing. If you sign Malik, it comes with false hope. And when I say false hope, I just mean
it tells me you're
hope.
trying to win immediately in many ways.
Well, but I mean, here, what are the things that have been, what are the things that have been put on Malik at this point in his career? Sky high ceiling was one of the write-ups on him from one of the national writers. He was, I think it was Greg Rosenthal called him the best running quarterback in the NFL right now. I understand he fits Todd Monken, but man, or the dual threat kind of thing that Todd Monken might want.
Yeah.
But I think people are going to be expecting the second coming, and this is not who this guy is. Like, if he works out, you're hoping for Kyler Murray-esque. I'm not saying a 1-for-1 on who those quarterbacks are, but maybe 24 to 26 passing touchdowns, probably 10 to 11 interceptions, and maybe another 600-700 yards on the ground with another 8 touchdowns. That's good, but that's like what people are expecting with Malik Willis. Is Lamar Jackson at this point?
I don't know that that's realistic out of anybody. If people were expecting Lamar Jackson, his market would be as absurd as it is, would it be even higher? I think the unknown is what people are selling themselves on that. The problem I have with Ty Simpson in this discussion is I don't want to commit myself to 3 years to then wait to see if he's going to be anything good when we need assets now. I think that's a disastrous thing to kind of link yourself up to.
I don't think it's
and Malik Willis, we can get out of this, by the way. If you tell me it's a 2-year deal for $50 million, I mean, you just saw what the Jets did last year with Justin Fields. 2 years, $40 million. You can get out of these things after one season and call a spade a spade.
The devil's advocate when it comes to drafting Ty Simpson is I don't think you're drafting him at 6. You'd be drafting him at 24. This is why you have the extra first-round pick, right? To be able to take a shot at a quarterback, even if you parlay it into a future first rounder.
It's a luxury.
If you spend it for getting, it's not a luxury. It's a quarterback.
No, it is a luxury from the perspective. No, from the perspective of it's number 24 overall, and if you're treating him as someone that gets to sit for 3 years, this is the case of a luxury.
Yeah, I think it's a little hyperbolic on the 3-year sit. This team will never let a quarterback sit for 3 years. This is not Green Bay.
He can't play year one. You play him year one, he's going to get wrecked.
Maybe not. They might have a different evaluation. The NFL has been wrong on the playing too early.
I'm not going off the Browns evaluation. I'm going off of what I believe to be true and what everyone that does this is telling me.
But Josh Allen has said, or sorry, not Josh Allen has said, but with Josh Allen, he wasn't supposed to play his rookie year as well. He played the second half of his rookie season. It didn't look great, but that was the bridge to 2019, and then 2019 became 2020.
I've repeatedly said how I don't think Josh Allen would have worked out with the Browns. We would have wrecked him. 2 years, he would have been a complete different player. We didn't have the infrastructure to even make a Josh Allen a Josh Allen.
That was a different organization.
I don't think we have it right now for Ty Simpson. Do you? You sound like you do.
No, I'm simply saying if this is a Sophie's choice. I'm not trying to tell you I'm committed to either. If my options are the 24th pick with Ty Simpson, that tells me you see something real. I'm willing to give Todd Monken that leeway, as opposed to there's supposed to be this mass craze market in the outsized expectation for Malik Willis. And honestly, I think Ty Simpson and Malik Willis have just about the same chance of being what everyone thinks they could be at their best. I'll take it on the young quarterback on a rookie contract.
Yeah, I just don't like the roadblock that it puts you in. I like the idea that if Malik Willis does fail, if Monken likes him and after a year they realize this was just a complete waste of time and it doesn't work out, then you rip off the Band-Aid and then you're still there for the 2027 draft. And so then you can go in there and you can go in the draft and you can pick out one of these million quarterbacks that are supposed to be there, and it gives you just a couple different bites at the apple. If you go for Ty Simpson, I feel like you're locking yourself in.
I would not. The Browns have no path to a quarterback right now that isn't Shedeur Sanders. And if that means we got to onboard Ty Simpson, and who knows, maybe it's a pick 39. I've seen him go in the second round as well. But if they want to spend a top 40 pick on this guy, I wouldn't. But I can't bash you for doing it versus Malik Willis, who it just seems like is a product of NFL hype and hysteria. I think they both are to some degree. Mm-hmm. I'm more because here's the thing. If Ty Simpson doesn't play this year, you've still seen him behind the scenes. You know where he is. I don't care if this is a Josh Rosen. Take as many stabs in the draft where that's your best chance always to find a franchise quarterback. If you see him this year and you're not convinced going into next offseason and you've got the number 2 pick, take that quarterback too. And if in 3 years we go, wow, they really wasted that 24th pick, don't care.
Oh, you see, that's where I have a difference here, because I do care if they waste the 24th overall pick, when right now Malik Willis, all you're doing is wasting money. I don't love either scenario. We need to make this abundantly clear.
Neither of us really want to sign up for either
of this. We don't really want any of it, but if you're making me choose between the two, and that's the exercise that we're trying to do here, I would choose the one we're describing, because I feel like if you go with Malik Willis in this regard, it's just It's just an easier, cleaner out, and all it does is cost you money at the end of the day. This team needs the 24th pick. They need picks drastically to be hitting on these guys and not spending it on quarterbacks that aren't even going to be playing.
Well, again, we'll see on that, because God knows the Browns have never met a quarterback they don't want to play in year one. By the way, I actually might trust Monken because he is in year one to make that decision. If Ty Simpson played this year versus, well, nothing else worked, let's go see Shador and Dylan Gabriel before we fire Kevin Stefanski. I do think you're in a different position this year with sit a quarterback, don't sit a quarterback. I just look at it, you still have, even if you draft a quarterback with one of your top 40 picks, you still do have 3 other picks in the top 70. You do have 4 in the top, was it 105, something like that? That and free agency. If this is year 2 of your rebuild, which Mr. we're going to be more aggressive than last year, but not as hyper aggressive as next year. I think year 2 of a rebuild is the time where you can take a chance, even if, again...
Yeah, but Malik just cost me money. That's all it is. It's not the end of the world.
Ty Simpson just cost you the 24th pick in a draft that most people are saying isn't that good.
I think there's talent at 24 overall.
Good. But maybe not as good as most years.
But if we're offering up money, which is, again, a very easy thing, especially with where this team is and how this is constructed, versus a 24th overall pick, there's a reason why we talk about the 24th overall pick being as valuable as it is. Like, I'd rather take the risk on money and then make that the go.
I'd rather take it
if all things are equal, because ultimately, what are we talking about here? It's 2 very, very unknown quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. No, totally fair. And again, you're selling kind of the same logic. I'll just say, I think with 15 games experience in Alabama and the excuse of he had gastritis last year and reasons why his play suffered, he's the maximizer, Todd Monken. Give me the maximizer with that, other than a guy who was a 3rd pick and had arguably 2 fine performances last year. We'll ask Lima this. This feels like a good question to start the friction at 5:20, but John Fanta, NBC Sports, we're going to talk about panic over the Cavs' loss to the Thunder and tonight's Knicks game as a benchmark for the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here. For my friends at Victor's Home Solutions, the Ohio winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. Victor's recommends you keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems such as uneven snowmelt on your roof, even water stains in your ceiling, or icicles hanging from your gutters. If you see any of these signs, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at Victor's Home Solutions. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, Victor's doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point roof inspection on your roof, and diagnose the issue and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, they're highly...
Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. I had to finish sending that tweet. It was one of the best tweets I could ever make.
Oh.
Come on now.
I would have done a read if I had known. I tried to give you some time, but I'm like, you're locked into something over there.
It's called the internet.
Yeah, what was the tweet?
You never go full Juan Uribe.
Okay.
The people needed it.
Okay.
The people need. His name's Juan Brito. I made a Juan Uribe. They're both a little portly, and none of them can play third base. Now, we got a big day on the show. Cavs, Knicks. But it's not just about us. Our next guest is making his NBA play-by-play debut on NBC Sports. We're talking Portland. We're talking Minnesota. Anthony Edwards. Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert.
What?
He'd go to the bench because he's not that good. However.
Hey, that's a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, sports fan.
Let's talk about the offense.
Is it 4? Is it 4?
Yeah, it's 4 times.
I honestly was just guessing a number out of my head.
It's an offensive league. That's all I pay
about the
attention
Defensive Player of the Year? Except for when Mobley wins it last year. And now we won't care because Wemby's going to win it 10 years in a row.
Not if he didn't get to 65 games. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline of NBC Sports, Cleveland's own. Our guy. Come on, John Fanta, NBC, NBA play-by-play man.
Get it, Fanta.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you very much. Greetings from Portland, from Rip City. Great to be talking with you.
I have many questions about Portland, none of which I can ask on air, mostly because of Twitter. I'll ask you this, though, John. So let's start here. Is tonight's Knicks game a must-win for the Cavaliers?
Well, I don't know if any in February is a must, but it's a very important game for them. Like if they lose the game, I guess they lose ground behind the New York Knicks. But I got to be honest with you guys, if I would rather be in the 4-5 playoff position. Like Boston to me is the best team in the Eastern Conference right now, or they're the best. They're the team that can give the Cavs the most problems. You know, I'd want to play Detroit in a playoff series because I don't think that their offense is good enough. And I thought their offense got exposed last night by the San Antonio Spurs. So, look, in terms of catching the Knicks, yeah, it's a really important game. And if you want to show that you're a big-time team that can win the Eastern Conference, of course the Cavaliers are motivated for it. But must-win to me means that, you know, you have some really negative feelings about the Cavs and their ability to get it done. And honestly, like if this team ends up as the 4 seed and continues to play the basketball that they're playing, I'm not that concerned. But if we're talking about a singular game and making a statement, yeah, it's a game that, you know, you really would like to have and to show that you can push the Knicks around and give them a taste of the medicine that they've previously given you. And let's face it, the guys who were on this team, that the main core, you know, that went to New York on Christmas Day, that was a game that the Cavaliers were in position to win. And they collapsed, they unraveled. And so they want to get back at the Knicks tonight. So in that regard, it is very important.
Yeah, John, I've been trying to sell Nick on this game tonight as being important. And, one thing I can come up with is the idea, I thought Sunday, it mattered what happened when the Thunder were just fouling aggressively and the refs weren't calling, and then Donovan's response to it. And you watched that, you mentioned the Spurs game last night. Like, that game had so much playoff, I'm not going to say atmosphere, but playoff intensity. It felt like everyone was they were fouling like crazy, but then they were also just playing bully ball with each other. And like you only get that so many times in the regular season. And I would imagine we get that tonight. And one thing with the Cavs is we're constantly trying to figure out, John, like how are they going to respond to when they get punched in the face? I thought they failed that on Sunday. Here's a chance to redeem themselves.
Yeah, and I got to be honest with you guys. The players now know when the national broadcasts are in town. They do. I don't know if it's that there's new partners in the equation this year. I mean, if you're watching these broadcasts, you're seeing some different things. And the players have been on record saying, yeah, I mean, we realize it. And it's not to disparage prior ones, but I do think that the players have some sort, there's an affiliation to like hearing Round Ball Rock and knowing that, it's an NBC type of game that they get up for. I mean, we noticed it last night. Detroit and San Antonio played their tails off, but the game is going to have an importance feel. This is not going to be like the Cavaliers' upcoming games besides the visit to Detroit and their home game against Detroit. Cavs at Bucks, Cavs at Nets coming up here, and even when they host the 76ers on a Monday night, like this game means more because these two teams have some playoff paths, and these two teams, they've got something to prove, not to mention their head coach doesn't want to get embarrassed when he comes to Cleveland. Mike Brown, there's a personal element to this game for him anytime that he goes up against the Cleveland Cavaliers, because he wants to show them that he's in the best stage of his career and that he can coach the Knicks. But honestly, guys, his own players are questioning whether or not this is the answer and that they've figured it out, because the Knicks have not figured out what they're doing yet under Mike Brown. They had it figured out under Tom Thibodeau, but ownership elected to make a change because they thought that a new coach would solve problems. Those problems have been unsolved.
Rebuttal on a couple parts here. One, John, Mike Brown's been fired twice since the Cavs. I think he's got newer exes to really want to show one up, right?
Coaches are wired differently, Nick. So, I mean, anytime I think he goes up against anytime he goes up against a former team, but he spent some good years in Cleveland, and there's some memories there. So, I mean, it's not like he, was Byron Scott. I mean, he had some very good times in Cleveland. So I know it was a couple of jobs ago, but I mean, the play on the court, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, those guys are wired differently from a competitor standpoint. They don't want to lose.
So the only thing I would say to what you guys are talking about is it's a team that's been together for 4 years, roughly, versus a team that's been together for 5 games. Like that's just where I agree it matters in the Eastern Conference and your chase for one and who's going to be above who, the Knicks and the Cavs. But beyond that, I just think we're putting a lot of pressure on a team that is still coming together at a time where you don't have a lot of time to kind of put your pieces together. It just feels like heavy-handed overreaction to make it more than that.
Not a lot of time to put their pieces together. I mean, how much time do you need? Like the other thing, the rebuttal that I have to that is, this is basketball. These are the highest level players. Like now they've had a couple of weeks together. I'm not saying they have to have everything figured out, but you get the Knicks in your home building, and it's a game that if you come out and you do what you're capable of and you score the basketball level you're capable of, and if you stop Karl Anthony Towns, when Towns has been on, the Knicks are a different team. When he's been off, they're also a different team for the bad. You're not. It sounds like that you're saying, yeah, I get that the game means more, but I still don't think it means all that much. And I would elect to say anytime that the Cavs are going up against these top 3 teams in the Eastern Conference, they need to go out there and look the part of a team that can win the East, because the damn goal now is to make the NBA Finals.
So how much does a loss tonight change your NBA Finals hopes? Like, is it a 3% with a loss and maybe a 5% gain if they win?
So here's my thought process with that. The Detroit Pistons play last night against the Spurs. And if you watch the game, and for those who didn't, that's okay. But if you watch that game, you could see Detroit is 42-14, but Detroit's got problems. Because the Spurs went in there and they exposed Detroit's offense, and they said, we know how to limit Cade Cunningham, and you don't have a number 2. All right? Now, to answer your question, I'm not saying that my NBA Finals expectations change based on the result of tonight's game. But in the scheme of an 82-game marathon, there are certain games that you're peaking at more than others. Similar to, on a 162-game marathon, there are series that matter more than others do because in the stage of the season that you're at, which is a little bit past the midway point. But if you're in a race, you're in a race. And the Cavs they're 2 games off of the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. So it is an important game for us to get a feel for where they are against an established team in the East. This is a stretch where we're going to learn about where this team is in relation to where they're trying to go. you can both say it's an important game, but that you don't have to go end all be all. This is all or nothing based on one result of a game.
Yeah, John, I feel like me and you we're like lockstep. We are saying the same things, and we're once again on the other side of a Nick Wilson basketball discussion.
Absolutely. It's as usual, Nicky W. I mean, it might as well be in Indianapolis right now.
Nicky
with
W?
Andrew Barry.
Am I the lamest accountant drug dealer on the planet?
Yeah, non-answers from Nick.
Anyone want any blue magic?
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you go stand outside Rocket Arena right now and start yelling that out to people?
I'd buy some stuff from a guy named Nicky W, though. That's my guy, Nicky W.
Know,
you trust me if I tell you my contact name is that.
Why don't you go do that, Nicky W., while Mac Robinson told me he's watching my game tonight while he does his fresh linens and laundry getting ready for his trip to Indianapolis.
I would think an Ignatius man would have had his laundry done on Sunday after church.
He is working hard. He was working on Sunday.
We know Mac. Come on.
Come on. Who are you trying to kid over here?
No, actually, a good Ignatius man on a Sunday, God rested on Sunday. Sunday is a day of rest.
Yeah,
there you go,
Mac's Chick-fil-A, nice. I believe it. All right, so Fanta, I do want to ask you about the Knicks in general, though, but more importantly, Cat. He is, I think he leads the NBA in double-doubles this year. He leads the NBA, or at least is second in rebounds this season. Like, from a lot of statistical measures, I think his plus-minus is one of the best in the NBA, too. Like, he's really having a great season, but it feels like every time I talk to Knicks fans, they're frustrated with him. What is going on there?
Well, it's the fit. Mike Brown wants this ball movement and pace, and those are all great things. But Cat is a big who stretches the floor, and by virtue of his size, he doesn't play as fast as some of the things that we're talking about with how the Knicks want to play. So it's been interesting in the press because there are days where Cat has been asked about, what would you make of this performance? For instance, last week against the Pistons who were down Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart, yes, Karl Anthony Towns had 21 points. Guys, he should have had 30. Like, you could have dominated the game. He made 1 3 in that game. I mean, Cat is a guy who's making multiple threes a game. He's hit 8 in the last 2 since that loss to Detroit. So I think that to me is why Knicks fans they're disappointed at times with him because no one's denying that he's a talented player. But they want to see things fully matched for him to be a superstar, for him to be the difference maker for this team, and for him to be that guy that goes in and gets it. And I think at times it hasn't happened, and Cat has been quoted in the media saying, we're still figuring it out, and this is the system that Coach Brown puts down, and I'm just trying to embrace my role in that system to the best of my abilities. You know what that means. That means that the guy in the cubicle doesn't agree with everything that leadership says, but they just, when they get a chance to speak, which people in cubicles don't do media availabilities, but when they get a chance to speak, they say, well, I'm just doing my role. I think that's where Knicks fans have been frustrated because they're thinking this is not the climate that we had under Tibbs, and didn't we bring in Coach Brown to try to change that? So it is definitely the elephant in the room with the Knicks is that you have this same core. Your window is absolutely now. You did win the NBA Cup, but I think a lot of people thought when you did that, and I know Wilson probably has some thoughts on that. But the fact is, when they did that at that point, they were rolling. They were steamrolling teams. This team was 23-9, and since that point, they've been 14-12. So people are saying, is this a team that's just built for the playoffs and playing out the string until then? Is this a team that actually has functionality issues? Only time will tell, but that's what's been frustrating with Cat.
All right, John, the two names Mary Kay Cabot put out late yesterday, the could-be options for the Browns at quarterback are Malik Simpson and
nope, that's not right.
Malik Willis or Ty Simpson. If you can only choose between those two quarterbacks, you have to add one of them. Who are you personally choosing for the Browns? Ty Simpson with maybe the 24th pick, or Malik Willis for about $50 million over 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a happy or is that
what happened there? Hey, save it for tonight, John.
No, that was a conflicting question. And
You went to
you're
one of
only
those
making me
bikini coffee shops in Portland that they have.
Yeah, you're only making me choose one. Why would I be picking Malik Willis? Like, why am I picking someone for, as you just said, 2 years and $50 million? I would much rather go with a Ty Simpson and try to play the upside card, which I think exists more with him, and try to play I watched the guy throw for 3,600 yards this past year and have 28 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. So my vote is Ty Simpson on that question.
Yeah, I answered Malik Willis, and not that I think Malik Willis is any good. I don't, John. I really don't. What I don't love is the idea of spending 24 overall on Ty Simpson when Ty Simpson is not ready to play this year. So it'd be something that you wouldn't get a payoff for another couple seasons at a minimum, at least even not only probably 2027. And I just don't know that we're in position to do that.
I agree with that. When you bring that point up, I would agree with it.
Did you just flip flop, Fana?
I mean,
no. I was asked.
Brought sense to the table. Was all.
I was asked to pick between the two quarterbacks, and then Jonathan brought up the fact that at the 24th overall pick, there are more valuable things. If you put that circumstance in, then the Browns need much more valuable play. They have greater needs than to go and pick Ty Simpson at 24th.
This is the opposite of what you said.
John, I agree completely.
In your first answer to me, that would be a different answer.
He got new information.
Wait a minute.
We talked it out.
If I'm picking between the two quarterbacks, Ty Simpson is the better quarterback. But I'm not wasting the 24th pick on either of those two.
I told you that's
right.
where you would take him was the 24th pick. In the lead up to the initial question, you said, why would I take Malik Willis?
I wouldn't take either of them.
What? But that's not the exercise. You, sir.
Is he rage baiting you right now?
He is
He might be rage
me
baiting you.
because you're getting ready.
Hold on. Don't get Fanta's blood pressure up right now. He's got an important night tonight. He's got to deliver for the Peacock.
And we don't want to get people too excited in Portland. John, you're a great man. We appreciate you. Seriously proud of you, dude. Kill it tonight. We know you're gonna.
You're gonna be great, John. Enjoy it.
Thank you. I'll flip-flop into next Tuesday with you fellas. Thank you very, very much. Nick, go stand outside Rocket Arena with that sign and yell at people.
All right. Remember, it was a foul on Anthony Edwards. No, it wasn't a foul on Anthony Edwards. Just make it happen real quick. No one will notice, John.
Oh, my gosh. Get out of here. You didn't explain the full parameters, just like you didn't with that over-under Browns bet.
I can't help it if you can't comprehend multiple ideas at once.
Are you calling him? I think he just called you stupid, Fanta. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know.
I went to school with Mac Robinson. Come on, man.
All right, be good, buddy.
Bye-bye.
John Fanta on the Make It Right
I don't think that's a defense.
Call right hotline. It sounded not as harsh in my head, and then I said it, and then I realized, my bad, dog. We'll react to Fanta in 5 minutes. And is this the biggest game in Cavs history? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
For every little nugget of Browns news that drops at the Combine, keep it on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
I don't know if any in February is, a must, but it's a very important game for them. Like, if they lose the game, I guess they lose ground behind the New York Knicks. But I got to be honest with you guys, I would rather be in the 4-5 playoff position. Boston, to me, is the best team in the Eastern Conference right now, or they're the best. They're the team that can give the Cavs the most problems. I'd want to play Detroit in a playoff series. So look, in terms of catching the Knicks, yeah, it's a really important game. And if you want to show that you're a big-time team that can win the Eastern Conference, of course the Cavaliers are motivated for it. But must-win to me means that, you have some really negative feelings about the Cavs and their ability to get it done. And honestly, if this team ends up as the 4th seed and continues to play the basketball that they're playing, I'm not that concerned.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, can't say it enough. Portland, Minnesota, tonight. Can't wait to hear a guy on that call. Focused, little stern. Little firm, though, John Fanta on tonight's game. And I know we started having this conversation earlier, and it's interesting. I'll give you, to some degree, it's a benchmark game. I think it's the softest benchmark in the game. It's apples to oranges. It's a team that's been together for multiple years. Even they've got the head coach jump from they've been, Mike Brown's been their head coach for 60-some games. I think they have more to gain tonight with a win than maybe a negative statement might be in the loss.
No, yeah, but even within the win, then there's something to gain out of these games, and no one NBA regular season game is going to mean everything. That's insane if somebody is thinking that it's all going to be whether or not they go to the NBA Finals based off of this one game alone. That's obviously ridiculous, but it does mean something. And I don't want to minimize NBA regular season games or regular season games in general to just be nothing. And why are we watching? And it's a big waste of time.
Well, no, it has an impact on the Knicks and Cavs standings and how this is going to fall and who finishes where.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. Beyond that, and obviously they're pushed to the number 1 seed, which still looks outsized.
But I also think you get very few reps and opportunities against teams that are treating it like playoff games the way they will tonight, and against we saw this even on Sunday with what was the Thunder's B squad. There's very few times across the regular season where you're going to be able to get somebody that matches the skill set that you have, and then to be able to see how it all plays out while they're also trying to dirty it up and try to make the game as physical as they can, which we have not seen the Cavs respond well as of late to that. And so I think there's some things to watch for.
So, yeah, we're still in I still do, despite the OKC thing, we're still in the Harden love bubble, the honeymoon scenario. So the vibes are up. There's plenty of reasons to enjoy this game. I think when it's what happens if they lose, nothing happens if they lose. I think the proper response if they lose tonight is, they're a team that played their 7th game together, and maybe they're just not ready to be what we want them to be right now, but they still have 24 games to get there, and I think that's more than enough time to figure it out.
And that's fine. That's a proper response to that. I think more people than not will end up taking that approach. And in fact, it might even be protecting themselves if they take said approach, where if they lose this game, then they're just going to tell themselves it's been too quick into the Harden era, and we kind of graduate this thing on.
I think the only loss to really react to tomorrow is if they just don't show up. I gave him the old Peterlin pass on not showing up against OKC.
Mm-hmm. The Peterlin pass.
Because I think people understand when you start looking down the lineup and the other team is missing 3 core pieces, I do think that takes some of the steam off for the team coming in.
3 games in 4 days. There was a lot to that game that just made it very unique and very different.
That game doesn't exist to me anymore. And I think the only reason people have added emphasis on this game, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the people who panicked on Monday about the OKC loss, is because the OKC loss. And we're trying to make, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but there's certain people who want to make this week big, and it's to me, it's the whole picture. All right? Are you healthy with 15 games to go? Are you starting to figure out the rotations by then? I think we're in a bit of a grace period, win, lose, or draw, with Kenny Atkinson, with Mobley, with Jared Allen, with Harden. Like, I think there's a requisite amount of time that you can just enjoy what's going on without living and die. I think we just want to. I think there are certain people who are just like, we were so bored from the we'll figure it out in the postseason, who now just want to attribute every meaning to every potential significant game.
I think people are excited about the idea that they can attribute meaning to some of these games in general anyway, because for so long we just didn't have it. There was no juice around this team for 3 months worth of basketball, and it was almost annoying how little juice there was attached to this team, and a night in, night out basis, how little people were caring about the outcomes, and how little people were actually even thinking about them. Because you knew with Darius on this team, they weren't going anywhere. There wasn't going to be anything, and so I think what this is just a pure reflection of the idea that you got a lot of people talking a lot of nice things about you at the All-Star game. You really do think this team has a chance to make a deep postseason run, and these are some of the measures stick games. These are some of the other teams that when they talk about competitors in the East, the Knicks come up constantly, the Pistons come up constantly, and you'll see both these teams this week.
The only loss worth really reacting to tomorrow is if they don't show up. That's the only way. Everything else, there's just such little downside in the loss, because you shouldn't expect maybe that's the way I should be putting it this whole time. You shouldn't expect the Cavs to win tonight, no matter what Vegas says. They've been together for 5 games. They have played a lot of basketball in a short amount of time, and the other team has clearly hit their stride as well. Like, the Knicks should be the team that wins tonight, even though it's on the road, even though there's plenty of things that people think about this Cavs team. 6 games in, this week is not a week we should expect them to dominate or win more than they lose. If they do, cool. But the biggest questions are still going to be answered in the playoffs or in the aggregate of the final 24 games.
I mean, no question about it. The playoffs is when people are going to actually find out what this team is and what they can be made of and everything else that accompanies that. But, like, it's fun to get excited for these games. It's fun to think about the little nuances of this game, how they match up with some of these players. And like, it's a completely different lens and viewpoint than what, like, I had maybe 3 weeks ago with this team.
I think there's a difference, though, between I'm excited for the game and I'm taking things away from this game that I can then extrapolate for 3 weeks from now.
I mean, I don't know that anyone's going to go 3 weeks from now like we beat the Knicks or we lost to the Knicks, and that's a reason why.
Well, no, but I mean, in the idea of the toughness thing. Okay, let's say you show toughness tonight. It's not going to answer your toughness issues in the playoffs, right?
No, but again, from that perspective, too, that almost acts as if there's nothing to learn from these games, and as if, like, why are we even playing these games? And I don't believe in that either.
No, but I think it's, a millimeter versus a meter in terms of how I see what you can learn tonight versus what I think most people can take away.
I think most people get that. Most people get in any NBA regular season game. There's only so much that you can take away. I think you're trying to ascribe, like, a lot bigger takeaway on this.
It was called a must-win game tonight.
I didn't do that, though. I'm getting, like, accused as if that was me. I didn't do that.
I didn't say that. I'm trying to figure out how much you're actually ascribing to this game.
And I think we've
you're saying you
it.
can do takeaways from this game, and I disagree.
I think there are takeaways.
What?
But I think there are. But it's such a tiny amount of things. Like, will I call back 3 weeks from now if they beat the Knicks or not? No, I'm not going to do that. Will it be able to tell me a little bit more about this team and how they're developed with Harden? Yes, it will. There'll definitely be things and matchup issues that we come across, and how Atkinson is doing it, and how they're deploying different parts of this team.
But he doesn't even know his lineup yet.
There are so many things, and this is all what they're learning. This is what they're trying to figure out. At what parts, for instance, on the Thunder game, 30 seconds left in the game, Mobley was left wide open with a corner 3. They let him take that shot. He missed. Wasn't good. Didn't work. Well, all right, maybe you learn something from that. Maybe then the rule is...
but they're going to let him do that 4 more times before they make a ruling.
Well, they need to figure this out, but this is part of what they figure out through these stretches. At that point in the game, can we rely on Mobley for that part? And it's an important thing. Like, every game, it's got messages, it's got storylines, it's got everything to it. We can't just act like, why are they rolling the ball out there tonight?
No, I don't think you're asking why. I'm saying enjoy it, but don't overreact. I think we've already not. I'm not trying to put it on you
because you put a lot on me already today.
I don't think I put that much on you, but we can agree to disagree. But I do think I think there's some drama being created here that doesn't need to be. We're fine. The Cavs are going to be fine. Enjoy this game because it's against the Knicks, and we hate that team, and bang bang, and all those idiots in New York that won't shut up about what.
I know, but the game hasn't even played yet, and you're trying to have us ascribe different things to it. Like, let's play the game, and then we can go from there.
What am I trying to ascribe to it?
You asked me what can we have the takeaways from this, and all this other stuff.
I'm trying to figure out where your importance is.
Let's figure out. Let's watch the game.
I'm simply saying, enjoy the game. I think that's where we are. Enjoy the game and understand the context that matters most is 6 games versus 2 to 4 years of a team that's been building and has everything where they need it. You don't. You just got Evan back. You don't even have Strus back. Like, there's so much to work through. And I guess that's why I'm not looking at this as really any different other than, hey, there might be something, this might matter 24 games now or 24 games in the future when you look and go, oh, we're tied with the Knicks and they have the tiebreaker.
I mean, I think there's definitely different things that you can tell in any basketball game, whether you're playing the Knicks or you're playing the 93 Bulls. Like, there's things that you can tell off of every game, and they compound and they snowball, and it becomes a larger and larger issue if you don't address them. This is what this is all about, finding things out.
The Lead coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, the choice is easy. A Ram truck should be atop your list, and it should be your list, let's be honest. And right now, the Auto Show
there and argue with him, but I'm not afraid to argue with him. Don't sit there and say I'm afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him. Changing your mind like I care about them. Don't let him get to you. I care about what they're saying. Stand tall. I'm not believing. Be tough. I'm not believing.
Say it with your chest.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Anthony Lima coming up in just about. Carry the two. About 15 minutes here. We'll talk about Malik Willis. Maybe Malik Willis versus Ty Simpson, tonight's Cavs-Knicks game. We are going to see if we can get Albert Breer on before the end of the show. Obviously, he's dealing with some travel stuff, trying to get to Indianapolis. I feel like any draft analyst that you've heard talk this week that is coming from the Northeast is doing some sort of planes, trains, and automobiles bit. Albert is no different. So we're in wait-and-see mode there. But, JP, let's go ahead and get to the lead. Browns GM Andrew Berry spoke with the media today at the NFL Combine. He was asked about the offseason and how aggressive they'll be in free agency.
I would anticipate that there's at least the chance that we would be a little bit more aggressive more aggressive than last year. But it'll be targeted and opportunistic. I think, realistically, we may be one more offseason away from being like hyper aggressive in that window. But if there's something that fits us, fits our roster, fits our timeline, then it's certainly a swing we'll take.
I mean, at least the last part he saves it, where he's like, that's a swing we'll take if it fits our timeline. But then I would ask what your timeline is. And the timeline, it doesn't appear to be right now. It appears to be next offseason. But again, Andrew Berry just makes a farce of the whole thing anyway.
I mean, the obvious thing is what's going to happen next offseason. Deshaun won't be here, and that you're going to start to deal with cleaning up the mess of Deshaun's contract. So it makes sense that he kind of pits it the way he is. Also a fit from the idea of you might not draft or you might not take a serious swing at a quarterback first round kind of talent until next year as well. I do think the word target is interesting because to me, targeted better mean the non-negotiables of going out there and finding at least two significant starters and a couple other pieces on the offensive line and at least one real interesting wide receiver. It can be Chris Olave. It can be Brandon Ayuk. It can be, if you want to swing big for a Romeo Doubs or an Alec Pierce, depending on where they kind of land with their figures, like that to me is targeted. I would be shocked if they're like, and then we're going to pay Devin Bush $15 million a year to stay versus if his market's at $10 million.
I mean, at least they seem like they're not going to do what they did last year, which was basically nothing. I'm just trying to find out the in-between from like what I want them to do and what nothing was last year.
I think that's fair. I think giving the Bears and Patriots. Well, no, it was the Bears.
Ravens.
Talking about just the ability to rehaul your offensive line. I think that did give me a little bit.
The Ravens thing, I actually wanted to know if you were going to have an offense to that, because the Ravens' point wasn't necessarily him just going through and naming all the different offensive linemen. He was actually trying to make a case that your scheme within an offensive line setup not nearly as important as people think it is, and he was using the Ravens as an example of that and all the different characteristics, and he went one by one to dictate how they don't have to fit perfect and you can make it work.
What's funny about that is the Ravens' offensive line wasn't great last year.
No, they weren't. No.
You know why? Because they didn't fit well around their center, ironically enough.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to use. When I heard it, I'm like, I don't think Nick's going to like that answer.
Although he did.
I thought the Bears one he basically co-opted from myself personally, so I was happy to see he was on board with
your
that.
Notes. I know.
I mean, how many times I've mentioned the Bears' offensive line and how they just did everything this last guard, center, guard. Have I said it a million times? It's like I'm not saying Andrew Berry's listening and doing that, but it was a good sign that we're at least, for the first time in Andrew Berry's career, we might be simpatico.
This is just his excuse so he can have Braxton Jones as his left tackle next year and Tevin Jenkins as his right guard.
Don't say that to me now.
Could happen.
Yeah, I know. All right, more from Andrew Berry is he wouldn't rule out the possibility of drafting another rookie quarterback this year.
It's the most important position. We wouldn't talk about it any differently if we were drafting an O-lineman or a D-lineman or something along those lines. I don't think that you can invest in it enough. We're in maybe a little bit of a different position, a little bit of a different class. We're not picking 2, although we are picking 6. I think the quarterback class is different, than it was in terms of, when guys may go off the board. But needless to say, we will devote a lot of time to the passers like we do every year.
I think you've got a lot of wiggle room with quarterback that you don't have with any other position. There's enough people that if you wanted to pass on quarterback this offseason beyond a 3rd, 4th, 5th round quarterback, you could do that and be fine. And I think there are people who would welcome a Malik Willis signing or taking Ty Simpson. The thing for me is you don't have to force it. Any move you make, don't talk yourself into loving someone. Make sure that's real love and not it's just a little lonely in the middle of December.
I mean, he should know. He's not speaking like it, but he should know that he doesn't have a million years to figure this out. And he should also know that he probably gets to choose one quarterback again. And if that doesn't work, then that's it. I'm sorry. You're done. And so, like, if I were him and I thought I had that as the leniency, wait for the 2027 draft. And I would give almost Shador what turns out to be a free roll for this year.
The old Peterlin pass?
It's not a Peterlin pass. It's a free roll.
What's the difference?
A Peterlin pass means I'm excusing what happened and because I can find reasons why. A free roll means I am preemptively looking at it as, well, all right, maybe it's not too far off. Maybe I had to sound it out there. Maybe it's not too far off. I was like, all right, maybe. I never thought of it in those terms, but maybe.
John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour with Mary Kay Cabot saying the Browns will seriously consider Malik Willis and Ty Simpson this offseason. We said if we choose just between those two quarterbacks, which way would he lean?
Why would I be picking Malik Willis? Like, why am I picking someone for, as you just said, 2 years and $50 million? I would much rather go with a Ty Simpson and try to play the upside card, which I think exists more with him, and try to play I watched the guy throw for 3,600 yards this past year and have 28 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. So my vote is Ty Simpson on that question. As the 24th overall pick, there are more valuable things. If you put that circumstance in, then the Browns need much more valuable play. They have greater needs than to go and pick Ty Simpson. If I'm picking between the two quarterbacks, Ty Simpson is the better quarterback. But I'm not wasting the 24th pick on either of those.
Okay, the extremes there are ridiculous.
Really? We got answer one,
that was ridiculous.
Answer two, and then him trying to defend both of his answers.
He did flip-flop completely.
Yes.
But I like to think it's because I gave him good reasoning to flip-flop.
I told him the Alabama quarterback at 24 versus $50 million for Malik Willis. I did set the circumstances up fairly.
Yes, you did, but then I explained my reasoning behind it, and I think I made him a convert in the moment. I think that's what that was. I think he liked the reasoning and then had the aha light bulb moment. I didn't think he didn't think too deep on it, and then I think once we explained it, then I think he got there, and I think that's why he got there.
If it's not just because I spoke, you'd be pissed.
It's not just because I spoke. Why would I be pissed?
Because he flip-flopped. He said one thing, and then you were like, one quick rebuttal. That is the smartest thing I've ever heard. Let's go with that.
Well, I would have done the same thing you did and just been like, you flip-flopped like crazy. What in the hell just happened? We both played out the roles the way that it was supposed to be played out. Now, let me tell you one thing. I actually came up with this idea for this diabolical question that Jake put out there in the pre-show meeting and everything like that. I came up with it at like 8:45 in the morning today, and I scratched it off immediately because I thought it'd be too much of a headache for myself. Yeah. I was preemptively trying to take care of my mental health today, and then it popped up anyway because I hate it. Because I don't like Malik Willis, I don't like Ty Simpson, and now it forced me to choose, and it forced me to make it seem like I like Malik Willis when I don't like Malik Willis in the slightest
like
bit.
Malik Willis.
I hate Malik Willis in many ways.
You love Malik
Willis. And I
Willis.
hate it, and this is why when I wrote it down at 8:45 this morning, I'm instantly then deleted it, and then I prayed beyond. I mean, I don't know. Who am I praying to these days? Is it the big man? Am I making up some different? I have no idea. Not praying to him.
Okay, just making sure.
I don't know that he exists, but we're definitely not throwing it to him.
And I was saying one guy exists, the other one doesn't.
I didn't even say the first guy existed, but I mean, I think Mama Pat would be very pissed if I didn't believe that.
True, you could have been a priest.
Yeah, that's what she says. That's what she says. I could have been a priest. She thought in 7th grade when I was an altar boy at Catholic school all the way up until 12th grade. She was like, she told my parents. I wasn't even around. She told my parents he's going to be a priest. I see it in him. Ow. Her vision was off. It was just a little off.
She saw something in something.
But I was hoping that this wouldn't come up, and then Jake had it, and then we had to go down this road, and now it just makes me angry. Now it just the whole thing just makes me angry.
Kind of made me happy.
My angriness makes you happy?
No, because I think it's nobody's happy here.
No, we're all pretty miserable right now, Nick.
We're both looking at this going,
we're all pretty miserable.
It is the Sophie. The whole people I like overuse.
I don't even want to ask it to Lima because I think it's just an unfair thing. I don't even know.
Oh, I definitely want to ask it to him because it's an unfair thing. No, the whole point of is Sophie's choice. People am I going to get this pizza thing or this pizza thing? Watch Sophie's choice. Her choice is awful. It's her daughter versus her son. That's Sophie's Choice, you monsters.
I know.
Am I going to get Taco Bell or am I going to get Chick-fil-A? Real Sophie's Choice here. No, it's not.
Hey, Max,
it's dinner.
Did his neck, when it went like this, it was like a turtle thing? But he looked like he looked
Master
like
of disguise over there.
No, he looked like that meme of the guy from, was it 90 Day Fiance? He's like the show. You know what I'm talking about?
Sophie's Choice.
Oh no, you with no neck is not good, man.
Me with a neck isn't good.
It's much better than no neck.
Me in general,
no
not
neck,
good.
No neck, Nick, not great.
Yeah, the problem is you can change one letter in that, and it could really be a bad Sunday for me. Guess which one? 216-474-0092. No neck, Nick.
No, you were careful with that one.
Which one are we not changing? Anthony Lima in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
A common type of back injury is
923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Combine's going on. Cavs, Knicks. Huge stakes today, or no stakes at all, somewhere in between there. And to talk about it all, he has been called the leader of the Kyler Murray fan club. He has been called the leader of the Malik Willis fan club. If you want a mid-quarterback, this man is angling to replace Jeff Phelps as king of the mid-quarter. Now, Jeff didn't
I
even
can't
go
wait.
mid.
This is the guy I said I think is the smartest host on the station.
With me in earshot. On the Make It Right.
I said it right to you.
Call Kyle Wright hotline. One half of the Morning Boys. Anthony Lima, just for Keith. You suck. Welcome to the show, you jerk.
Listen, I wanted to go to a battle royale with Nick. I was so mad, and I think you should leave sketch. I really wanted to attack him. And then he was just consistent with his Cavaliers take after the 3 games. No big deal. And now if they lose tonight and lose against Detroit, no big deal. And now I can't rip you because you're just being consistent, which isn't good for
No, you get to rip him because he's acting like he's right now, and it bothers me like crazy because he's not. You're wrong. The moment that they made that trade, that was them going for it, and it even if they don't
but then
end
why
up,
does that make any more point to this game?
Because we're not talking about this game for a second. We're talking big picture. Because big picture, you think you're right all of a sudden, and it drives me insane. You make the move because Darius Garland was taking you nowhere, and Lima, you know this. You weren't getting past the second round with Darius. At least with this, they're trying, and you have something. That's why you will be forever wrong with this take based off of that and that alone.
Until he doesn't get you farther than the second round.
You weren't doing that anyway.
This
you
is
already
Lima.
weren't doing that anyway.
This is, well played out of you son of a...
And you know that.
He knew what he's doing.
You're
That's
infinitely
expert.
wrong. There's nothing that can make you right in the hardened discussion.
Well, the good thing is...
What's amazing, Nick, what's amazing about this tactic, and I love it because I've definitely relied on it in the past, is the gang up handicap match, 2-on-1, leading the witness. Tag, come in. Referee, look the other way. Have the manager go and distract. Pounce immediately. And I got to say, this was a great point, I thought, that Jonathan just made. But I have to tell you, given the very few minutes that Harden, Mobley, and Allen have all been on the floor over the last 3 weeks with an all-star break in between and maybe 4 practices at most that the team has had. I have to say, yes, I still expect them to just crush and annihilate the tanking teams against the good teams that have had their lineups and rotations together. And if they're somewhat healthy, so we could talk about Oklahoma City another time, then I think it's going to be tough for them, which is crazy that they're, 5-point favorites tonight against the Knicks. So I am excited to see this as a challenge and to see where they're at. You could definitely tell against another team with a pulse in Oklahoma City and how much they played the passing lanes and were physical and were just begging, the Cavaliers to try and dribble the ball against their point of attack defense, which they're known for, whether they got SGA, Jalen Williams, whether they got Alex Caruso, or their unbelievably deep bench. All those guys are young and get after it as well. The Cavs are just not ready for that at all. Did not have any way to match up against them, which was very sad. The Donovan Mitchell stuff against Lou Dort, that was bad. But I also have the ability to call all that stuff out and say, not the end of the world. Let's see where this is in a month and a half when they really need to ramp things up.
So what's the appropriate reaction tomorrow with a win, and what's the appropriate reaction with a loss?
Well, I'll tell you, it's that. Now, that's an absolutely legitimate question.
Well, hold on. Shouldn't they all be the same?
I gave him a legitimate question.
Well, hold on, but shouldn't they all be the same then? If none of it matters because we're going to the postseason, and that's when you show yourself, according to Nick.
Here's what I got to see. This is according to me, since I decided to call in and sabotage the show. I need to see Evan and I need to see Jared Allen and how they're going to match up with the physicality. We know what Mitchell Robinson is capable of. And by the way, he doesn't just do that against the Cavs. Anybody that's watched him, when he is healthy, and it seems like he's pretty healthy right now, That guy dislodges, moves around basically anybody that he goes up against, and he's a tough matchup. You have to respond with physicality. Everybody knows what Jared Allen said a few years ago, and after they got kind of humiliated, the way they came off in that Oklahoma City game on national television, where even you could tell the broadcast, Richard Jefferson's like, hey, I thought we were going to be here for a big-time matchup. Like, this isn't what we were expecting. And, yes, the Cavs over the last 40 minutes of that game did outscore Oklahoma City by 15. Nobody cares. You're not putting up a banner for any of that. So now it's time to see, how do you respond? You're at home. Like, let's get that crowd into a frenzy, and let's give people, an opportunity here. Like, okay, if they lose and those guys play well, like, all right, it's not the end of the world. You still have the big picture ahead of you. It's not about winning these little battles, in February, late February. It's obviously going to be, again, what happens in April, what happens in May.
All right, Lima. I thought you had a great line within that game, too. You're like, which of Mobley's 2 rebounds were your favorite? And so then we heard you talking earlier today, and you made some sort of comment. I mean, you made some. Am I wrong about what I'm going to say? We've been trying to figure out all show long. All show long. Which is your favorite? Which 9 passes were your favorite in that Bears game? That all of a sudden opened your eyes for Malik Willis.
I hate saying this. You're right. You're right. You're using my own tactics against me. You're right, Jonathan. So I'm going to do something that is not going to be popular, and I think this is going to become more frequent as we have this weird NIL era. Obviously, we didn't see Dante Moore decided not to come out into the NFL, but you're going to have more and more guys because of the way guys kind of dance around and go to different programs, and you're going to have so little development. Normally, it used to be, hey, you sat for 2 years on one college team, then you got your chance to start, one coach the entire time. Now you got new coaches, new coordinators every year, new teammates. You're not going to see development. So you're going to have more Anthony Richardsons. You're going to have more Malik Willises. You're going to have guys that get drafted that are total projects in this league. And so this is weird. What I'm about to say, over time, it's gonna make sense, I think, down the road, but it'll sound lunacy right now. I'm treating Malik Willis like a rookie. Imagine take the name away, take all of this away, and just say, hey, if Fernando Mendoza was coming into this draft, or any of the other, let's just say, any of the guys coming out, like they're rookies who have never played in the NFL. But imagine Fernando Mendoza came into the draft, and then you got to see him in one relief appearance and another start in the NFL. Let's say they got to do that last year, which is insane, right?
So wait, hold on, but these are just rookies that then you're paying money to. Like, the advantage of a rookie quarterback is you're not paying money to it.
So you're exactly right. However, what does the number 1 overall pick get in guaranteed money?
It's around $30 million or so. I think $35 million.
I thought Cam got a little more. Yeah,
I think it might be going up Baker. I think Baker was 35 when he signed.
Yes, and Cam, I think, got 42 or 43. And what are we talking about for guaranteed money? I know you guys got in big-time debates yesterday at the end of the show about how contracts are structured, and you and the callers and Daryl were all saying the same thing. You guys were all agreeing. You didn't realize it because you were just bogged down in the argument. And trust me, I've Ken on the show. We get bogged down in those arguments too. But you were all saying the same thing. Like, the money, none of it matters except for what the guarantees are. And in this case, like, Malik Willis is still, if we're talking guarantees, what are we hearing? I keep hearing it started at $20 million, like the Justin Fields contract, and then it goes up every day. It's like $5 million more. All right, the real number is going to be the guaranteed money, and I still think that's probably going to be less than what Fernando Mendoza is going to get number 1 overall. And here you get the bonus of seeing him play in the NFL. You've seen Malik Willis play in the NFL.
It definitely won't be less than what Mendoza ends up getting. So Cam Ward was 4 years, $48 million guaranteed. $32 million of that was the signing bonus, though. So let's call it roughly like $12 million. There's no world where Malik Willis only gets $12 million per year. Spotrac has him at 35. Lowest I've ever seen anywhere is 20.
Yeah, but again, the guaranteed. What are they saying? What the various reports had him at? I saw as high as, my God, $30 million. A year for 2 years, but what's the guarantee in that? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's actually probably going to be very similar to a top of the first round draft pick. Now, you could say, hey, he was what was Malik Willis, a 3rd round draft pick?
Yeah.
And, came into the league, total disaster, didn't even really get a chance. He was so much of a project that he barely even got to play in Tennessee. And obviously they had all their things. And boy, if he had the Shedeur Sanders hive in his corner, back then, they'd all be talking about how he was set up to fail, in Tennessee. Well, here we are. He got all that development. For you got other teams, like here in this case, whichever team picks up Malik Willis, you will have had the benefit of having another pretty good situation in Green Bay, be able to take him in just like Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield got their good situations where they were finally brought in, developed or maybe matured, evolved.
Yeah, but you also get him 4 years later, so he's 26, and so and a lot of his game is based off of his legs. So at 30, we could be having the same convo that the Ravens are having with Lamar, where you're trying to figure out how deep he can extend his career.
Sure, but he's taken a fraction of the hits because he just hasn't played football. So all the bad things you said about his lack of experience, it also benefits somebody with his mobility. Now, we can talk about the injuries, too. That's something that, that you've got to put that out there. That's definitely part of the story for Malik Willis. I just think in this new era, I think you're going to see more and more of these situations that guys are going to be total projects. Teams will take flyers on them. And then you might have the chance, if they get the right seasoning, you get to get them at the right time. Think about how pumped up the Seattle Seahawks get at the Sam Darnold, the version they got of Sam Darnold, and the version that maybe the Jets got of Sam Darnold. This might be a market inefficiency that you have a chance to exploit, and at a fraction of the money that, say, the Deshaun Watsons got in a sign and trade and free agency, or some of these other players that get $50 million. This is so much less expensive. And the reality is, look,
it's also so much less successful, though, right? Like the Sam Darnold thing
you're not
is.
Getting them. That's the thing. But that's the thing. You're not getting the Sam Darnolds of the world. I think this is what a lot of people are missing. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think everybody's like, yeah, where's the next Sam Darnold? Where's the next Baker Mayfield? Even Geno Smith or Daniel Jones to some extent. And it's like, well, you're not going to get those guys if you're going to wait for them to be really good. Then you never get them. The other teams that took a chance on those guys, they're the teams that get them.
Well, but here's the difference. Like, Sam Darnold was the third pick in the draft. Desmond Ridder was the third quarterback in a bad draft in the third round, where Kenny Pickett went first, then Desmond Ridder, then Malik, and then Matt Corral. And he's got 155 pass attempts when Sam Darnold has 50 career starts when he went to San Francisco and sat on the bench for a year. So it's a third-round pick in a bad draft that people saw two good games. I saw Greg Rosenthal said he's already the best running quarterback in the NFL. That's the kind of hype you're up against. That's just nonsense. Like the hype is just so far. Like even calling him Sam Darnold, it's a third-round pick versus the third pick in the draft.
Right. And, well, the question is if Malik Willis would have had more opportunities in college. Remember, I think he came in with 23 starts when Shedeur Sanders had almost twice as many. So Shedeur Sanders was considered a project, if you believe the reports, that Cleveland didn't even want to play him in his rookie year, despite having one of the worst quarterback rooms in the league. And I know that's just the Browns, but, where were the other grades on, Shedeur when all was said and done? What teams were signing up to bring him in and give him a chance to start right away? None. So I think that's part of the equation here. Like maybe if Malik Willis had another year and say he got to go back to Auburn or something like that and played for a full season, maybe he's a first-round pick with that arm, with that athleticism. I think you'd have a case. So yeah, we do become slaves to where guys get drafted. I've been guilty of that with Shedeur. Certainly called him a fifth-round pick. People want to get me off the radio when I say that.
I appreciate you trying to find like the market inefficiencies or where at least you can be ahead of the curve. It just feels, it just kind of feels like when they were like, oh, we're going to draft a kicker in the fourth round. We're going to do this because Aguayo didn't work out, but let's give this is the new run. This is the new idea. And it's like, I just don't know that I buy into that. But what I really hate, Lima, about Malik Willis in the conversation is I feel like it takes you out of not only Shedeur for next year, but also takes you out of 2027 and what the possibilities for the draft could be there. And so, like if you do this, you're committing in a big way, and you're just not taking as many stabs at it there.
So absolutely, you're 100% right on this, and this is the risk assessment you have to make, and you have to also know something that me and you and Nick and Boog or whoever Shedeur's friends that tweet for him and write the paragraphs and the novels on social media. Like what none of us know is, what did Todd Monken say to get this job? How did he feel when he was interviewing and then got the second interview or the third interview or whatever it was? What did he say about that quarterback room? What did he say more importantly about Shedeur Sanders? And we've always speculated, like, is that why he got the job? Because maybe he said he really liked Shedeur Sanders, or did he say, listen, I'm going to be tough talking Todd. I watched over the last year. I saw these different quarterbacks. I was on the other sideline when Shedeur, it was unfair, obviously, just getting thrown into that game because of the Dylan Gabriel situation. But maybe he didn't like what he saw. Or maybe he really liked what Malik Willis looked like when he went up against him on the opposing sideline. So you just never know. Or, hey, you know what he also saw? Maybe the best performance and a half of any Browns quarterback in a long time when a certain Deshaun Watson played well against Baltimore. So these are just things we have no way to know.
All right, real quick, 45 seconds. Our Sophie's Choice is, if it's only between Malik Willis and Ty Simpson this offseason, can we assume you're going to
it shouldn't be
Malik Willis?
I feel like it's the easiest question we can ask him all day.
Well, wait. But you're just asking me, is one or the other?
Yes.
You have to choose one, though, yeah.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with Ty Simpson.
Yeah, I mean,
they're the same guy. Just one's in the draft and the other's in free agency. And actually, one guy actually has at least a top 50 grade from most people.
Oddly enough, Anthony, that's where I actually go in the favor of, like, I'd take Malik Willis over Ty Simpson.
Yeah, but Kyler Murray, I am not on the Kyler Murray bandwagon. All I was saying to Ken was that, hey, if your goal is to win games quicker, I think Kyler Murray could come in and help you.
Sounds
with an
like
elite
you're on the Kyler.
Hey,
sounds
by
like
the
you're
way,
on the Kyler
while I
bandwagon.
have you, I distinctly remember what Ken cannot remember about your Malik Willis conversation that got him mad to begin with. It was the lack of pass attempts. It was as simple as that. I think it's an ongoing joke, but I'm not entirely sure.
I'm not sure either. Ken and I are just looking for reasons to get mad at each other, but now we have a new producer to get mad at, so we're good.
Hey, I like him. He's a baseball guy. Off to a good start.
You know what? We, much like all the new Browns free agents and draft picks every year, we love them all the first week.
Hey, enjoy these 6 months with him. It's going to be a great run.
You guys don't sound like you love him. That's the interesting part about that.
But always make sure you have your next victim lined up first, okay? Like, just think that way.
No comment. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the line. Appreciate it.
Thanks for dropping by.
Lima there. Anthony Lima on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He enjoyed that last line a little too much. Just a little too much. We'll react to what he had to say. In his flawed thinking, that jackass.
Yeah, take that, jerk.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer coming up in 15 minutes, so he's going to be able to join us ahead of his stint there in Indianapolis. And I think Lima got off easy.
You think so?
Because I think you and I were having different arguments with him, even though it's around the same player, Malik Willis. His insistence on putting Malik Willis in the Sam Darnold bucket, I think, is asinine. And I wanted, and listen, it was a timing thing. We were, again, you were having kind of your spot with him. I was having mine with him, and we just didn't have time to kind of get it in. But they're not in the same bucket. Anthony Richardson, who was the 4th pick in the draft and has played some bad football, fits in the could he be Sam Darnold bucket. It's a year too early. He should go somewhere and be a backup first, but I at least get that. Sam Darnold had 50-plus career starts in 2 places and was the former number 3 pick in the NFL draft, sat a year in San Francisco, then went to Minnesota where everyone went, fool me once, then got to Seattle to prove it. That's not the same thing as a former third-round pick who was a former third-round pick in a bad quarterback draft who's got 155 passing attempts. It's just not. It's not. If that's what you're looking for in your next Sam Darnold, it's already a false premise.
I'm trying to think. Is there anybody we can think of that has as low of a draft positioning as he does, while also sitting for as many years on the bench before breaking out? Like, you can't bring like Brock Purdy doesn't enter that conversation because Brock Purdy got to play right away and he got a lot of opportunities and he got a lot of I'm trying to think if there's a direct comp to a 3rd-round pick that sat for 4 years. In the meanwhile, started 6 total games and then got paid $50 million?
Yeah, there's not.
It doesn't exist.
Because those guys aren't Sam Darnold. And again, in a vacuum, I get the idea of Malik Willis. I get that he is a mobile quarterback. I get that he has some stuff you can work with. To the very least, he gives you a hope that he could be a bridge quarterback. But we're talking. I think we're having the upside conversation versus the probability conversation, and I think that's where I lose it. Could he be Kyler Murray's average? Maybe, but what's the likelihood? I'd put it like 10%. He's a former 3rd-round pick, and he's not worth. For the Browns, it's different. Transition year. But for teams talking about him as the hope in the future, you're just selling fans crack.
And you're just trying to jump to it because you know that there's really not any other quarterback that is perceived to be like him right now this offseason anyway. Because you're not getting Mendoza, obviously, number 1 overall. There's nobody else out there. And so, I don't know. But my big problem with it, if they loved Malik Willis, the part that I'd be the angriest about isn't the idea that, I don't know, if Todd Monken thinks he can turn him around, then all right, good luck to you. There's a lot of coaches that think that they can do that, and I've seen them fail. That's not the part I would have a problem with. I would have a problem with what it does for the future of this team. I feel like they're in such a really good spot to be able to watch next year, see what happens with Shedeur, and if Shedeur doesn't take off, then great. You're in a great spot for 2027 and this loaded draft class. And so, I think the positioning, although it seems bleak because you kind of have to eat it for one season potentially, it's not a bad spot to be in. You don't have to force these things.
I actually think I think there's I think the most likely scenario is that you get 4 games into next year's with Malik and go, he's not a consistent enough passer to be a real threat. I think that's more likely than he starts 17 games next year and you think to yourself, by God in heaven, we've got our bridge quarterback.
What a discount they got with that 2-year, $50 million deal. I don't see that happening. Plus, also, and something we've not brought up, do you discount? We do this with 49ers quarterbacks all the time. Do you discount the idea that he came from Green Bay, which has not only been a very stable place for quarterbacks, but a place that quarterbacks have been able to thrive for many, many years? And with LaFleur, it feels like he knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot.
It's a little Matt Flynn for me. At least with Darnold. Darnold didn't play hardly at all, I think, in San Francisco last year, if at all. But you could say, here's what his tape said in New York and Carolina. You can look at that and go, here's what he does well. How do we mitigate the rest? Because how do you build an offense around a guy who's thrown 155 passing attempts in the NFL?
35 throws last year.
Who was a damn 3rd-round pick? in the Kenny Pickett draft. The guys drafted around him were Kenny Pickett at 20, Desmond Ridder, I think, went 70, then Malik Willis went in the 80s, and then Matt Corral in the 90s. Like that's
every time you say Matt Corral, I think of the Golden Corral, and then I think of Matt Corrali.
I miss the Golden Corral. Not so much in Corrali. We see him all the time.
No, we do see him a lot.
He's a very nice young man. But I just like
so you've had 54 pass attempts in 2 years.
Like I want to have a reasonable conversation about Malik Willis. It can't be done because all of it's false premise. All of it's chasing your own tail, finding the next Sam Darnold. And there's a definitive thing in the guys who have burned out one place. Ryan Tannehill, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. I'm forgetting at least one or two guys, but first-round picks who flamed out one or two other spots and then found themselves. And a bulk of it is you played a lot of football, washed out, and then somebody said, oh, I'm going to stop trying to shoehorn you into what you could have been coming out of the draft, and here's what we're going to do. In Tennessee, all they did was say, we're going to take advantage of one of the best play-action quarterbacks in the NFL. All they did in Tampa is say, well, why don't we stop trying to turn him into Kirk Cousins and let him be Baker Mayfield? Let him throw the freaking ball down the field. With Sam Darnold, it was, I think he had a pause, and I think he had a moment to just go and do, again, put him in a position that he's comfortable with and see if that works.
Well, they also have an extremely high pedigree before all this.
Yeah, exactly. Being top 10, top 12 picks.
Yeah, and that's the point. And so I don't know. It's interesting. I'll be interested to track what happens with Malik Willis because the people that are pounding the desk and wanting him, like I think Lima's attack on it is an interesting angle. Like trying to find the little spots in the NFL that haven't been attacked themselves and trying to capitalize on that because you kind of have to find the market inefficiencies sometimes. I just don't know if this is the one for me.
Albert Breer, MMQB in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Marcotte. Coming up next, Albert Breer of Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time with Lance Riesland, and then of course, come on now. We got the full Daryl Unleaded from 9 to the rest of the show, which I still believe ends at 11. I haven't done the night show in like 5 years, guys. Give me a damn break.
It does.
Actually,
It
it's
ends at
longer
11.
than it's 8 years.
It's been a while since you were on there. Yeah.
Holy God.
Life comes at you fast, man.
We used to do 5 hours.
I know.
We had the tough road.
I told you when I ran into Nick Camino, maybe it's a few months ago at this point, though, he was like, he's like telling my wife, he's like, we're one of the few people in life that can ever say they've done 5 hours of solo talk radio, and what an exhausting thing that is. And it's like, yeah, it's a badge. It's a badge.
Now, that being said, we do have In Case We Missed It coming up in just about 40 minutes here. We're working to get Albert Breer from the Combine, or on his way to the Combine. We'll get that update here. I just tweeted this out. I've got 6 quarterbacks right now that nobody can have a reasonable conversation about at this exact moment.
Okay.
Tell me if you disagree with any of them and who I might be missing.
Okay, let me see.
Malik Willis, Ty Simpson, Shedeur Sanders, Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, and J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, I thought you were going Browns exclusive. That's kind of what because I was thinking. I thought Deshaun Watson should be thrown in there as well.
I don't think. But I think the difference is I don't think anyone's having conversations about.
No,
Deshaun.
I really thought you were because there's so many that you could do just from a local perspective.
That's fair.
We can't do conversations right now. I think Malik Willis is in that juncture. I think Deshaun's in there. I think Shedeur's in there. I think even Dylan Gabriel conversations get a little wonky at this point too, which is kind of wild if you think about it. And that at Ty Simpson, to me, I feel like you can have a Ty Simpson conversation. Mm-hmm. I feel like most people can have a Ty Simpson conversation, and most of the conversations end with, I don't really like that guy, and I know it's because he didn't play enough, but he's got a chance to eventually get there.
So I think any one of these 6 guys, if you just brought them up in a quarterback hungry market, there's going to be one. If every show's a 2-man show,
yeah,
there's going to be at least one guy on
Tua?
every show. Ooh, that's interesting. That I think Tua probably belongs on there as well. Then.
For sure he does, because I think the Dolphins are going to have to attach a pick to get rid of him. Meanwhile, there's some people out there that are thinking that he's better than a backup quarterback for the rest of his career, and I don't live in that world.
You want another Sophie's Choice?
Sure.
Tua versus Kyler.
Well, I think that's like the initial, like when we were entering this offseason, I think we thought that that's where everyone was headed, that was those two were going to be the belle of the balls, so to speak. And it's just, I thank God we're not there. Because I would not be able to handle an offseason where people are trying to convince themselves that Tua is something that we need to be doing.
But the funny thing is, both of them are situational answers. Because neither of them can you really push to the forefront of cold weather towns.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny. Like, I think Lima was pulling at the right thread when talking about Kyler Murray, which is his value, the perception of his value placed up against what he can actually do in the NFL, I think is a little askew. The problem is, unless, like in Minnesota, you play half your games in a damn dome, it doesn't matter. Because you're just going to keep coming back to he's a small quarterback in a cold weather town, and that's the data. That at some point, the cold weather data is just overwhelming. Same with Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, I mean, I had that stat with Tua for a million years that he'd under 45 degrees, he'd never won a game. Like, he just wasn't going to be able to run from that. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that should be added to the list. And I think right now we're pretty safe.
All right, so I think we're pretty safe right now to head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of the MMQB, the great Albert Breer, who is in his planes, trains, and automobiles phase of trying to get to Indianapolis. How you doing, buddy? Where are we at in our journey?
I'm good. I'm almost there. Well, I mean, knock on wood, we're 55 miles. I don't know, a little more than that, probably about an hour away. This actually worked out okay. I got my buddy Jonathan Jones from CBS here with me, and we're making it happen. We had to improvise a bunch, but it looks like we're going to make it, and much better time than I ever thought. So that's good.
JJ's a very good man, and I have never shared a car with him. I'm going to imagine that's a good hang right there. All right, so we've debated the Malik Willis fervor and the comparisons to Sam Darnold and all this kind of stuff. There's certain people ranking him as the top free agent or the 8th best free agent.
Sure.
It's crazy to me. What's your read on the Malik Willis situation and the kind of hysteria that seems to have grown up in the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's hysteria. I mean, look, he had a really strong end of the season with the Packers, and you see what Justin Fields got last year, which was 40/2 with 30 guaranteed. So he still got 10 million guaranteed left. It's just the price of doing business at that position. And, he showed you a little something. And, there's obviously a natural landing spot. Now, whether the Dolphins make a run at him, we'll see. But Tua and they make a run at him, and Jeff Hafley and John Eric Sullivan who are with him make that a priority. Other teams are going to notice, and so I'd use position to be the sort of swing that teams have taken in the last few years, and we've seen them work out. Baker Mayfield obviously was a hit for the Bucs as Tom Brady's replacement. If you want to go further back than that, Geno Smith as Russell Wilson's replacement in Seattle. And then Sam Darnold obviously this year, Daniel Jones this year. We've seen guys that have physical capabilities and were drafted high. Now Malik isn't quite as high as some of those other guys, but we knew he had physical ability, and some of that started to come around at the end of last year. So, I view this sort of as like for a team, worst case it's like a high end bridge, and you see where it goes. So. As the cap escalates, the high end of the quarterback market escalates, you're going to see more teams taking chances like this. And I think one thing that helps Willis quite a bit is that once you get past Fernando Mendoza in the draft class, I don't think there are very many teams that are looking at Ty Simpson as the answer. I don't think there are very many teams that are looking at, Garrett Nussmeier as the answer. So you sort of get yourself in a situation there where, if you're not the Raiders and you don't have the number one pick, like if you don't take a swing on one of these guys, in the free agent market, you don't have one that you feel good about in 2026. Malik Willis winds up becoming a more enticing option.
Well, so with that said, then how serious do you feel like the Browns should be for Malik Willis?
I mean, I think that's an option for the Browns. Is it the option for the Browns? We'll see. Again, this is all relative, and that's the thing that people have to remember is, all of this stuff is subject to supply and demand. And, I think Malik Willis is in a position right now where timing is really good for him. It's not a super deep class free agent. Now, we'll see what happens with Tua Tagovailoa and with Kyler Murray. Those guys in trades, that's one thing. If those teams are forced to cut those guys, that's something else entirely, because now you're talking about, now we got the option out there to go and get these guys maybe at the minimum on an offset. The way that the Giants went and picked up Russell Wilson, where you look at it a little bit differently, or the Steelers picked up Russell Wilson. A couple of years ago, where you look at it a little bit differently. But that stuff has to evolve over the next couple of weeks. And again, I think Malik Willis is really really well positioned. How well positioned, I think, does depend on what happens with guys like Kyler or Tua.
Albert, I'm going to paraphrase this, so it means I'll probably butcher it, but Andrew Berry today said that the Browns will be maybe more aggressive than last year in free agency, but they're still probably a year away from being hyper-aggressive in free agency, calling this more of a targeted approach. When you hear those words for a GM, where should we set our expectations for the Browns and how much they can improve this roster this offseason in free agency?
Yeah, and I think that's why it's really obvious that, if you're Todd Monken and you're Andrew Berry, you do have to, it's almost incumbent upon you to take another hard, long look at Deshaun Watson, because he's the reason why you're not going to be hyper aggressive this offseason, and the reason why, the idea could be out there that you would be hyper aggressive in 2027. And you're not even out of the woods then because of all the money they've mortgaged into the future along his contract, but at least then the cash is gone. You would have a little more flexibility from a cash standpoint after this year because Deshaun's going to be off the books. So the way I look at it, it's just, looking at where Barry and Monken and all those guys are is, how do you solve the position for 2026? And then you look forward to 27, with some optimism because the draft class looks like it's going to be really good at that position. And the draft class is going to be good overall, and at least at that point, you will be at the end of the Deshaun Watson deal from a cash standpoint, and you'll at least have the end on the cap ramifications out on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, the way it reads, Albert, it just feels like they're just setting themselves up for 2027 and not necessarily 2026 in any sort of way. But, like, if you're Andrew Berry, I know he clearly feels like he's comfortable and as if he's got all the time in the world, as if there's, like, assurances there from Jimmy Haslam. Is that the smart approach if you're Andrew Berry, or should there be more urgency there because the job is the job, like it's the NFL?
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody – like, I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody would feel comfortable about going 2-15 or 3-14, right? And I do think, like, if that happens and you strike out on draft picks, I don't think that Jimmy Haslam and his family have any intention on moving on from Andrew Berry after this year as it stands now. That said, if you win 2 or 3 games next year, I think everybody knows, like, the public reaction will likely go a certain way. And a lot of fingers are going to be pointed at the GM, and it leads to some uncertainty. So, I think AB knows that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think like he's in any sort of position where he's sitting there saying like, "Yeah, I have my job in 27." He knows he's got to hit on his draft picks. The good news is they've got a good base of talent out of last year's draft. When you look at guys like Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger and Quinshon Judkins and Harold Fannin, like they did a good job last year in the draft. If you can repeat that again, and now all of a sudden, and then the 25 draft picks take another step in 26, now it starts to look like, okay, like they know what they're doing, and it looks like they know where they're going. And I would think that would naturally tamp down some of the public pressure to do something after this year. Because again, like, if you're in position to draft high next year and you have one of these quarterbacks in your sights, like the group that you're handing that quarterback to is going to be ultra important. I mean, we've all seen, across the league over the last decade or so, how circumstances can swing a quarterback's development one way or the other. And a huge part of a huge part of those circumstances is just who's in charge.
All right, Albert, this is just between you and me, friends, all right? It's just you and me, no, and it's not even about the Browns. The 49ers say otherwise. I feel like the pick does the talking. Is Mac Jones going to end up being available this offseason?
I think that depends on what they're offered. I think the 49ers have put themselves in an incredible position by getting Mac Jones signed to that second year. Now when you're looking at, Malik Willis at whatever it will be, like if it's 25, if it's 30 million, whatever that number winds up being, or you have to swallow a bunch of money and maybe trade a pick to get a Kyler or a Tua. I think it'd be hard for those teams to trade them, but as it stands right now, those guys are still on those rosters. The idea of a Mac Jones could wind up getting more attractive as time goes on because, not only are you getting a quarterback who sort of fits into that category of the reclamation project that we've seen work over the last few years, and I went through the names, Jones and Mayfield, Darnold, and those guys. You're also talking about a guy who you'd have under contract at a very affordable rate for next year. And I think that's sometimes the thing that fans forget is like a lot of these trades, the value you get back is relative to the contract. You're not just trading the player, you're trading the contract. So, the fact that, and I don't have the number in front of me, but I think it's $5-6 million. It might be less than that for next year for Mac Jones makes him a very, very attractive trade option for a lot of teams. And that would give a new team also leverage to maybe get him signed for another year or two if they wanted to do that.
All right, Albert, I saw you did a lot of draft prep, getting ready for the combine and everything. What was your big takeaway in talking to some of the draft experts as we approach? We've got a couple months with this, but a big week with the combine.
Yeah, I think it's good, not great draft. I think what you lack at the top is the guys who are your prototypes, like even Mendoza, I think the number one player on most team boards is either going to be the guy that doesn't play a premium position, and maybe that's your Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, your Caleb Downs from Ohio State, or a guy who maybe projects there but isn't there yet in Arbel Reese. You don't have the Calvin Johnson receiver. You don't have the Caleb Williams at quarterback. You don't have the Julius Peppers or the Jadeveon Clowney, like that type of edge rusher where, like, yes, this guy, like, checks every box and he's exactly what you're looking for at a premium position. You don't have the Joe Alt, at left tackle. So, I think the draft lacks that at the very top. But then you start to dig into what you've got, down the line, and it's a lot of good receivers. So that premium position, you may not have like the A+ prospect, but you can get a good one into the second and third round. Edge rusher, same thing. Like you've got like a lot of like really good prospects, maybe not a great one, but a lot of really good prospects into the second and third round. So it's sort of interesting that way, in that like this might be a good draft to have a bunch of second and third round picks in. If you're able to kind of, work the board to mass some picks between 30 and 90, you might wind up looking really good. And that could give, Andrew Berry and the Browns an opportunity to wheel and deal a bit. And then I think the second thing that's really obvious is that next year does have those, insane, prototype, like freakish, receivers, edge rushers, quarterbacks. Like, you look at Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, you look at, Colin Simmons from Texas, Dylan Stewart from South Carolina, Leonard Myers, the corner from Notre Dame. Like those guys, at least it seems like at this point, are going to be the check every box, like, the sort of prospect that looks like he was made in a lab for the position. Like those are the sorts of guys that you'll see next year. So you could see some teams that if they don't like where they're at, trade picks into next year as a result of that.
All right, one last one there, Albert, before we let you go and back to your voyage to Indianapolis. Set the stage for this offseason. Obviously, last year there was a lot of hype, and it paid off. 2 years ago, a lot of hype, and I don't recall it paying off in terms of a lot of moving pieces. Do you expect this to be another strong, maybe wonky, crazy offseason in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, I think the lack of real strength in the free agent class, which is every year now, and that's like a good thing for players, by the way, because I think the salary cap's now got to the point where most teams, if they want to keep you, they're going to find a way to keep you, right? Like it's just, the reality is like the numbers have escalated to the point where it's like if there's somebody I badly want to keep, I'm gonna pay him. I think that for obvious reasons winds up hurting the free agent class. Like, and it almost has to be like a too many mouths to feed situation. Like Milton Williams was that last year with the Eagles, where the Eagles have Jalen Carter and they have Jordan Davis and they have, all of these guys all over their roster that they have to pay. Like where it's like, okay, like, well, we can't pay everybody. And so a Milton Williams slips through the cracks and winds up being a foundation piece for New England. You just don't have a lot of like cases where you're saying to yourself, like, yeah, like that's a free agent everybody wants. So, I think that is going to create, like at least some aggressive trade calls. And so who could that wind up being? Like you have to start to look then like a year ahead. Like, are the Saints gonna re-sign Chris Olave? Could he be somebody where, you look at it and say, okay, Alec Pierce, if he doesn't make it to the free agent market, maybe we need to be aggressive and make a call on Chris Olave. I think you're going to see some moving pieces like that, like where, teams are going to try to think creatively and move aggressively on trades. Whether or not they happen, I mean, you can't just snap your fingers and make those happen. There have to be two willing parties. But I think you'll at least see some teams being aggressive in those sorts of ways.
Albert, you really moved heaven and earth to get on with us, buddy. We appreciate that. You take care of JJ. You guys have a safe travel, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
No problem. Have a great week, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
You too. Albert Breer there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say on the Browns and get back to your Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The NFL Scouting Combine is this week out in Indianapolis. Browns general manager Andrew Berry spoke to the media today for his yearly Combine press conference. With free agency fast approaching, Berry said it won't be the most aggressive signing period that some fans may have been expecting.
I would anticipate that there's at least the chance that we would be a little bit more aggressive more aggressive than last year. But it'll be targeted and opportunistic. I think, realistically, we may be one more offseason away from being like hyper aggressive in that window. But if there's something that fits us, fits our roster, fits our timeline, then it's certainly a swing we'll take.
Cactus League action out in Arizona today. The Guardians losing to the LA Dodgers 11-3. Guardians top prospect Travis Bazzana hit a 3-run home run in the second inning, which was the first of the spring for him. Today was Bazzana's final game with the team in Goodyear. He heads off to play for Team Australia in the World Baseball Classic. Cavs will continue on their run of stiff tests as they host the New York Knicks tonight over at Rocket Arena. No major updates to the injury report as only Max Strus remains out for the good guys. Tip-off is at 7:30. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
From the Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick Traffic Center, call 1-800-HURT-NOW.
This traffic report is brought to you by the Cleveland Auto Show, February 20th through March 1st at the IX Center.
The Cleveland Auto Show, presented by Drive NAO, is back for the last time at the IX Center, February 20th through March 1st. See the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs. Enter to win a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
An exit in 480 West at Tiedemann has the right lanes blocked, a 35-minute delay from 176. Moderate congestion 176 North from Denison to West 14th. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Bad accident? Hurt at work? Not sure what to do next? Make it right. Call Kyle Wright for a free consultation. There's no fee unless they win. 844-WIN-OHIO. That's 844-WIN-OHIO. Or OH Attorney.
On your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. Coach Riz and Daryl, they start you off tonight. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
Great stuff with Albert Breer, because we want to obviously focus a little bit here on the Cavs. Knicks coming up at 7:30. We kind of went away from that when we got a little bit with Lima, but we want to make sure to give it its due. We're going to focus a little bit more on Albert and what you heard in the previous segment tomorrow. A couple things I thought were really interesting, just the Malik Willis thing. I understand supply and demand, but good God, we're pushing it to a different limit. And I also thought the Mac Jones thing was right where I would expect it to be, which is the 49ers thinking they're in the catbird seat. And I mean, hell, if Malik Willis is getting $50 or $60 million this offseason, maybe Albert's right.
Well, so what's interesting is, and I think Albert does a good job pointing out that, like with Kyler Murray, I still think Tua is a backup. I don't think there's any juice there. But between Kyler and Tui and Tua,
Tui is on with Tim.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
But
and you can trump her, apparently. You can confuse her, I think.
Is that the game they play?
Yeah, Trump Tui.
Is that really the game they play?
Yeah. It's not a Trump impersonator talking to Jen
I just
Tui.
wanted her to do a Trump impression.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
So anyway, between Kyler and Tua, if it ends up in a situation like Russell Wilson did with Pittsburgh, where you just get to pay $1 million, it's all that you're accounting for. You're not accounting for anything else. All of a sudden, Kyler and Tua become pretty attractive to a lot of people. Way more so than Malik Willis at $50 million for 2 seasons.
Shake my head. Now, obviously, Lima mentioned this when he was on with us at 520. I know you've mentioned this. Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, the entire time Jarrett was off, I was thinking, this is happening because Evan isn't playing right now. And then that bore fruit pretty much exactly when Evan Mobley came back during the disaster of Sunday's game.
Yeah, so he's going to be on a restriction for his minutes tonight as well. It's going to be more ramped up than what it was on Sunday. But, yeah, it was a pretty bad game by Evan Mobley. There's no other way to really paint it. 2 rebounds and really being about as ineffective as you can imagine. It's not great, but it's one game.
Yeah, well, I do think a little bit of Jared and Evan tonight versus Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns. I do think it's a little apples and oranges because Karl Anthony Towns is healthy. Mitchell Robinson has gotten healthy, and those guys have had success in this matchup. Where I think the Knicks are catching the Cavs at the worst possible moment for the Cavs bigs. I have a faith in Harden showing up and Donovan showing up, especially given that this is kind of a prime time feel to it.
Yeah.
I don't have any feel on what to expect from Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, and I think people are going to want to make it a bigger thing than it is. Well, no, Evan's really played about half the season and is coming off and has got his minutes restrictions. And I think Jarrett, in trying to figure out the alchemy of how this team fits best around Evan, I do think it's cost some of whatever understanding Jarrett and Evan had, and they just need to find to get a way back. And I don't know how you do that before tonight's game.
I know. So here's the hard part, though, is that Jarrett for a month looked awesome, and Jarrett looked like Jared Allen was playing like all-star level basketball, and he was back to being a really solid, effective Jared Allen. And to the point where people that said mean things about him were starting to take them back. And then Evan gets inserted back into the lineup, and it just feels like he melted down. Jared Allen did, and it's a real thing the Cavs have to address at some point.
So this is on Kenny Atkinson, even if it's not on Kenny Atkinson. I think Kenny Atkinson, especially late in the game, at the expense of Jared Allen, was letting Evan Mobley play the center late in games. And that was early part of the season of trying to bring Evan out of his shell as best you could. And so you took a calculated risk thinking, if Jared's confidence, if that becomes an issue, we've got half a season to figure it out. The problem is you didn't, because then Evan has gotten hurt twice.
Right.
And I think that's, like I said, I think Kenny was going at it from the right standpoint. It just backfired because of the circumstances.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know the right answer. I don't know how do you compensate for the idea that Jared Allen seems like he became really good at basketball again, all while Evan Mobley was gone. But all your eggs are still kind of in an Evan Mobley basket as far as the future and as far as him developing is much greater and has a much greater impact than if Jared Allen goes back to what he's been the past month.
I just know if the Cavs lose tonight, or even if the Cavs win tonight, but Jared and Evan don't necessarily mesh, or Mitchell Robinson does Mitchell Robinson things, that people are going to do the coexist thing. Can these two guys coexist? And it just, I don't get into fair a lot, but it just doesn't feel fair to have that exact conversation at this moment.
Well, I mean, so we talked about, did people overreact or did people not overreact based off of Sunday? Like Monday was, in many ways, it was a lot of people trying to make sure that they let it be known that, hey, if Evan Mobley, if he's got a price this summer, we're willing to negotiate on that.
Yeah, doesn't that bug you?
Yes, of course it bugs me.
Because it's perception, it's not reality.
We also don't know the result of yet this year, and he's only had a couple games to come back, and there's so much that is unfair about that. But, like, this is how the NBA works in some degrees.
Yeah, but I also think we're looking for a fall guy before anyone's fallen.
That's a fair point. Very fair point.
And it's frustrating to me because and again, the Cavs have done the right thing.
And Mobley, by the way, will be that fall guy at the end of the year if they don't end up achieving their goals. People will look at Mobley and say, you were supposed to take this ascension. You're supposed to be the combination of Kevin Garnett meets Tim Duncan. Why aren't you?
I still think the obvious guy, the odd man out will still be Jarrett. But yes, people will blame Evan, fair or unfair. And I guess, I do not blame the Cavs. And I always like to set it up. I don't blame the Cavs for going, well, we want Evan Mobley to be great, but we're going to put as many pieces around him so we can win while he tries to ascend. But when you've got a young man offensively who can do what he can do, which is you can run the offense through him to some degree at the elbow. He can shoot from three, even if you've had varied results the last couple years. And then, by the way, while we're trying to accentuate that and give him the keys to the kingdom, we're going to surround him by two ball-dominant guards, no matter who they are, Darius and Donovan, or James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. And that's a lot to then ask of the kid. I don't want to say kid, of Evan Mobley. I think that's before you give up on Evan Mobley, you probably should try and build around him. Because somebody's going to get wise to the idea of, hey, instead of putting obstacles in his path to running the offense, maybe we'll just remove them and see where it goes.
Well, but I think that's the upsetting part. But again, it's only been one game, so I'm not going to overreact to the Thunder game. But I think where people did is that Harden's supposed to make Evan Mobley's life easier. And the way he's made Jared Allen's life easier in a short sample size, he's supposed to make Evan Mobley's life easier. And for one game, it didn't really pay off that way. Again, do I think people overreacted? Of course I think people overreacted, but this is how this works sometimes.
Oh, I just think I kind of switched there to the big picture conversation on Evan, where it was about 10 games in that people were just like, well, he's not doing it now, he'll never do it. And it's like, I just think it's a much more layered conversation. We're having it. But I think we're to the point where we're all feeling that championship crunch, and we're all feeling the ticking time clock of Donovan.
For sure.
And we're ready to move on to – I get the Darius thing. We fought about it because of Harden, but I got the Darius thing. I think people are lining up Evan in that next queue, and I think it's absolutely insane.
Well, but are they lining him up for Giannis, or are they lining him up just to line him up?
I think they're lining him up just to line him up.
I'll line him up for Giannis. I'd love to hear somebody tell me who we're lining him up for if it's not Giannis, because I think my conversations go differently then.
I probably agree, but yeah, it's Giannis or bust. What other player could you conceivably throw in there for Evan?
That's the thing. I can't think of one that you would trade for Evan that we know is going to become open this summer outside of Giannis. Giannis is the guy. And Giannis is that type of player. Man, you're really putting everything in the next couple of years, but that's fine. You have with this team together with Giannis. I mean, you can walk to the NBA Finals.
I'd rather walk to an NBA championship, though. The fact that I can't say Evan and Giannis.
I can't guarantee any championship with what the Thunder are doing and what the Spurs are building. I can't guarantee you that.
I know, but that's where...
that's not... if I'm waiting for a guarantee, I'm going to be waiting a really long time because we always tend to get these dynasties popping up in the NBA.
And by the way, the dynasties also disappear quickly.
For sure. Well, we do have 7 winners in 7 years now. It's been a while since we've had them. But watch that Spurs team and tell me they don't have something cooking. Watch what the Thunder are doing. Tell me they don't have something cooking.
I think you and I are similar in the ways of... We always look at where the perception is versus where the reality is because sports becomes such a perception machine. And it just feels like it's just a really wonky spot with Evan, and there are valid conversations to go to it. But I just think people are hopping to the end of that rainbow. Even as I think this summer, unless it's Giannis, is wildly premature. And again, let's set aside, is it fair to Evan? Let's set aside, is it fair to the Cavaliers? And how far you're willing to go at a team that still might top out in the second round of the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like I can see you retooling with Evan, and it maybe takes you 3 years, but maybe you come out a better team at some point. Then, hey, we're just going to go ahead and throw all of our kind of stuff in the middle there without Giannis, by the way, for like a 2 to 3 year run, and you're no closer to that. That to me is where you are where you were when LeBron left you and you didn't have
and that would be the end result, by the way. You'd be left in a barren wasteland of basketball nothingness. Like that's how the Giannis and all this would leave. But hopefully you'd have a title to then think about it and be happy about it and enjoy it.
216-474-0092. Can Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley coexist moving forward? And is that what you're watching? Tonight's Knicks game on, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, February's all about love. You can show your home love this month by talking to my friends at Universal Windows Direct, because they've got just these incredible windows that are going to help deal with your drafty windows, the high energy bills, and all the nonsense that needs freshening up, and they make it easy. Because right now, you can get these incredible windows, and we're talking comfort, energy efficiency, and style all in one. And here's the deal. When you buy 2 windows,
postseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Joe DeLeon, driving in a car to Indianapolis on the A to Z Sports NFL Draft Analyst. Great stuff on Jordan Tyson.
When we had Albert on, Albert also driving in a car, and I wanted to be like, oh, you're the second guy that we've interviewed today that is driving in a car going to the Combine. And then I didn't want him to be like, oh, who was the first? And then like, Joe DeLeon, and then have him be like, oh, I don't know who that guy is. That was the fear that I had there.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to put Joe in a bad spot. That's one of our dudes.
Trying to protect him there is all.
John Fantid 420 did good stuff on Cavs Knicks, where he did flip-flop on Malik Willis and Ty Simpson.
He did.
Special.
I tend to think he heard my logic on it. And then we got him to change right there.
And they flip-flop. That's what happened.
Right there on the spot.
And also Anthony Lima at 520. I thought it was more contentious than when I called into the morning show, but still probably not contentious enough for the audience. I think the audience
not
really
wants. Enough for the
I
audience?
think the audience wants blood when we call into each other's show, but the problem is that's just like Lima's going to do it, and Lima did. Lima did a very smart thing at the beginning. He turned you versus me. And that worked for a second when we both finally went, well, hell, no, you're not doing this. We cannot be slippery.
And he also does this thing you had to kind of look past. Is everything he did was like, oh no, you're right, you're totally right about this, you're right, and then he would go into it, and he's trying to soften you up a little bit. But he also didn't want to have us leaving the convo and then be like, they didn't ask any questions.
Also,
they just kind of accepted it. It's like, well, that's not going to happen either.
Also,
so
Lima apparently invented every tactic that's ever been used in radio. Did you notice that?
No.
Jonathan, you're using my tactic there.
I heard
that like 3 times for what I was like.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
That's some really good slippery wizard stuff right there. Because it's giving himself credit for every bit that's ever been played while also kind of softly complimenting us and buttering us up. That's brilliant. You know what? That was the most slippery thing he did. And he did start a fight with you and me 3 seconds into being on the show.
It wasn't really a fight between me and you. It was just me yelling loudly.
I consider that a fight when I'm the one being yelled at.
Is that what that is? I said you didn't do much yelling back. You just kind of accepted it.
Because I wanted to turn my attention to him. Now, let's get to quickly.
It was a save.
In case we missed it.
It was a save. You saved it. All right, ESPN, Jason McCourty, Mike Tannenbaum, they discussed whether or not Travis Kelce will be able to come back for another season with the Chiefs. Here we go.
I wouldn't do it. And that's when you're in the front office and you're a head coach, you have to make the honest and sober observation that you want to pay a player for what they're going to do, not what they've done. He is slowing down. I know Jason had some statistics there, but he did go from 97 to 76 catches. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes was hurt. But when you look at the best tight ends in the game right now, Trey McBride's 27, Brock Bowers is 25, Sam Laporte is 25. There's some really good tight ends in the draft, like Kenyon Sadiq, Max Clare, Michael Trigg, amongst others. If I'm Kansas City, go get the next guy, honor Travis Kelce for what he's done, but go get the next young tight end and go take care of these other needs, tackle, running back, and receiver.
It's quite the twist to be like, honor Travis Kelce by taking another good tight end to then have him take his job.
Yeah, you could do both, by the way. You could have Travis back. They usually use 2 or 3 tight ends at any given point.
I was just thinking the Njoku Fannin setup, basically.
Yeah.
Except with this idea that Travis Kelce knows that this is the final year and it is what it is.
I mean, they use Noah Gray a lot. I can't remember who their 3rd tight end is, but they've always, Blake Bell was their 2nd tight. Like, they've used a lot of 2 tight ends in kind of interspersingly, especially when Travis could line up in multiple spots. I mean, he still can, but he's old. I don't know. I was just listening to Tannenbaum. I'm like, man, you were just running out the thread till retirement, aren't you?
Is that all that is for him? Noah Gray was the 2nd leading tight end as far as receiving yards last year for the Chiefs. He had 178, 0 touchdowns. Man, Travis Kelce's still awesome.
He's still good. That's the problem.
5 touchdowns. And I remember at times last year, I was thinking to myself, like, he's still a top 5 tight end in the game.
I thought he was better last year than he was 2 years ago, right?
That would make sense, yeah. It's roughly the same numbers. He got the end zone more last year, but yeah. I just don't think this is it for Travis Kelce. I think Travis Kelce's coming back one more year.
If he wants to play, it's Gronk with Brady. If he wants to play, he's going to play.
And I do think
he deserves it.
But should the Chiefs compromise any part of their salary cap to go ahead and pay Travis Kelce top dollar? I say yes, but I could see I could see a lot of fans getting upset with that because they do have needs and they do have a lot of things they have to shore up here.
I just think more tight ends. That's where the NFL's going anyways. You can have your heir apparent there because it's not like every rookie tight end does what Harold Fannin Jr. did last year. That's the anomaly. I mean, look at the amount of guys. David Njoku's one of these guys where you don't, for a bulk of the first 4 years, that rookie contract, if you're a first rounder, it's 5 years.
He kept getting put in the doghouse. He was not very.
Cole Kmet's another guy.
I mean,
some of them work out, some of them don't.
Njoku didn't even have 400 yards receiving his rookie year.
Yeah.
Like, he was there, but it was not anywhere close to the impact that Fannin had.
So Fannin tends to be more of the anomaly with an explosive. I mean, even Travis Kelce. He was hurt his rookie year and then came back in second year. And I was like, where the hell did this guy come from? The answer was Cincinnati by way of tight. All right.
I thought you were going to say weed for some reason.
Still not bad.
I mean,
a little Maui Wowie for our good friend Travis.
I don't know why, but here we go.
You think Travis and Taylor? You think they split a spliff? That's a hard one to say. Split a spiff.
I never thought that Taylor was a holy roller in that regard.
Yeah,
she's got to be. She's got to be. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the dynamics of that. Could you be with someone that seems, or at least used to be, as much of a pothead as Travis Kelce is, and then not partake?
Used to be. Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty confident he still is, but it is what it is. But, like, could you be that and then also, like, with Taylor Swift, I think she gets down. I think she parties.
I think that's what I kind of like about her, is I want my Taylor Swift to party.
I think she does. She's not an all-the-time thing, but I think she does.
All right. Let's see into the future. Let's get to the ratio of panic to not panic tomorrow on this station before you and I take over if the Cavs lose tonight.
I don't want to bet with my feelings on this one. I'd like to go into the game fresh as can be, and let's let the thoughts form.
What a nice cop-out.
Let's let the thoughts form.
I'm asking of the four
cop-out you asked for it in case. All right, out of
the four hosts.
There's only 4 hosts on this station?
Well, no, the 4 hosts that will host before you and I host again tomorrow.
Okay.
What's the panic ratio? We got a 3-1. We got a 2-2.
Are we saying 3-1? So we're saying they lose in this scenario.
They lose in this scenario. We're going to do the opposite in a second.
Okay. I don't think Lima panics.
Is it Monday all over again?
I think here's Ken's take on it. Ken will be like, I'm not going to do a Ken impression, but like,
for crying out loud!
I think what it'll go to is, I can't believe they made me say they're going to go to the NBA Finals on Friday, and now here I am. They're potentially making me look stupid, and I feel stupid, and they're making me look stupid, and I can't believe I fell for it. Now I feel and look stupid, and I think that's going to be the take.
I think that was your Ken. All right, what's the ratio of overblowing it if they win tonight?
Non-existent because of the Thunder game. Even if Harden plays great, I feel like we're just going to be excited again. I don't think people are going to go crazy about it. I mean, they'll go crazy about it. They'll go crazy about everything. I think it'll be. I hate this now because I don't believe it'll be measured. Nothing in life is measured. So if like Harden and Donovan look great, if Harden and end the show already. End the show. I say I don't want to give opinions, and he asked for my opinions, and I give these opinions. I put a lot of thought into it, and I'm delivering them, and then he does that.
He said nothing's measured
and then
in
he
life.
does that.
And distance is measured.
End the show.
By the way, here's my prediction for Ken. Win, lose, or draw, he'll hide behind the fans tomorrow. All right, thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thanks to Jake Murren, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel for crying out loud.
What was that?
That's Ken. That's his. Oh, geez, oh, Pete. Oh, no, he used a big word again. The fans are mad at me. Did I let him? We're a conduit. Oh, gosh dang it, blank dang it.
I like Ken. He likes the way I think. I like Ken.
Call me by my name. I don't even know what that means.
Call me by my name.
Big thanks to Kenny Pop.
I don't know what you're doing now.
Michael Markoch. Oh, he did it again. That Nick Wilson. Hey, we're having fun. See you guys tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.